The man encountered an epic-level hell dungeon scenario right after transmigrating. No golden finger. No astonishing innate talent or bones. Originally planned to rise strongly with help from his cheap father. Who would have guessed his 3 generations of ancestors were actually the 3 famously worthless fellows known far and wide? Fortunately, there was still the wealthy family arranged marriage from childhood. Originally planned to toughly eat soft rice relying on his extraordinarily talented fiancée. Who could have imagined the fiancé would come to break off the engagement today? Just about to shout the familiar line, "Don't bully the young and poor," but was slapped by the family head and thrown out together with his father. At this moment a gentle, pleasant woman's voice sounded in my ears. "Young master, wake up quickly. The sect master of Tianyuan sect has brought the young lady to break off the engagement." Half asleep, I mumbled with my eyes closed while lying on the bed. Why am I dreaming about novel plots again? And another cliché engagement cancellation trope at that. Really don't know what they're thinking. Is there nothing else to write about besides engagement cancellations? As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly jolted awake and jumped up. Holy shit, isn't today the annual assessment? My year-end bonus is screwed. But when I saw the scene before me, I was instantly dumbfounded. What greeted my eyes was an antique-styled room. A very ancient-looking large wooden bed stood against the wall. Beside the bed was a small dressing table. On it sat a bronze mirror and a comb. A beautiful maid in ancient costume stood by the bedside. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a flowing white ancient-style gown with graceful posture. Noticing me staring straight at her, the beautiful maid bowed deeply and spoke. "Young master, Miss Li Ruoling of the Li family has come to break off the engagement. The family head requests your immediate presence." So I really did time travel. After reading so many time travel novels, it's finally my turn to cross over. Finally don't have to eat bargain meals, or be a workhorse replying to messages at 2:30 a.m. With this thought, I suddenly asked the maid beside me, "I'm supposed to be a good-for-nothing, right? Since someone's already come to break off the engagement. That must be the old routine of a trash protagonist opening. This plot development is very familiar. The more disadvantaged the beginning is, the more powerful I'll become later." "Young master, you mustn't speak of yourself like this," the maid timidly replied. "What's wrong with young master today? He never used to admit being trash before." Ha ha ha, seems my guess was correct. I'm indeed a trash. This is absolutely wonderful, I shouted excitedly. One look at the maid's expression told me, my assumption must be correct. It's indeed the same old pattern. Trash protagonist opening followed by immediate engagement annulment, leading to eventual meteoric rise, trampling all who ever looked down on me. "Old man, come out. I know you must be hiding inside my body." At this moment I suddenly shouted loudly. The maid trembled in fright upon hearing this. She hastily fled through the door. Soon, the maid's loud shouts could be heard outside. "Master! Master! Something terrible has happened. Young master has been possessed." I sat on the bed looking around the room. Yet after waiting for quite a while, there wasn't the slightest movement. No extra voices came to my mind either. This isn't scientific at all. According to the rules of trash to treasure beginnings, I should have been assigned an exceptionally powerful master. If not a powerful master, at least I should get a golden finger ability. So I began rummaging through boxes and cabinets searching for jade pendants or rings. But even after prying up floor tiles and digging 3 feet deep, I found nothing. Helpless, I could only sit back on the bed in disappointment. What? No golden finger provided. At least give me a system or something. Just at that moment, a whooshing sound came from outside. A middle-aged man quickly walked to my bedside. He grabbed my wrist and began taking my pulse. This middle-aged man stood over 1.8 meters tall, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. The very image of righteous dignity. It's worth mentioning, though no longer young, he was remarkably handsome. "Fair, what's wrong? You haven't been possessed." The middle-aged man released my wrist and said somewhat confused, You should be my father, right?" I tentatively asked. Having no choice, I had no memories of this world whatsoever, and didn't recognize this person at all. So I could only pretend illness and amnesia as an excuse. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly widened. "I'm not your father. Could it be that you're my father? It seems my father has quite a temper. But with a father this handsome, I must be quite good-looking too, right? In the future, beautiful women will probably flock around me. Forget it, no point thinking about that now. First, I should figure out my own background." With this thought, I immediately asked, "Dad, I must have been an unparalleled genius before, right? I probably only became trash midway, right?" At this moment, I couldn't help but think of Xiao Huahua and Elder Yao. Xiao Huahua was an unparalleled genius in his childhood, but later, because Elder Yao absorbed his spiritual energy, he turned from genius to trash. What unparalleled genius? The middle-aged man glared at me disdainfully. "You've always been useless. Ever since the day you were born. You silly child. It's just a broken engagement. Was it really necessary to take it so hard? Why are you talking nonsense now? The middle-aged man patted my shoulder as he spoke. Just let it be. There's no need to feel so upset. Later, I'll go to the border of the Witch Kingdom to buy you one. They're cheaper there. Hearing this, I was instantly speechless. Am I really this pathetic? To the point where I need to be bought one. But with such a handsome father, I couldn't be that bad looking, could I? What's the need to buy one? Thinking of this, I said angrily, buy one. Who do you think you're looking down on? Is one not enough? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then immediately nodded. You can buy two if you want. Your father has saved up some money over the years. Suddenly, a harsh voice came from outside the door. Yi Fei, you cowardly turtle. Come out if you dare. What? Don't have the guts to face me. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. Then he turned to me and said, I know when someone comes to break off an engagement, you'd be too ashamed to face that Li Ruoling. Well then, let your father handle this engagement cancellation for you. If they want to call it off, let them. It's no big deal. You lose one today, but I'll buy you two later. You'll actually come out ahead. After saying this, the middle-aged man strode to the room entrance and spoke to those outside. Patriarch Li, Miss Li, my son is feeling unwell. As for your Li family's wish to break the engagement, I have no objections. You may cancel it if you wish. This matter really can't be blamed on your Li family. The fault lies entirely with my useless son. It seems his only option is to go find someone at the Wu Kingdom border. Upon hearing this, I was instantly speechless. This old geezer. You agreed to cancel the engagement, fine. But why add that extra remark? Do you really need to make it more dramatic? What a lousy father. At that moment, I didn't realize yet that from then on, what awaited me were nothing but schemes and pitfalls. One pitfall after another, each different from the last. This is perfect then. At least you father and son know your place. You still have some self-awareness. An unpleasant elderly voice came from the doorway. Wait a moment. The moment I heard the old man's words, I became irritated. I haven't agreed yet. Shouting this, I threw on a robe and came to the door. Outside stood more than 10 people. At their head was a white-haired, elderly man and a stunningly beautiful woman. The beauty wore a long white dress, pure as snow, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face was as delicate as a freshly bloomed lotus flower, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. Seeing her, I was instantly enchanted. This was my fiancée. With such beauty, you still want to cancel the engagement. I'm not some useless male lead from those cancelled engagement tropes. I don't have an inferiority complex at all. Now you look down on me and want to call it off. Wait until I rise to power, then you'll want to come running back to cling to me. Let's just not cancel it. You finally decided to show yourself. The stunning beauty at the doorway glared coldly at me. What? Changed your mind about breaking the engagement? If you don't want to cancel it, beg me then. Hearing this, I was screaming internally but replied calmly. It's not impossible. But you should give me some compensation. Otherwise I won't agree. Someone this beautiful expects me to let go easily. Where could I possibly find someone this pretty again? As I spoke, I crooked my finger at Li Ruoling. Come here. This compensation I can only tell you privately. Li Ruoling frowned, her face full of disdain. Speak directly if you have something to say. Getting too close to you disgusts me. Yet she reluctantly walked slowly toward me. Then something unexpected happened. Just as Li Ruoling stood before me, she suddenly sent a voice transmission saying, if you truly want compensation, since you've asked, make it a substantial demand. Otherwise you're showing me disrespect. My family has plenty of spirit stones, elixirs, and magic treasures. Name your price freely. My eyes widened at her words. What exactly did she mean by that? Looking down on me, thinking that the compensation I wanted would be such worldly possessions. I pursed my lips and leaned closer to Li Ruoling, whispering, how could I possibly want these material possessions from you? Who do you take me for? Actually, my request is very simple. We've been engaged for quite some years now, haven't we? I've waited for you all these years. Now you suddenly want to break off the engagement. What about my lifelong matter then? So breaking off the engagement isn't completely impossible. But you'll have to compensate me with a wife. My requirements aren't too high. Just someone who looks and has a figure similar to yours. Li Ruoling's face turned livid with anger. This isn't worldly enough. Could there be anything more vulgar and shameless than this? Compensate him with a wife. How dare he say such words? And even wants someone who looks like me, with similar beauty and figure. Where could such a person be found in Tianluo City? At the same time, Li Yuanchun immediately provided divine assistance after I finished speaking. No matter what request he makes, agree to it. Li Ruoling was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Where am I supposed to find another version of myself to compensate him with? Such a beautiful wife at that. What do you mean, ah? I'm telling you to agree to his demand. With the Lee family's current power, is there any request we can't fulfill? But grandfather. Li Ruoling looked troubled. She could hardly bring herself to say those words. After all, the man before her was someone she had once loved. She feared that saying such things would make Yi Fei the laughingstock of others. What exactly did you say to her just now? Sensing something amiss, father immediately glared at me. Don't you dare mess around. The Li family is at the height of its power now. We can't afford to offend them. I didn't say anything special. I spread my hands, feigning innocence. I just told them if they insist on breaking off the engagement, they'd have to help renovate all the Yi family houses first. Once the renovations are complete, I'll terminate the engagement. That's not too much to ask, is it? Seeing Li Ruoling thoroughly disgusted by my behavior, I figured my objective was achieved and it was time to stop. Li Yuanchan readily agreed. Linger, you silly girl, didn't grandfather tell you to agree to whatever demand he made? What's renovating their Yi residence to our Li family? It means nothing to us. Hearing this, Li Ruoling glared at me furiously. This idiot abandoned me for such a trivial request. Just letting go like that. Am I only worth this little? I even hinted to him to ask for more spirit stones, elixirs, and magic treasures. This is so infuriating. At that moment, Li Yuanchan suddenly said to my father, Yi Lighting, I'll arrange for workers to renovate your Yi family residence tomorrow. Let's go. Having said that, Li Yuanchan turned and strode away. More than 10 members of the Li family followed behind him. Only Li Ruoling remained standing in place, glaring coldly at me. You'll definitely regret this. After saying this, Li Ruoling also strode away. At this moment, I suddenly added, it's getting late now. Perhaps you could stay overnight. We can discuss the annulment another day. Only after they had walked quite far away did Yi Lighting turn to look at me. What exactly did you say to the Li family's young lady at the beginning? It definitely wasn't about house renovations, was it? I smiled and said, I told her annulment was fine, but she'd have to compensate me with another wife. Yi Lighting froze upon hearing this. He raised his hand and slapped my forehead. How could you be so stupid? Since you already opened your mouth to ask, why didn't you just ask for two? This way, father won't need to go to the border of which country to buy one for you. It'll save a huge sum of money. But that phrase, we'll talk about it later, you just used was quite clever. Just don't use it randomly in the future. You might lose your life if you're not careful. Yi Lighting looked at me and sighed lightly. If they want to break off the engagement, just let them. Why make such a demand? It makes our Yi family lose so much face. People might think the Yi family can't even afford the spirit stones needed to renovate our houses. At this point, he suddenly shook his head. The Yi family indeed might not be able to afford it. Forget it. To renovate all 200 to 300 households of the Yi family inside and out is no small amount. You've been useless for 18 years, but you finally made a contribution to the Yi family. That's enough, I'll go inform the family head first. After saying this, Yi Lighting turned and left. 200 to 300 households. Hearing this, I felt pleasantly surprised. So our family is quite a sizable clan, though apparently a bit poor. It must be because we're supporting too many idle good-for-nothings. Young master, hurry up and get dressed properly. You're already in poor health. Be careful not to catch cold. At this moment, the maidservant came forward to help me fasten my clothes. Staring at this pretty maid before me, my thoughts began to wander. What was father thinking? Why bother buying anything else? This maid is quite good enough. Are you my bed-warming maid? The maid glanced at me shyly, but there was clearly a trace of barely perceptible disdain in her eyes. Young master, let's go inside. I'll comb your hair for you. I remembered there's a dressing table in the room. On the dressing table sits a bronze mirror. Suddenly I grew eager to see what kind of handsome man I've transmigrated into, with such a good-looking father. How bad could the son possibly be? With this thought, I rushed forward, quickly arriving before the dressing table. Full of anticipation, I peered into the bronze mirror. Holy shit! I was so shocked I toppled over with the chair. My mind instantly went into full complaint mode. Web novels are all lies. The male leads in those stories, each more handsome than the last. Beloved by all, flowers bloom at their sight. But when it comes to me, you give me this pockmarked face even maids disdain. Heavens above and earth below. Are you even giving me a chance to live? Forget about not getting any cheat skills, but you even made me this ugly. You gave me this disastrous starting point. How am I supposed to survive later? I used to think Han Li had the worst protagonist luck, but you're trying to make me even more miserable than him, aren't you? At this moment, I suddenly somewhat understand Li Ruoling. Frankly, if I didn't break off the engagement, that would be me lacking martial virtue. No, I mustn't cry. Even with this catastrophic starting point, I'm still a man destined for cultivation. In the following time, while the maid was doing my hair, I didn't glance at the mirror even once, afraid that looking might make me cry, and also somewhat afraid to look. Worried one more glance might give me nightmares tonight. Young master, I'll fetch water for you to wash your face. The maid finished my hair and left immediately. Wash my face. Does this damn face even need daily washing? Once a year would be more than enough. Let's just conserve water. Shortly after the maid left, Yi Lidian arrived. Seeing my dejected expression, he comforted me. Son, don't be upset about the broken engagement anymore. I promise you, in a while I'll go to the border of which country to buy you some. I'll buy two. I sized up this handsome uncle before me. With his square-jawed face, sharp features, sword-like brows and starry eyes. With a bitter expression, I asked, Father, am I really your biological son? Yi Lighting froze upon hearing this. You know about this. Who told you? Wait, no. I was just asking casually, damn it. So I'm really not his biological son. This disastrous beginning is getting more and more absurd. Alright, following the tropes of web novels. Generally with this kind of disastrous beginning, my own missing biological parents should be particularly amazing figures, right? I finally saw a glimmer of hope again and asked with anticipation. Dead. Yi Lighting said expressionlessly. Holy shit, it matches, it matches. Yi Fei instantly became excited. Usually in these situations, my biological parents aren't really dead. They must have had some incredible adventure and are definitely descendants of some great family. After I rise to power, they'll appear to help me unify this fantasy continent. Hee hee, that's more like it. This fits the classic trash to treasure storyline. Just as Yi Fei was getting excited, Yi Lighting suddenly added, I saw them die. Your father died in my arms, your mother died in my wife's arms. We buried them with our own hands. Yi Fei. Well done. Fucking hell. Goddammit heavens, you're not leaving me any way out or any suspense at all. What about my grandparents? Yi Fei still refused to give up hope. Your grandfather died when your father was only 3 years old. As for your grandmother, she died in childbirth while giving birth to your father. Yi Lighting said slowly. How ruthless. Then do I have any maternal grandmother or something? Yi Fei still clung to his last strand of hope. Yi Lighting patted Yi Fei's head with sympathy. Son, stop asking. You're the last surviving member of your family. Your clan was exterminated 9 familial exterminations. Not even chickens or dogs were spared. Even earthworms were split in half, understand? Yi Fei. Splitting earthworms in half is too much exaggeration, isn't it? Is this some kind of setup against me? Yi Lighting gently patted Yi Fei's shoulder. But don't worry, our whole family will protect this last sprout of yours with our lives. Don't forget, my name is Yi Lighting, literally Yi Strength Support. I will definitely support you with all my strength. Dear me. Save it. I wasn't completely desperate until you mentioned your name. Now I just feel deflated. Over the next while, Yi Lighting comforted Yi Fei for quite some time before saying, let's go. The family had asked me to bring you to see him. The house renovation you secured for the Yi family must have pleased him quite a bit. Oh. Yi Fei nodded. As it happened, he also wanted to try securing the position of supervisor for tomorrow's work, so he followed Yi Lighting toward the rear where the family head resided. Father, what's your status within the Yi family? Along the way to meet the family head, Yi Fei seized the opportunity to probe Yi Lighting's actual standing. Yi Fei concluded there was clearly no hope to rely on his biological parents, nor did he possess any cheat-like advantages. If he wanted to rise up, his only hope now rested entirely on this adoptive father. After all, he'd read hundreds of web novels. Generally, when protagonists transmigrated and were particularly useless, either their fathers or their father's friends would be exceptionally powerful. Since Yi Lighting was clearly his biological father's sworn brother, he must be formidable, right? The connection with my biological parents is completely severed, and I can't count on my own family either. Even if you split an earthworm in half, at least don't cut off this last lifeline with my adoptive father. Ha, status. Yi Lighting immediately shook his head. What damn status do I have in the Yi family? Ha. Yi Fei was stunned, but still unwilling to give up. Father, no way. Don't be so modest. Me. Modest. Ha. Yi Lighting put his arm around Yi Fei's shoulder and said earnestly, Son, let me put it this way, everyone in Tianluo City knows there are 3 good-for-nothings in our Yi family. You and I are 2 of them. We're equally useless. Do you think there's any need for modesty between us? As if anyone here isn't useless. Yi Fei. Yi Fei had no energy left to complain. But out of curiosity, he casually asked, then who's the 3rd useless one in the Yi family? Yi Lighting, your grandfather. Our uselessness is goddamn hereditary. Yi Fei. Nicely done. Chapter 0 for the 3 great geniuses. My grandfather. Yi Fei was nearly driven mad. Exactly. Yi Lidian counted seriously on his fingers the 3 great wastes of the Yi family. You, me, and my father. It fits perfectly. Yi Fei. Looking at Yi Litian's proud expression of being a worthless person, Yi Fei was utterly speechless. At this moment, 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through Yi Fei's mind. Has anyone ever had a more precise yet miserable transmigration than mine? How did I manage to transmigrate so accurately into a house full of good-for-nothings? How did I pull this off? 3 generations producing 3 wastes tell me this isn't ridiculous. Thinking this, Yi Fei finally defended himself. I'm not even your biological son. How can this be considered hereditary? To be honest, he was genuinely starting to disdain this adoptive family of his. Yi Litian seemed to think Yi Fei's words made sense. After hesitating, he said, perhaps birds of a feather flock together. If you weren't a good-for-nothing, you might not have become my adopted son. This must be fate between losers. Yi Fei. His reasoning was so flawless that I couldn't find any rebuttal. What else could Yi Fei say? He could only change the subject. Where's Grandpa now? Son, what's wrong with you today? Why do you keep asking all these questions? Suddenly Yi Litian looked at Yi Fei with concern. Could it be that Yi Xian and his gang beat your brains out last night and gave you amnesia? Yi Litian hurriedly grabbed Yi Fei's wrist to check his pulse. Your brain seems fine. After a while, Yi Litian shook his head. Looks like Yi Xian really did beat your brains out. Yi Xian. Yi Fei froze. Damn it, Yi Xian sounds more like a protagonist's name. Am I not the main character? Impossible. I'm a transmigrator, how could I not be the protagonist? Was I beaten by Yi Xian yesterday? Yi Fei asked. Absolutely. Yi Lighting replied, you were knocked unconscious. What the hell? According to the tropes of transmigration novels, the original owner of this body should have been beaten to death by Yi Xian last night, which is why I was able to take over his body. Moreover, following the usual pattern, I should avenge the original owner so he can bless me to have smooth sailing and rise to power unimpeded. With this in mind, Yi Fei immediately asked, who is Yi Xian? You don't even remember him. Seems you really have amnesia. But perhaps this is actually good for you, at least it can help you forget those painful memories from the past. Yi Lighting patted Yi Fei's shoulder. As for Yi Xian, it's better you don't recall him. Why? Yi Fei asked. Don't ask about this. Father, tell me please. He's that Yi family genius who would beat you up every time he saw you, pummeling you all the way from childhood to adulthood. Yi Fei. Beaten every time we meet, and continuously since childhood. This is school bullying. No, this is family bullying. Didn't you ever stand up for me? Yi Fei stared at Yi Liting with shock written across his face. Stand up for you? Are you joking? Yi Liting looked at him disdainfully. When I was young, I was beaten the same way by his father. If I'd helped you, wouldn't his father have come to beat me again? Yi Fei. This reasoning actually left me speechless. Son, you actually had it easy. Yi Liting seemed to recall some painful memories. He stopped walking and gazed up at the sky. Back when I was beaten by Yi Xian's father, it was much worse than how Yi Xian beat you. The record was 8 beatings in a single day. Look. Yi Liting spread his hands, yet here I am, living to this ripe old age. So you see, if you just endure it, you'll eventually get used to being beaten. Ha! Yi Fei was dumbfounded. You got beaten 8 times a day, and your father never stood up for you either. Your grandfather. Him. Pfft, Yi Lighting scoffed disdainfully. He was beaten up by Yi Xian's grandfather all through his childhood too. Yi Fei. Well played. For fuck's sake. Was it so easy for me to finally get reincarnated? What kind of divine teammates has fate paired me with? Don't cry, don't cry. We're men destined for immortal cultivation. Can't let the celestial beings laugh at us. Besides, Yi Xian's grandfather is now the clan leader of the Yi family, holding all its power in his hands. Dare I help you? Would your grandfather dare help you? Yi Lighting said contemptuously. Better you alone take the beating than having me and your grandfather join you in getting beaten up. No. That makes so much sense. Yi Fei replied sarcastically as the father-son duo continued walking forward. There's no helping it. Son, let's accept our fate. Yi Lighting comforted Yi Fei while walking with his arm around his shoulders, who made their grandfather and grandsons the most talented geniuses among their peers. In the eyes of the entire clan, they are Yi family's hope, while our 3 generations of grandfather and grandson are the acknowledged disgrace of Yi family. Yi Fei shook his head, having completely lost hope. Especially this Yi Xian. Yi Lighting continued, he's a once-in-a-century genius of Yi family, and one of the 3 most promising talents in Tianluo City, likely to study at Tianshan Academy in recent 100 years. The 3 great talents of Tianluo City. Who are the other 2? Yi Fei asked. Apart from Yi Xian, naturally there's Li Ruoling from Li family and Feng Qingyao from Feng family, Yi Lighting answered. The other 2 are both women. Yi Fei suddenly became interested. Is this Feng Qingyao good-looking? According to novel tropes, since I've crossed over here, these heaven-favored girls should all be prepared for me by right. Yi Lighting nodded. In terms of appearance, Feng Qingyao and Li Ruoling are on par with each other. However, when it comes to combat prowess, Feng Qingyao is definitely several levels higher than Li Ruoling. After all, their Feng family is one of the few families in this star sector that masters beast-taming techniques. They can summon demonic beasts to fight for them. Just imagine how terrifying that is. Not only in Tianluo City but throughout the entire Weiyuan Star Sector, their Feng family's overall combat strength can rank in the top 10. Holy shit, that's awesome. Yifei said excitedly, beast taming techniques, summoning demonic beasts to fight, that's so badass. Why are you getting so excited? Yi Lighting looked at Yifei with disdain, as if their looks or strength have anything to do with someone like you. For trash like us, don't even think about toads wanting to eat swan meat. I'll buy you a couple of wives later, that's your destiny. Yifei no longer wanted to complain, so he simply changed the subject. Father, about my request to be a supervisor tomorrow, logically speaking, given how useless I am, the family head definitely wouldn't assign this job to me, right? Upon hearing Yifei's words, Yi Lighting suddenly patted his shoulder sympathetically, shaking his head with a long sigh. Ah, my son. Yifei initially thought Yi Lighting would comfort him a few words, but instead he added, admitting you're useless is actually a breakthrough for you. It's valuable for people to know their own limitations, and you've achieved that now. I'm quite pleased. Fucking hell. Chapter 05, Expelled from the Yi family. Old man, even if I'm not your biological son, you don't have to be so blunt about it, do you? Yifei shot Yi Lighting a disdainful glare. Heh, I'm just telling the truth. However, regarding your wish to become a supervisor, there might actually be some chance. Yi Lighting patted Yifei's shoulder again. If I have a good talk with your second uncle about this, you might still get the supervisor position. Really? Yifei had completely lost confidence in Yi Lighting and didn't quite believe his words anymore. Of course it's true. Yi Lighting said disdainfully, the family head is my own uncle, you should call him second grandpa. He's from our branch of the family, and he's always been very good to us, constantly looking out for our welfare. Moreover, the renovation of the Yi family residence was actually put on the agenda by your second grandpa over 10 years ago. But because it's quite a substantial expense, after numerous discussions among the family elders, they could never reach a decision. This time, you've secured such a major project for the Yi family, it counts as an achievement during his tenure as family head. Logically, he should give you this overseer position. Will the family head agree? Yifei asked. Certainly. Yi Lighting patted his chest. Don't worry, given my relationship with your second grandpa, he should approve. You know, if it weren't for him repeatedly protecting us, considering our 3 generations of good-for-nothings in this family, our father-son trio would have long been driven out of the Yi household. Holy shit, that works. Yifei finally saw a glimmer of hope. This family head seems quite reliable after all. Could he be my backer in the Yi family? Not bad, at least it leaves me with some hope. In that instant, a vivid scene flashed through Yifei's mind. After successfully becoming the supervisor, he'd stroll around the Yi residence with hands clasped behind his back, deliberately making things difficult for the Li family workers, while Li Ruoling's delicate face would flush red with anger. Breaking off the engagement is fine, but at least they must complete the house renovation to high standards first, right? What if Li Ruoling gets moved by my sincerity midway and changes her mind about calling off the engagement? Though a toad really shouldn't aspire to eat swan meat, a toad that doesn't aspire to eat swan meat isn't a proper toad. Immediately afterward, Yifei followed Yi Lighting with great anticipation to a large 2-story house. Standing at the entrance, Yi Lighting reminded Yifei in a low voice, remember to be polite later. Aha! Yifei nodded, looking toward the white-haired old man sitting in the main hall drinking tea. The old man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, but with rosy skin and energetic vigor, showing no signs of aging, clearly indicating his substantial cultivation level. Yi Lighting gave Yifei a meaningful look to signal him to bow, then took the lead himself by clasping his fists respectfully and giving a deep bow. Junior Yi Lighting greets the family head. Junior Yifei greets the family head. Yifei mimicked him accordingly. Whack! Yi Lighting suddenly kicked Yifei in the rear and scolded in a low voice. Why the hell are you copying me? We're only 1 generation apart, so a fist salute is fine, but you grandkid generation brats need to kneel. We greet the family head. What the hell are you greeting for? You're supposed to kowtow to the family head. Greet my ass. At that moment, the white-haired elder suddenly narrowed his eyes. Lighting, does that ass refer to me? Yi Lighting. Yifei instantly burst into laughter. He had tried to hold it in but ultimately failed. The family head frowned and coldly glared at Yifei, this ill-mannered bastard. Li Ting, since the Li family has decided to cancel the engagement, there's no need to keep this boy in the Yi family anymore. Make him leave the Yi residence immediately. Yi Li Ting. Yifei. Yifei immediately looked at Yi Li Ting. This is what he called reliable. Forget about not becoming the overseer, now I'm about to be homeless too. In my current state, no cultivation, no golden finger. If they drive me out of the Yi family, how many days could I possibly survive? Thud. At that moment, Yi Li Ting kowtowed with a loud thud. Uncle, I beg for your mercy. Please let this child stay. His life has been hard enough already. With his intelligence, he definitely wouldn't survive 2 days if expelled from the Yi family. Yifei. I admit I probably wouldn't last long outside the Yi family, but how do you know I wouldn't survive 2 days? What if I make it to 3? The family head snorted coldly. You should be well aware that the only reason he hasn't been expelled from the Yi family until now is because your grandfather Yi Foam and the Li family's Li Songhai signed a marriage contract for him back then. Our Yi family wanted to use this boy to establish good relations with the Li family. But now that the Li family has already annulled the engagement, he has lost all value to us. What's the point of keeping him in the Yi family any longer? Our Yi family already suffers enough humiliation with you and your father being too good for nothings. What? Do you want to keep this third waste around, afraid of breaking up your three useless trash of the Yi family? Three useless trash of the Yi family. Yi Lighting, you and your father are really something. I really got myself a wonderful father, didn't I? Second uncle, are you saying you're determined to expel him from the Yi family? Yi Lighting suddenly stood up. Taking a step forward, he positioned himself in front of Yi Fei, shielding him protectively, and stared coldly at the family head. No room for negotiation. No negotiation. The family head declared coldly without hesitation. Second uncle, if you insist on expelling him from the Yi family, then I'll leave the Yi family with him. Yi Lighting declared loudly. After speaking, he turned to look at Yi Fei beside him, gently patted his shoulder, and used a secret voice transmission technique to say, "Kid, don't worry, with your old man protecting you, you won't be kicked out of the Yi family. No matter what, my second uncle still has to give some face to your grandfather. If he dares to kick me out of the Yi family, how could he have the nerve to face your grandfather in the future?" At this moment, Yi Fei felt that his adoptive father's back looked so majestic. Although he might be a bit useless, this determination to protect him was truly touching. If not for his desperate protection, today he probably would have really been exiled from the family, left homeless. However, right at this moment, the family head suddenly said something neither Yi Fei nor Yi Lidian had expected. "Listen, this is your own request, not me driving you away. Someone come. Watch these two good-for-nothings pack their things and kick them out of the Yi family immediately." Yi Lidian. Yi Fei. Chapter 06. I laugh at the sky with my sword drawn. And so, on his very first day of transmigration, Yi Fei was expelled from the Yi family along with his adoptive father. What kind of absurd plot is this? Can a protagonist like me even survive till the finale? Could I really not be the main character? That can't be right. I did transmigrate here. Under the supervision of several Yi family elders, Yi Lidian and Yi Fei hastily packed their belongings before being forcibly driven out of the Yi residence. When they stepped through the Yi family gates, practically the entire clan came out to celebrate their departure. Hooray, the two biggest good-for-nothings of the Yi family are finally gone. After occupying the family head position for so long, Second Master has finally done one decent thing for the Yi family. Indeed, Second Master's decision will surely be recorded in the Yi family annals as a glorious page in our history. With these two useless burdens gone, our Yi family will never have to suffer public humiliation every other day. Get lost. The farther the better. And don't you dare claim to be from the Yi family ever again. They've just been removed from the clan registry by the clan leader. Do they still have the face to call themselves Yi clansmen? Are they even worthy? Why aren't you leaving yet? What, are you waiting for the clan leader and family head to personally see you off? Ha 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 ha. AI facing the insults and curses from the Yi family crowd, Yi Lidian let out a long, deep sigh. Seeing Yi Lidian expelled from the Yi family because of him, Yi Fei felt terrible inside. Suddenly, he shouted loudly at the Yi family crowd, "If the dragon one day finds water, it shall make the Yangtze flow backward. Enough, let's go. What Yangtze or short river with our level of cultivation, we can barely swim with the current, let alone against it. If I one day fulfill my soaring ambition, I dare laugh at Huang Chao for being no true man." Yi Fei shouted again, "I laugh to heaven with my blade held high. What Huang Chao or bird's nest, are you not embarrassed enough yet? Let's go." Yi Fei was forcibly dragged away by Yi Lidian as they strode off quickly. "You look down on me today, but tomorrow you won't be worthy of my notice." Never bully the young and poor Yi Fei was dragged quite far away but still couldn't help turning back to shout at the Yi family. Not for any other reason than to trigger some hidden buff. After all, he'd read so many web novels where characters who said this ended up making incredible comebacks and becoming badasses. "Sigh, we're almost a li away now, they can't hear you," Yi Lidian said disdainfully. "But kid, that line you just said, 'I laughed toward heaven with my sword held sideways,' sounded quite domineering. What's the next line? You didn't let me finish earlier. The next part is even more badass." Yi Fei pouted. "Really?" Yi Lidian suddenly grew interested. "Let's hear it then. I laughed toward heaven with my sword held sideways, and after laughing I go take a piss." "Ha! Piss after laughing?" "Yeah. After pissing I pick up my sword again, and once more I laugh toward heaven with my sword held sideways." Yi Lidian. "You little brat, you're messing with me. Haha, just joking. Didn't want to see you feeling down after getting kicked out of the Yi family," Yi Fei said with a laugh. He knew Yi Lighting had been expelled today for defending him. Though he didn't say it aloud, he actually felt quite guilty inside. Yi Lighting looked contemptuous. "Why would I feel bad about being kicked out of the Yi family? Since childhood, I've been kicked out at least 80 if not 100 times. I'm long used to it. Though Yi Lighting made it sound casual, Yi Fei could tell he had clearly been reluctant to leave when departing the Yi family earlier. Dad, sorry for getting you kicked out of the Yi family. Silly boy, what nonsense are you saying? Yi Lighting ruffled Yi Fei's head. Seeing that Yi Lighting didn't blame him at all, Yi Fei felt deeply moved. However, right at that moment, Yi Lighting suddenly added, "This isn't the first time you've caused trouble for me. You should be glad you're not my biological son, or I would have killed you long ago." Yi Fei. Fine, you win. Pretend I never said that. By the way, old man, where are we going now? Yi Fei asked dejectedly. Just after transmigrating, he got kicked out of the family and didn't even get a golden finger cheat ability. Now he was completely in the dark. You ask me. Who should I ask? Yi Lighting said with a serious face, "Every time I got kicked out alone before, I would go directly to the brothel to drink and have fun, drowning my sorrows for a few days first. But this time we got kicked out together. I can't possibly take you to a brothel, can I?" Yi Fei said excitedly, "Dad, that's actually a great idea. Take me to broaden my horizons." Smack! Not a chance. Yi Lighting roared, slapping Yi Fei on the back of his head. Yi Fei shrank his neck, expecting Yi Lighting to lecture him about having no ambition. But instead, Yi Lighting suddenly added, "What if we end up fancying the same woman? God damn it. Let's go. We'll first make a trip into the city to buy necessary supplies." Yi Lighting said, "Later I'll take you to meet an old friend of your grandfather's. Depending on your luck, if it's good enough that he's willing to take you as disciple, you might even get a chance to participate in the Tianxian Academy's selection 2 years from now." Holy shit, is grandfather's friend really that powerful? Yi Fei suddenly became excited. Didn't you say only supreme geniuses like Yi Xian qualify for Tianxian Academy? Could this friend of grandfather's be my golden finger? Damn, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. This time it shouldn't disappoint me again, right? As long as that old man agrees to take you as disciple, getting into Tianxian Academy would be as easy as child's play. Yi Lighting said with a proud expression, "Let's go. It's a long journey to find that old man. We need to prepare more provisions in the city." Immediately after, Yi Lighting led Yi Fei striding towards the direction of Tianluo City. "Father, after I successfully become a disciple, will I have a chance to become a sword immortal?" Well, you can become a Jian Xian. Note, Jian Xian is intentionally ambiguous between sword immortal and cheap bastard immortal in Chinese wordplay. I will definitely become an invincible sword immortal someday. You could also become an invincible cheap bastard. Yi Fei. Father, why does your pronunciation of sword sound somewhat improper? What's improper about it? It's the Jian in Jian person. Note, Jian person is homophonic with both sword person and despicable person in Chinese. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, in a golden palace floating among clouds, a stunning purple-robed woman frowned slightly while gazing at a painting in her hands. The insignificant Yi family dares to look down on him. Little do they know, their greatest regret will be banishing him from the clan. Your Highness, which Yi family? Who did they banish? A beautiful white-robed maiden beside her asked softly. Never mind. The purple-robed woman shook her head. Your Highness. The white-robed maiden glanced curiously at the painting. You've been staring at this painting for nearly 3 years. Who is this person that holds your Highness's heart so firmly? You wouldn't understand. The purple-clad woman said slowly, 3 years ago, before my venerable master ascended to divinity, he predicted that I would face a calamitous heavenly tribulation. Though this man appears extremely ugly, he is my destined nobleman. Not only can he help me survive that great tribulation, but he can also assist me in ascending to divinity in one step. What? The white-clad woman looked shocked. Your Highness, is the person you mentioned who was expelled from the Yi family this very man? The purple-clad woman nodded. Ah. The white-clad woman looked concerned. Your Highness, should I immediately send people to provide him with strict protection? Unnecessary. My destined nobleman needs no deliberate protection. However, the purple-clad woman continued, it would be acceptable to offer him some appropriate assistance to accelerate his progress. After speaking, she suddenly handed the painting to the white-clad woman beside her. Bai Ling, go. Have the palace artists make 100,000 copies of this painting and distribute them to all major sects and noble families in the lower realm. Issue this command, proclaim throughout the lower realm that whoever sees this man shall treat him as if I myself had arrived. Chapter 07 Hero Saves Beauty. The moon was dark and the wind high. In the mountains, on a shaded forest path, Yi Lighting walked ahead with an exhausted Yi Fei trailing behind him. Dad, how much farther? You said we'd arrive before dark, but it's been dark for ages and we're still not there. Yi Fei complained. That's because you're walking too slow. Yi Lighting turned his head and curled his lip disdainfully. If I were traveling alone at my usual pace, I'd have already finished several pots of wine in the city by now. Dad, is drinking flower wine fun? Of course it is, why else would so many men indulge in that drunken fantasy life? Doesn't my godmother care when you drink flower wine outside? What godmother? Didn't you say my biological parents died in the arms of you too? Oh, Yi Lighting hesitated before continuing. Right, you did have a godmother back then. Then what happened later? Later she ran off with someone else. How have you been managing your life? Can't even keep your own wife. Are you inadequate in that department? Yi Fei said contemptuously. Smack! Yi Lighting slapped Yi Fei on the forehead. Watch your mouth. Is that any way to talk to your father? Besides, if you get the chance, go ask around at all the brothels in Tianluo City. Your old man here is a man blessed with divine equipment. What courtesan wouldn't give me a discount when she sees me? Tisk tisk. Yi Fei's face was full of disdain. Then how come my godmother still ran off with someone else? Yi Lighting suddenly heaved a long sigh, all because I was too pathetic. I was always bullied by the Yi family men, and she suffered from the Yi family women's taunts. I couldn't do anything to help her. She felt too humiliated, so she ran off with someone else. Then you never found another one afterward? I did, several actually, but they all ran away in the end. Yi Lighting shook his head with a long sigh. It's a long story. Yi Fei patted Yi Lighting on the shoulder and said solemnly to comfort him, Dad, don't be sad. Didn't you promise to buy me 2 wives later? When the time comes, I'll give you one, but you have to let me pick first. Get lost. Yi Lighting cursed disdainfully. Hee hee, just joking. Seeing Yi Lighting in low spirits, Yi Fei made this joke to lighten his mood. It's my money, why should you pick first? Yi Lighting added another sentence. Damn, so he's angry because of this. No wonder he won't take me to brothels. With his character, if we really fancy the same girl in a brothel, we'd definitely end up fighting. Besides, I'm your father. Even if it's your money, I should pick first. Yi Lighting still seemed upset about this matter. Alright, you're the dad, you pick first, okay? Ding ding ding. At this moment, a series of metallic clanging sounds suddenly came from the direction of the mountaintop ahead. Shoo! Yi Lighting quickly turned around and covered Yi Fei's mouth with his hand. Stop talking, there seems to be a fight ahead. Damn, who would be fighting in the middle of the night here? Yi Fei said blankly, could there be highway robbers here? Who cares what it is, let's take a detour and not meddle in others' business. Yi Lighting grabbed Yi Fei's wrist and tried to pull him toward another small path. Don't! Yi Fei hurriedly said, let's go take a look. Dad, you're a martial artist after all. When you see injustice on the road, you should draw your sword to help. Yi Fei glanced at the long sword wrapped in multiple layers of cloth on Yi Lighting's back. Draw my sword to help. Yi Lighting glanced at the sword on his back and curled his lips contemptuously. This sword can't be drawn out. Let's go take a look, it would be good for me to see some of the world too. Yi Fei pleaded. He had just arrived in this world. Although he had briefly learned about this world's power system from Yi Lighting during their journey, he hadn't actually seen how people fought in this world. He was extremely curious and especially wanted to broaden his horizons. I can take you to watch, but you absolutely must not speak or make any noise. Otherwise, we might bring trouble upon ourselves, understand? Yi Lighting said with unprecedented seriousness. Yi Fei nodded solemnly. Immediately after, Yi Lighting took Yi Fei's wrist and father and son quietly crept to a wooded area on the mountaintop. Sure enough, in a clearing on the mountaintop, 2 men and 1 woman were indeed engaged in an evenly matched sword fight. Both men appeared to be in their early 30s, while the woman looked only about 25 or 26. The crucial point was that the 2 men were working together, currently ganging up on the single woman. Upon closer inspection of the woman's appearance, Yi Fei felt great joy in his heart. Damn, could this woman be a female disciple from some great clan or sect? If I save her tonight, will she pledge herself to me in gratitude and swear lifelong loyalty? Whether she is or not, it's worth a shot. What if this is the golden finger that the heavens have bestowed upon me during this transmigration? Yi Fei had this thought mainly because the besieged woman was quite beautiful. She wore a long white dress with fair skin and a fiery figure, especially her ample bosom. Her face wasn't ordinary either. Though not as stunning as Li Ruoling. If Li Ruoling scored 90 points, this woman would easily get 85. Damn it, 2 men ganging up on a woman, how inhuman. Yi Fei immediately nudged Yi Lighting with his elbow. Dad, how's their cultivation level compared to yours? Before playing the hero to save a beauty, he needed to assess the opponent's strength. Rushing out blindly might get both father and son beaten to shit that wouldn't be worth it. Both are just puny innate realm practitioners, of course they're no match for me. Yi Lighting said with a proud face, your father here is, after all, a scion of the Yi family from Tianluo City. Although I'm considered trash within the Yi family, your old man can still hold his own in most ordinary situations outside. Innate realm. Yi Fei's heart leaped with joy. So you can definitely beat them then. Yi Lighting had explained to him on the way that this world's martial power system, from lowest to highest, consisted of postnatal realm, innate realm, earth origin realm, heaven origin realm, Dan origin realm, soul origin realm, and true origin realm. These were the 7 mortal realms. Above them lay the immortal realm, and higher still, the divine realm. However, his father had said that for trash like them, it was enough to understand the 7 mortal realms, no need to think about the others, as they'd never have any hope of reaching them in this lifetime. Since Yi Lighting claimed to be at the Earth Origin realm, Yi Fei thought dealing with 2 innate realm practitioners shouldn't be a problem. Of course. Yi Lighting curled his lip. An Earth Origin practitioner fighting innate realms is as easy as playing around. Then what are you waiting for? Yi Fei urged anxiously. Are you really going to miss such a perfect hero-saving beauty opportunity? hero saving beauty. Yi Lighting said with disdain, what if these two men are disciples from some major clan or sect? We'd be inviting trouble upon ourselves. Besides, hero saving beauty is something you youngsters do. I'm past that impulsive age. I'm asking you to help me be the hero saving the beauty. Yi Fei said with a look of contempt. Ha! Yi Lighting looked shocked. You want me to help you play the hero saving some beauty? What else? Yi Fei curled his lips. What if she wants to repay me by offering herself in marriage later? That way you wouldn't need to buy me a wife. I'm just trying to save you money. That does make some sense. Yi Lighting nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, the woman on the hilltop was kicked over 10 meters away by one of the men. Thud, the woman landed right in front of the big tree where Yi Fei and Yi Lighting were hiding, just a few meters away. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood. You'll all die horrible deaths for sure. Even if we do die badly, you won't be around to see it. A man said disdainfully, striding toward the woman with a long sword in hand. Seeing his opportunity, Yi Fei immediately dashed out. Stop right there. Yi Fei ran up to the woman, helped her up from the ground, wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulders, and said with confidence, beautiful lady, don't be afraid while I'm here. The beauty sized Yi Fei up and down. Fortunately, the woods were dark enough that she couldn't see his pockmarked face, or she might have been badly startled. Just you. The beauty saw that Yi Fei had no cultivation at all and gave him a skeptical look. You little bastard. Without any cultivation, you dare imitate heroes saving beauties. One of the men cursed contemptuously. Enough talk, let's just kill them both and be done with it. Another man said coldly. Dare to kill my son. Yi Lighting suddenly leaped out from behind the tree, flying through the air directly to stand between Yi Fei and the woman. He was very tall, standing at over 1.8 meters in front of Yi Fei and the woman. He completely blocked them both from view. At this moment, Yi Fei once again felt that Yi Lighting's back figure appeared particularly majestic. Seeing this, Yi Fei proudly said to the woman whose shoulder he was holding, beautiful sister, this is my father. My father is very powerful. Just then, Yi Lighting suddenly said coldly to the two men, leave immediately if you wish to live. What arrogance! Do you know who we are? Trying to play hero without even knowing our identities. After each saying their piece, the two men directly swung their swords and charged at Yi Lighting. As the two men's swords were about to pierce Yi Lighting's body, he remained completely motionless in his spot, which thoroughly terrified Yi Fei. Damn it, has this old guy frozen in fear? Swish! Swish! At the moment when the two swords were about to pierce Yi Liting's body, he finally moved. To everyone's surprise, he now held a foot-long short sword in his hand no one had seen when he drew it. Two cold gleams flashed from the short sword, streaking like lightning toward the two men's necks. Immediately after, Yi Liting sheathed his sword with practiced ease. The battle ended just like that. Even now, the two men still maintained their sword-thrusting postures before Yi Liting. The tips of their long swords were less than 1 centimeter away from Yi Liting, demonstrating how perilously close the situation had been. However, a miss is as good as a mile. This mere 1 centimeter distance completely altered the fates of everyone involved. The scene remained utterly silent for 4 or 5 seconds. Thud! Thud! The two men finally collapsed to the ground simultaneously, still gripping their swords. SSSHHH. Only after they fell did blood begin gushing from their severed necks. Looking at Yi Lighting again, he still maintained his original stance in front of Yi Fei and the woman, as if he hadn't moved at all throughout the entire incident. Holy shit, Dad! You're actually this badass. Yi Fei was completely thrilled this time. Although this old man was somewhat useless in the Yi family, he's actually passable outside, truly presentable indeed. At this moment, his heart was instantly filled with a sense of security. Yi Lighting turned around and gave Yi Fei a faint smile, just two petty thieves. After speaking, Yi Lighting smiled gently at the woman whom Yi Fei had been holding by the shoulders. Miss, are you alright? The woman stared at Yi Lighting's handsome square-jawed face and his charming masculine smile, momentarily stunned. As she regained her senses, she immediately pushed Yi Fei away, rushed forward to grasp Yi Lighting's hands, and knelt down in worship. I kowtow to thank my savior for your life-saving grace. Such great kindness is beyond repayment. This humble woman Qin Feng is willing to offer herself in marriage and serve my benefactor faithfully for life. What the F? Damn it, wasn't I the one who rushed out first to save the damsel in distress? She's offering herself alright, but why the hell is she offering herself to my dad? So much for heroically saving a beauty. I ended up rescuing a potential stepmother instead. Chapter 08, I won't allow anyone else to bully him like this. This Yi Lighting awkwardly glanced at Yi Fei. If you wish to offer yourself, you should offer yourself to my son. I already have a wife and child, so taking a concubine wouldn't be appropriate. At least this old man's decent enough not to compete with me. Yi Fei felt warmth in his heart. However, Qin Feng looked at Yi Lighting with disappointment for several seconds before finally turning to Yi Fei and kneeling to kowtow before him. Holy shit, is she agreeing? This is perfect. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke to Yi Fei. This humble woman is willing to serve as your servant girl for life, working like an ox or horse to attend to you forever. Yi Fei. Women. When my father was handsome, you offered yourself to him in marriage. When it's my turn, you're willing to be an ox or horse and serve as a maid. Doesn't that sting? God damn it, you're screwing me over like this. Doesn't your heart ache even a little? What good does it do you to drive me insane? This Yi Lighting was both embarrassed and conflicted as he walked up to Qin Feng. Alright, get up first before we talk. Benefactor, please accept me. If you find Fenger unworthy, I'll gladly serve as your maid. If you refuse, Fenger will remain kneeling forever. Qin Feng stubbornly stayed on the ground. Yi Fei. So now she won't even agree to be my maid. Ha! Turns out even this place judges people by appearances. Over on this side, Yi Lighting looked helplessly at Yi Fei and used sound transmission to say, "Son, you see for yourself, it's not that I don't want to help you, but she refuses to go with you. Should I reluctantly take her in instead? In this way, when I go to buy you 2 wives later, I won't need to choose first. Since we've picked up one here, your father won't compete with you anymore. Ah, there's no help for it. Being too handsome is such a trouble. I thought at my age, such troubles would decrease, but who would have expected? It seems my dashing, jade tree in the wind handsomeness hasn't diminished at all since my youth. I suppose I'll have plenty of such troubles in the future. How utterly annoying." Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei truly wanted to pick up those 2 men's long swords and stab Yi Lighting several times. You took the woman I spotted first, and now you're humble bragging in front of me. That's going too far. Yi Fei's heart suddenly ached. It must be angina pectoris. But who can he blame for this? He can only blame his own pockmarked face. Do as you please. Yi Fei turned away, utterly dejected. Alright, you may rise now. Behind him, Yi Lighting said to Qin Feng, "Master, did you really agree to take me as your maid?" Qin Feng exclaimed with joy. "Forget being a maid, you'll be my wife." Cough cough. Yi Fei choked on his own saliva in anger. Next, Yi Lighting and Qin Feng first dug a pit to bury those 2 men. Only then did the 3 of them continue their journey together. However, for the rest of the trip, Yi Fei walked at the front while Yi Lighting and Qin Feng walked hand in hand behind him, being all lovey-dovey. Yi Fei's heart felt utterly cold and desolate. He swore that once they entered the city, his first priority would be to find a mask to wear. He wanted to become the great hero Yanghua. After walking for another half an hour, they finally arrived at Tianluo City. Even though it was probably already past 9 p.m., the streets of Tianluo City were still packed with people, and vendors were selling all kinds of goods. Yi Fei wasn't interested in anything except for all sorts of strange and unique masks. He bought over 10 masks in total, but when he came across a silver mask, he instantly fell in love with it and couldn't put it down. The silver mask was very lightweight, comfortable to wear on the face, with a pleasantly cool sensation. He immediately put on this silver mask and couldn't bear to take it off again. When worn, the mask only revealed his eyes, eyebrows and mouth, perfectly covering all the pockmarks on his face. Yi Fei examined himself in the bronze mirror and felt quite satisfied. He discovered his eyes and eyebrows were actually quite handsome. One could say they were as sharp as swords and bright as stars. With the mask on, he really did resemble the one-armed hero Yang from the Condor Heroes. Now he no longer had to worry about others seeing his pockmarked face. Though Yi Fei was delighted, Yi Lighting watched with a heartache. Putting his arm around Yi Fei's shoulder, he comforted him quietly. "Son, I know you're unhappy with your appearance, but a man needn't care too much about looks when he's strong enough. Although it's absolutely impossible for you to ever be as handsome as me in this lifetime, after I successfully take you to meet the master, you can cultivate like crazy, focus on improving your strength, and perfect your inner beauty. If you know how to comfort someone, then comfort them properly. If you don't know how, please don't try to comfort me next time." Yi Fei shot Yi Lighting a disdainful sideways glance. Yi Lighting laughed awkwardly. Immediately afterward, Yi Lighting took Yi Fei and Qin Feng to an inn and booked 2 rooms. That night, Yi Fei barely slept because the bed next door kept creaking all night long. Damn it, this old codger at his age, can his body even handle this all-night exertion? Yi Lighting kept at it all night in the next room, only stopping at dawn. Yi Fei didn't fall asleep until daybreak either. The next noon, Yi Fei was woken up by Yi Lighting. Yi Fei opened the door and was quite surprised to see Yi Lighting looking remarkably energetic. "Damn, old man, you stayed up all night and still have this much energy," Yi Fei said disdainfully. "Hee hee, your old man's blade hasn't dulled yet." Yi Lighting patted his chest. "Come on, get up and eat. After breakfast, we'll set off to find your grandfather's old friend." "Oh," Yi Fei responded, then returned to his room to get dressed and pack his belongings. When he went downstairs, Yi Lighting had already ordered several dishes and a pot of wine at the inn's first floor, waiting for him. However, Yi Fei didn't see Qin Feng. After sitting down, Yi Fei picked up his chopsticks and raised a cup of wine poured by Yi Lighting. With a stern face, he asked, "Where's my new mom? Aren't you calling her down to eat?" Yi Fei finished the cup of wine in one gulp. Having listened to creaking sounds all night, he was upset and wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol. "She left at daybreak," Yi Lidian replied nonchalantly, "ran away." Yi Fei spat out the entire mouthful of wine he hadn't yet swallowed all over Yi Lidian's face. "Damn brat, what's wrong with you?" Yi Lidian looked at Yi Fei with disdain as he hurriedly wiped his face with his sleeve. At the same time, Yi Fei was also staring at Yi Lidian with a disgusted expression. This scene suddenly reminded Yi Fei of Yi Litian's previous wives who had all run away. At this moment, a thought he shouldn't have as a junior suddenly emerged. He suspected the reasons those wives left might be the same as Qin Fang's. With this thought, Yi Fei couldn't help but ask quietly, "Father, do you really have a divine artifact?" Yi Lighting chuckled smugly, then immediately leaned closer to Yi Fei with a proud expression, whispering, "Let me tell you this, when your old man here takes a piss, I need both hands to hold it up. If the piss lasts too long, damn, my arms get sore from holding it." Fuck, Yi Fei looked disdainful. "Why don't you say you need someone to help carry it on their shoulders when you piss?" Haha, Yi Lighting laughed and waved his hand. "Stop prying into grown-up matters, kid. Hurry up and eat, we need to hit the road after." Yi Fei curled his lips and quickly lowered his head to eat. Though he couldn't help thinking, is it really that big? Really needs both hands to hold. After eating and drinking their fill, the father-son pair left Tianluo City, each carrying a bulging backpack made of some kind of beast hide. Meanwhile, at the Yi family. At noon, Li Ruoling personally led several hundred construction workers specially hired by the Li family to the Yi residence. Upon arriving at the Yi family's gate, Li Ruoling coldly demanded, "Where is Yi Fei?" "Young Miss Li, Yi Fei was expelled from our Yi family yesterday." A handsome youth flew out from behind the Yi residence, executing several aerial maneuvers before landing steadily before Li Ruoling. "Yi Xian, what did you say?" "Yi Fei was expelled from the Yi family." Li Ruoling furrowed her brows. "Exactly right." Yi Xian flashed what he believed to be a dashing smile. "Young Miss Li, I'm the supervisor for your Li family's renovation of our Yi residence. You may discuss any matters directly with me, I have full authority." The reason the family had expelled Yi Fei yesterday was actually due to Yi Xian's behind-the-scenes scheming. He wanted to secure this supervisor position to facilitate communication with the Li family, so he pressured his grandfather to make the family head immediately expel Yi Fei from the Yi household yesterday. Of course, more importantly, he anticipated that Li Ruoling would represent the Li family in supervising the project. He wanted more opportunities to interact with her. He had been targeting Yi Fei everywhere in the Yi family, beating him since childhood precisely because he was jealous of Yi Fei in his heart. He believed only a Yi family genius like himself was worthy of matching a peerless prodigy like Li Ruoling. "You, as supervisor?" Li Ruoling expressed great surprise. "Exactly." Yi Xian nodded proudly with a smile. "After all, in the Yi family, who else but me is qualified to serve as supervisor alongside the young Miss Li?" "Do you really think you're qualified?" Li Ruoling showed no respect for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was the strongest among the younger generation in the Yi family, he dared not act presumptuously before Li Ruoling, one of Tianluo City's three great talents, because he simply couldn't defeat her. Li Ruoling was that peerless prodigy the Li family had cultivated with countless rare treasures. The Yi family's strength couldn't compare with the Li family's in the slightest. Therefore, although both were family geniuses, the gap in their strength was enormous. If anyone should be the supervisor, it should be Yi Fei. It was him who secured the house renovation project for your Yi family. Otherwise, Li Ruoling stared at Yi Xian with disdain. "It's not that I, Li Ruoling, look down on your Yi family. With your family's current capabilities, do you even have the capacity to renovate hundreds of houses? Not only does your Yi family fail to appreciate Yi Fei's contributions, you actually expelled him from the family." Poof. Yi Xian's face alternated between shades of green and red. "Your Yi family had better bring Yi Fei back immediately with a grand procession." Li Ruoling suddenly said coldly, "Otherwise, this house renovation project for the Yi family will be cancelled." "With Yi Fei no longer in the Yi family, what qualifications or face does your family have to ask our Li family to help renovate your houses?" "What?" Both Yi Xian and all the Li family members present were shocked. An elderly Li family member immediately approached Li Ruoling and whispered, "Young mistress, why are you insisting they bring Yi Fei back to the Yi family? If he doesn't return, our Li family won't have to pay this exorbitant renovation fee, which would save us a considerable sum of money." Third elder, "Say no more. My decision is final." Li Ruoling said, then suddenly sighed lightly. "Ah, how pitiable he is, orphaned from childhood, adopted into the Yi family, yet bullied everywhere he went. Though he's ugly and sometimes quite annoying, his expulsion from the Yi family was entirely due to our Li family breaking off the engagement. Otherwise, the Yi family, seeking to connect with our Li family through him, wouldn't have driven him out. With his condition, how many days could he possibly survive outside without the Yi family's protection? I, Li Ruoling, may disdain him, may dislike him, may bully him, but even now, he remains my nominal fiancé. I absolutely won't permit others to bully him like this." Chapter 09, Enrolling in Xianxian Sect. Half a month later. Noon. Yi Fei, following Yi Lighting, traversed mountains and valleys on an arduous 1,000-li journey, finally arriving at the foot of a great mountain. "Dad, you're not fooling me this time, right? We've really arrived." Exhausted, Yi Fei collapsed to the ground. "We're truly here this time." Yi Lighting also leaned against a large tree with a tired expression. "Dad, you've been praising that old man to the skies all along the way. Is he really that amazing?" Yi Fei asked suspiciously. Throughout the journey, Yi Lighting had kept boasting about his father's old friend, almost portraying the old man as the #1 expert under heaven. Yi Fei had initially believed some of it, but as Yi Lighting's claims grew increasingly exaggerated, his skepticism grew stronger. Mainly because he'd already labeled Yi Lighting as unreliable. Now he believed at most 3 out of 10 statements from this old fellow. Of course. According to your grandfather, he was once the top expert in our star sector, though he later retreated from the world due to matters of the heart, Yi Lighting said. Heartbroken. Retired from the martial world. Yi Fei was speechless. If he's so awesome, why didn't you send me to learn from him earlier? That wouldn't do. Yi Lighting shook his head. Your grandfather said we could only bring you to him after the Li family called off the engagement. Why is that? Yi Fei asked again. Could the broken engagement be triggering some hidden buff? You'll have to ask your grandfather that. Yi Lighting shook his head. Ask grandfather. Yi Fei looked confused. Dad, I've asked you several times where is grandfather now. Why won't you tell me? What exactly is he doing? He's not doing anything special. Yi Lighting said hesitantly. He's always been in the Yi family. Oh. Anyway, your grandfather told me many times that I should send you here to train right after the Li family broke off the engagement. Even if your second uncle hadn't kicked you out of the Yi family that day, I would have made time to bring you here as soon as possible. So that's how it is. Hearing Yi Litian's words, Yi Fei suddenly felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Is it really necessary for the Li family to break off the engagement to trigger some kind of mechanism? Only then can I rise strongly all the way. It seems this old man I'm about to apprentice under is indeed reliable. After all this fuss, it turns out my golden finger is here. Not bad, not bad. Although it came a bit late, it's not too late. At this moment, Yi Fei once again felt full of hope for his future. Little did he know, his days of hardship were just beginning. Only after going up the mountain did he learn what truly meant a disastrous start, what it meant to encounter nothing but traps beneath all the conventional routines. Let's go! We must reach the 1,000 Immortals sect before dark, or we'll have to spend another night outdoors. Yi Litian looked up at the towering mountain ahead. Alright, Yi Fei responded with unprecedented enthusiasm. In the past, whenever Yi Lighting urged him to hurry, he would stubbornly remain on the ground until forcibly pulled up. This time, he immediately struggled to his feet by himself, then looked up at the towering mountain standing at least 4,000 to 5,000 meters high. But at this moment, his eyes shone with determination. He felt all the hardships of traversing mountains and valleys over thousands of miles had been worthwhile. Damn it, when I, Yi Fei, descend this mountain, it will mark the beginning of my meteoric rise. Yi Xian. You just wait, I'll pay you back tenfold for all the beatings you gave me before. Li Ruoling. You who look down on me when we meet again, you'll find me beyond your reach. After 2 hours, father and son finally reached the mountainside. Within their field of vision finally appeared several buildings hidden amidst a vast bamboo grove. However, they could only vaguely make out parts of the rooftops, not the complete structures. Father, that should be the place, right? Yi Fei asked excitedly. Yi Lighting nodded in agreement. The 1,000 Immortals sect, just hearing the name makes it sound amazing. Yi Fei said excitedly. Father, did this sect previously have 1,000 Immortals? Is that why it's called 1,000 Immortals sect? I'm not sure, I've never been here before. Yi Lighting shook his head, but I think it's also possible their sect leader once got beaten up by 1,000 Immortals. Yi Fei. Is this how we're playing it? However, being able to get beaten up by 1,000 Immortals could also indirectly prove one's own amazingness, right? Immediately afterwards, the father and son pair quickly strode towards the large bamboo grove ahead. However, before they could approach the buildings after passing through the bamboo forest, they heard a noisy commotion from a group of people up ahead. Old man, pay up. If you don't return the money today, we'll burn this place to the ground. That's right. If you don't clear your debt today, we'll set your sect ablaze. Many people were shouting loudly. Debt collectors came to our door. Yi Fei stared blankly at Yi Lighting. Father, did we come to the wrong place? Didn't you say the 1,000 Immortals sect was incredible? How could they have debt collectors knocking on their door? How would I know? I've never been here before. Everything I know about this place came from your grandfather. Yi Lighting shook his head and suddenly sighed. Ever since your grandfather went mad, nobody believed his words anymore. Only I still listen to some of his nonsense. What? Yi Fei was instantly stunned. Why do you mean Grandpa only told you to send me here to study martial arts after he went insane? Exactly. Yi Lighting said with a straight face. If he weren't mad, would he have made me send you all the way to the 1,000 Immortals sect, 1,000 miles from Tianluo City? What sane person would make you travel so far just to study? Yi Fei. Yi Fei suddenly felt like he wanted to die. At this moment, the glimmer of hope that had just ignited earlier was once again extinguished. Hey, old man, don't you run away. Damn it, old man, stop. Still trying to run. After him. Just then, a burst of angry shouts suddenly came from the distance. Soon, Yi Fei and his father Yi Lighting saw a disheveled old man with ragged clothes and messy white hair rushing out from the bamboo grove ahead. The old man ran in front, pursued closely by more than 10 people wildly waving swords and knives. Hey, make way. Quickly make way. The old man began waving at Yi Lighting and Yi Fei from far away. The father and son had been standing in the middle of the path. They hastily retreated to both sides into the grass, clearing a path for the old man. Swish! The old man flashed past them. Though he appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his steps were steady and swift. The dozen or so pursuers in their 30s and 40s were actually left dozens of meters behind. Soon after the old man ran past Yi Fei and the others, more than 10 sword-wielding men arrived beside them. The two leaders stopped and immediately pressed their blades against Yi Lighting's and Yi Fei's necks. Are you disciples of the Thousand Immortals sect? No, we're not. Yi Lighting shook his head hurriedly. We're here to collect debts too. Yi Fei gave Yi Lighting an approving look. Turns out this old fellow is quite sharp. Then why are you standing around? Chase with us. We can't let that old man escape today. We barely managed to corner him this time. If he gets away, who knows when we'll see him again. The man finished speaking and hurriedly turned to continue chasing down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, all dozen men had disappeared from sight. Yi Fei and Yi Lighting exchanged glances. Yi Fei looked at Yi Lighting with disgust. So that old man just now was your grandfather's old friend? My so-called top-tier master. Yi Lidian gave an awkward laugh. As expected, we really shouldn't believe what crazy people say, right? Yi Fei gnashed his teeth in anger. Now you realize crazy people's words are unreliable. What were you doing earlier? You made me travel thousands of miles for nothing. How could we have known what the situation here was without coming? We had to try our luck, right? Forget it, let's go back. I'll take you to find another old friend of your grandfather. Still looking. Yi Fei flared up instantly. Go look by yourself if you want to. I'm not going. Don't you want to learn skills anymore? No, that won't do. How can you turn your life around without mastering proper skills? Yi Li Tian's expression suddenly darkened. Do you want to spend your whole life being trampled under others' feet? Do you want to be looked down upon forever? But, to be fair, judging by what you said, that old madman just now really was unreliable. Learning from him definitely wouldn't work. Who are you calling an old madman? Before Yi Lidian could finish speaking, an old man suddenly emerged from the woods behind him. Yi Fei and his father were startled, both hastily taking a step back. When they regained their composure, they saw it was indeed the same old man who had been fleeing earlier. The ragged old man sized up Yi Fei and Yi Lidian with a few glances. What relation are you to Yi Changsheng? Senior actually knows my father. Yi Lidian seemed quite surprised. You're Yi Changsheng's son. The old man first scrutinized Yi Lidian, then turned his gaze to Yi Fei. Then you must be Yi Changsheng's grandson, Yi Fei. Yi Fei was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Yi Lidian before both father and son nodded in unison. They were both surprised that this old man truly knew their grandfather. It seemed at least this person was indeed an old friend of grandfather's, though his unreliability also appeared to be genuine. You came at the perfect time. The old man suddenly reached happily toward Yi Li Tian's abdomen, rummaging through his clothes. Quick, how many spirit stones did you bring? Lend them to me, I'll return them tomorrow. I need to settle my debts with these people to stop them from harassing me on the mountain every day. As he spoke, the old man had already found the pouch Yi Lidian used to carry spirit stones. Opening the pouch, the old man immediately showed a look of disdain. Wasn't your Yi family one of the 4 great clans of Tianluo City in the past? How can you be so poor, going out with only 200 or 300 spirit stones? When traveling the martial world, how dare you go out without carrying at least 10 or 8,000 spirit stones? Yi Lidian. Yi Lidian stared blankly at the old man. No matter how poor I am, I'm still better off than you, right? At least I didn't immediately start rummaging through your clothes for spirit stones. At least I'm not being cornered by debt collectors at my door. If I were really in your situation, I wouldn't dare go out without spirit stones either, because there would indeed be people blocking my door. Of course, Yi Lidian could only think these words in his heart. After all, the old man was an elder who knew his father, so he couldn't say them out loud directly. But after grumbling at Yi Lidian for a few sentences, the old man suddenly glanced at Yi Fei. You brought your son here to apprentice under me, right? With just this little bit of spirit stones, you still want him to become my disciple? Dream on. Senior, you've misunderstood. We're not here to seek apprenticeship. When Yi Lidian came to his senses, he hurriedly reached out to retrieve the spirit stones from the old man's hand. However, the old man pulled back his hand and immediately stuffed the stones into his own robe. Forget it. For your father's sake, I'll take these as a deposit. Go back and get more money quickly. He'll stay at the Thousand Immortals sect for now. Ha! This time it was Yi Fei's turn to be dumbfounded. Is he trying to kidnap me? Why does this feel somewhat like a ransom situation? However, Yi Fei didn't even have time to resist, because as soon as the old man finished speaking, he immediately grabbed his shoulder and leapt up. Swish! The old man directly took Yi Fei and vanished into thin air before Yi Liting's eyes. Ah! This completely dumbfounded Yi Liting. Teleportation. The teleportation that only Dan Yuan realm practitioners can perform. So father's old friend truly was a master hiding his abilities. Chapter 10 2 Months of Training. After realizing the old man was indeed a reclusive master, Yi Liting immediately shouted excitedly toward the mountain. Senior, how many spirit stones would you demand to accept him as your disciple? 500 per month. The old man's voice instantly transmitted from afar. Payment first each month, then instruction follows. Clang! Yi Liting was so frightened he collapsed onto the ground. 500 per month. Even before being expelled from the Yi family, my monthly salary was only 20 spirit stones. Yi Liting looked up at the sky with despair. Brother, I wanted to help your son, but I simply can't afford this. Yi Liting sat hesitating for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, he took off the backpack from his shoulders and pulled out a large bag of spirit stones. Then, using the 1,000-mile voice transmission technique, he called out toward the mountain. Senior, for the sake of my father being your old friend, could you make it a bit cheaper? Don't mention your father. Just hearing about him makes me angry. The price just went up 600 per month now, not a single coin less. Yi Liting. Yi Liting was instantly dumbfounded. My father really gets around outside, building quite the social connections. I definitely can't mention his name anymore. Yi Liting knew he couldn't bargain any further. If the price increased again, it would be even more unaffordable. With a pained expression, he looked at the bag of spirit stones in his hand, then gritted his teeth. Senior, here's 1,000 spirit stones, plus the 300 from earlier. Let my son study for 2 months first. After 2 months, I'll definitely deliver the remaining spirit stones needed for his training on time. My son, don't blame me. These spirit stones were originally saved to buy you a wife. But now, to let you learn skills, we must sacrifice your future wife. Swish! At that very moment, the old man suddenly appeared before Yi Liting. I pay respects to elder. Yi Liting knelt on both knees in worship, raising the spirit stones with both hands. He had realized this old man was extraordinary and showed him much greater respect. The old man nodded with some satisfaction. Then I shall teach him for 2 months first. The old man took the spirit stones, turned around, and took one step. Yet with that seemingly ordinary single step, he vanished without warning, not even stirring a speck of dust. Ha! Yi Liting's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Instantaneous teleportation. Soul Origin Realm. The second highest expert among the 7 mortal realms, second only to the true Origin Realm. At this moment, a flash of determination suddenly appeared in Yi Liting's eyes. My son, don't worry. For your sake, even if I have to grind an iron rod into a needle, I'll find a way to let you study here for several more years. With the expression of one who bravely faces death, Yi Liting strode down the mountain. Meanwhile, Yi Fei stood dumbfounded before the gate of a dilapidated quadrangle courtyard, staring at an old, broken plaque lying askew on the ground. On the plaque were carved 3 large characters, Qianshan sect. Correct, only the 3 characters Qianshan sect remained on the plaque. However, Yi Fei could discern that there should have originally been a single person radical next to the mountain character. It seemed to have been gnawed away by rats, leaving only the faintest trace of the radical's top stroke. No, to be precise, just half of that diagonal stroke. Boy, being accepted as a disciple of our 1,000 Immortals sect is your great fortune. At that moment, the old man approached Yi Fei. Great fortune. You can't even afford to replace a plaque that's this dilapidated, and you call this my fortune? From now on, I am your master. As for the apprenticeship ceremony, let's keep it simple and skip it altogether. The old man continued, remember, my Taoist name is 1,000 Immortals Wanderer. But most people who know me prefer to call me by my given name Wang Ergu. If you ever get bullied outside, don't hesitate to use my name. 1,000 Immortals Wanderer. Wang Ergu. Yi Fei was beyond speechless. It was quite obvious that this sect was named 1,000 Immortals sect not because it had produced 1,000 immortals before, but because it was named after this old man's Taoist title. With such a penniless master, what great future could I possibly have? Most importantly, what kind of transcendent expert could someone named Wang Ergu possibly be? And you want me to use your name outside? Will shouting your name get me beaten to a pulp? Who knows how much debt you've accumulated out there? Yi Fei could only see a dark future ahead. He came all this way across mountains and rivers to learn from a transcendent master, only to encounter this clearly unreliable old man. Leave. Must get away. Absolutely cannot stay here wasting my youth. Senior. Slap. Wang Ergo smacked Yi Fei on the back of his head so hard that stars danced before his eyes. Call me master. Fine, Master. Yi Fei suppressed his anger. By the way, Master, could you first undo my pressure points before explaining all this? Yi Fei had already made up his mind the moment his pressure points were released, he would run. I don't want to become your disciple, don't want to waste my youth following you. What can you possibly do about it? That won't do. The old man shook his head. What if you run away? Ha! Yi Fei froze completely. Could this old codger actually see through my thoughts? Does he know mind reading? No, I plan to escape. Meanwhile, the old man clasped his hands behind his back and circled Yi Fei twice, carefully examining him from head to toe. Finally, his gaze rested on Yi Fei's face. Why wear a mask? Yi Fei glared at the old man with displeasure, remaining silent. Disciples of our 1,000 Immortals sect must be upright and honest, showing their true faces to others. Wearing masks is prohibited, the old man said coldly as he reached out and removed the mask from Yi Fei's face. After frowning at Yi Fei for a moment, he immediately put the mask back on him obediently. Forget it, you'd better keep it on, it's more comfortable for this master to look at you this way. Yi Fei. Had Yifei not been paralyzed by acupoint pressure at that moment, he would have certainly rushed to fight this wretched old man to the death. This was utterly humiliating. What made it even more infuriating was that the old man immediately added, "This master specially permits you to wear your mask at all times. Without my permission, you are not allowed to remove it, lest you scare away other disciples of our Thousand Immortals sect." After speaking, the old man walked into the dilapidated quadrangle courtyard with his hands behind his back. After just a few steps, he muttered under his breath, "Yi Changsheng and his son were both quite handsome and dashing. How could this generation be so ugly? He definitely can't be old man Ye's real grandson, right? Did Yi Changsheng's daughter-in-law have an affair?" Yifei gritted his teeth so hard they made creaking sounds. "Hey, old man, are you planning to make me stand here forever? What did you call me?" The old man turned around, giving Yifei a cold look. "Moss master, you can't possibly make me stand here all night, can you?" Yifei instantly backed down. "This is your first lesson upon entering the sect night watch," the old man said without turning back. "If debt collectors come at night, remember to shout for me loudly so I can mentally prepare myself in advance." Ha! Yifei felt so desperate he wanted to die. Dad, Dad, Dad!" The despairing Yifei suddenly started shouting at the top of his voice. "Stop yelling, your father has left," came the old man's voice from inside the house. "He's already paid, you'll be training with me for 2 months. Ah! Yifei was utterly devastated. At the same time, Yi Lighting, who was descending the mountain, also heard Yifei's cries. He stopped in his tracks, glanced up the mountain with moistened eyes. Gazing uphill, he muttered to himself, "The boy must know how hard it was for me to raise the money for his training. He's probably deeply moved." "Son, no need to be so moved. Who told me I promised your father to always treat you like my own child?" Yi Lighting raised his head to look into the distance, his face turning serious. "Fong Fong from Yihong Court, aside from Drunken Immortal Tower, Xiaoju from Lichuan House, and that what was the name of number 28? You all promised me back then that you'd definitely help when I'm in need. How long my son can train at Thousand Immortals sect now depends entirely on you." Chapter 11, Thousand Treasures Kanji, Thousand Immortals sect. The entrance of the quadrangle courtyard. Yifei stood at the doorway like a wooden post, shouting and yelling. "Master, I beg you, release me already, my legs have gone numb. Master, if you unseal my acupoints, I'll still guard the gate properly for you, it's not like I'll run away." Master, Wang Ergo, are you fucking deaf? If you've got the guts, just kill me outright. Erguzi, damn your uncle, damn your ancestors. Yifei entered full-on cursing mode. However, ever since Wang Ergo entered the house, he never came out again. No matter how much Yifei cursed, he didn't utter a single sound in response. In the following hours, Yifei thoroughly insulted every single one of Wang Ergo's ancestors through 18 generations. Time passed excruciatingly slow. He barely managed to endure until midnight. The mountain where the Thousand Immortals sect was located stood extremely high, and nighttime temperatures plunged sharply. The bone-chilling cold not only left Yifei's limbs numb, but made his whole body shiver uncontrollably, his teeth chattering incessantly. Damn it, in martial arts novels the acupoint ceiling should automatically release after 1 or 2 hours. It should be midnight by now. 7 or 8 hours have passed. Why hasn't my acupoint released yet? By now Yifei was exhausted to the extreme, cold and hungry to the point where his mind began to grow hazy. Unconsciously, he fell asleep. The next morning at first light, Wang Ergo came to the courtyard gate and looked at Yifei curled up on the ground, teeth chattering from cold, immediately exclaiming in surprise, "Child, how did you end up like this?" Yifei. He actually has the nerve to ask how I ended up like this. Are you senile or something? Wasn't it you who sealed my acupoints and left me here to keep night watch for you? Hey, I asked you to keep night watch, not to spend the whole night out here. Wang Ergo quickly helped Yifei up from the ground, his face full of sympathy. Couldn't you have just unblocked your acupoints yourself and gone back to sleep? You're such an honest kid. Yifei. If I knew how to unblock my own acupoints, would I need you to tell me? Yifei's teeth were chattering from the cold, making his speech stammer. If I could unblock my own acupoints, I'd have gone home long ago. Would you even be seeing me here? Ha! Wang Ergo was startled. Did the Yi family teach you nothing at all? Not even the most basic things like unblocking acupoints? If I'd learned any skills from the Yi family, would my father have sent me all this way to you? Yifei said irritably. Ah, poor child. Yesterday was my fault. This master didn't consider things thoroughly. I thought you could unblock your own acupoints, but who would have thought? Wang Ergo shook his head. Enough of this. Quickly, get up now. I've made Kanji come inside and have a bowl to warm yourself up. After speaking, Wang Ergo supported Yifei as they entered the house. Well, has this old bastard finally grown a conscience? From yesterday until now, you've finally said something human. In truth, Yifei's acupuncture points had automatically unsealed around 3-4 a.m. last night. However, by then he was already frozen stiff, unable to move, and subsequently passed out. Wang Ergo helped Yifei into the house and sat him by the fire pit. Several logs burned vigorously in the fire pit. Yifei, whose teeth were chattering from cold, immediately stretched out his hands to warm them the moment he sat down. The area around the fire pit was exceptionally warm. After being frozen all night, Yifei finally felt some semblance of human warmth. Last night he had been certain he would die, convinced he'd freeze to death. Then he noticed an earthen pot in one corner of the fire pit, containing half a pot of simmering porridge. Glug glug, the porridge bubbled vigorously, emitting a pleasant herbal aroma. Gurgle, the porridge in the pot was bubbling, and Yifei's stomach was growling in response. "Ha, starving aren't you?" Wang Ergu laughed, turning to pick up a chipped bowl with several notches from the ground near the fire pit. He ladled out a bowl of hot porridge and handed it to Yifei. "Here, child, drink this hot porridge quickly to warm yourself up. It'll help with the cold." Yifei took the porridge and examined it. This was millet porridge, which should normally be yellow, but this batch was pitch black. However, when he sniffed it, the aroma was indeed quite pleasant, carrying a faint herbal scent. Very fragrant, very pleasant. Just one whiff gave him a refreshing, clear-headed feeling. In this fantasy world, adding some spirit herbs to porridge was perfectly reasonable. Yifei was nearly mad with hunger, and looking at the porridge in the bowl, he was practically drooling. He quickly cupped the bowl in both hands, blew on it several times to cool it slightly, then immediately took a sip. The taste was absolutely superb. As the porridge went down his throat, Yifei could clearly feel a warm current instantly entering his body, and indeed, he immediately stopped feeling cold. Moreover, the porridge had an exceptionally good texture, very smooth with a hint of mild sweetness, extremely delicious. Yifei quickly gulped down the porridge in big mouthfuls, and within a short while, he had finished the entire bowl. "Is it good? Want another bowl?" Seeing Yifei had finished, Wang Ergo said with a kind smile as he reached for the bowl in Yifei's hands. Yifei nodded and handed the bowl to Wang Ergo with both hands politely. His attitude toward Wang Ergo had changed quite a bit by now. Although this old man was unreliable, not to mention drowning in debt, and clearly didn't seem to be any master, he appeared to be quite decent, not as bad as I had thought last night. "Ha, the porridge I made myself must be delicious. Let me get you another bowl." Wang Ergo went to serve Yifei more porridge. Soon, Wang Ergo ladled out the porridge and handed it to Yifei. "Here, drink as much as you want. There's more in the pot, eat until you're full." "Thank you, master." Yifei said politely. "Master, what kind of porridge is this? It's incredibly delicious. This is my original 1,000 treasure porridge, brewed from 1,000 rare medicinal herbs. Drinking one bowl can increase 10 years of cultivation," Wang Ergo declared proudly. "What? That's amazing." Yifei looked astonished. Drinking one bowl of porridge can increase 10 years of cultivation. This is truly a precious thing. It seems this master really has some skills. Did I come to the right place? Yi Lighting's father truly didn't deceive me. Of course. Wang Ergo pursed his lips. Ordinary people wouldn't get to drink this in their entire lifetime. "Master, why aren't you eating? You should eat too," Yifei said. "I'm not in a hurry, I'll eat after you've had your fill." Wang Ergo smiled kindly. Yifei felt deeply moved. This old man turns out to be so kind-hearted. He's worried there might not be enough porridge, so he's letting me eat first before having any himself. At this moment, Yifei couldn't help but recall his grandparents back on Earth. On Earth, he had been raised by his grandparents since childhood, while his parents worked in the southern regions. It wasn't until he entered high school that his parents returned. In those early years when food was scarce, they would mix potatoes with rice when potatoes were in season, and sweet potatoes with rice when sweet potatoes were available. Yet his grandparents always gave him the pure white rice to eat, consuming the potato-sweet potato mixture themselves first. Only after Yifei had eaten his fill would they serve themselves the remaining white rice. "Master, you should eat too. Don't keep saving it for me." Yifei pointed at the clay pot. "This bowl will be enough for me. I'm not hungry." "I'll eat after you finish," Wang Ergo replied again. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Yifei quickly finished the porridge in his bowl, then put it down. "Master, I'm full now. Please, eat." Actually, the kanji Wang Ergo had prepared was truly delicious. Yifei felt the more he drank, the more he wanted to drink. Especially after finishing 2 bowls, he felt completely refreshed. Not only was he no longer cold, but his whole body seemed filled with energy. However, seeing how Wang Ergo himself couldn't bear to eat it, Yifei felt reluctant to take more. Mainly because it reminded him of his own grandparents, so he forcibly suppressed his urge to ask for another bowl. "Are you really full?" Wang Ergo looked unconvinced. "How do you feel?" Mecham, I'm full." Yifei nodded repeatedly. "It tasted absolutely wonderful. Did you feel like something was missing from the flavor?" Wang Ergo asked again. "And no, not really." Yifei shook his head. "If I had to say anything was missing, it might be just a bit less salt. The flavor was slightly bland." Before Yifei could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a piercing pain shoot through his abdomen. Once this pain appeared, it immediately began multiplying in intensity. In just an instant, he clutched his stomach in pain and collapsed to the ground, then began rolling about. At this moment, he felt as though thousands of venomous snakes were gnawing at his abdomen. Yifei screamed in agony while rolling around the room. "Disciple, what's wrong with you?" Wang Ergo asked with a puzzled expression. "It hurts, master, my stomach hurts so much," Yifei cried out painfully while clutching his belly. The pain is correct. Wang Ergo suddenly revealed a satisfied expression. I had a feeling I forgot to add one herb today. Indeed, that's the case. Yi Fei. Wang Ergo hurried to Yi Fei's side, grabbed his right wrist to check his pulse. After a few seconds, he quickly released Yi Fei's hand. Oh, so it turns out I forgot to add the 100 Immortals herb. After speaking, he immediately turned and walked toward a nearby cabinet filled with bottles and jars. He picked up a small porcelain bottle, went to the fire pit, uncorked it, and poured a bit of blue powder into the clay pot. He stirred the porridge in the pot a few times with a ladle, scooped up a bit, and tasted it lightly. This time the flavor is right. Yi Fei. Damn it. Wang Ergo immediately looked at Yi Fei with a guilty expression. My disciple, I forgot to tell you earlier though this 1000 treasure porridge is excellent. Its biggest drawback is that if even a single ingredient is missing, it becomes incredibly poisonous. Ah, your master is getting old and his memory isn't what it used to be. I always forget to add ingredients. Sorry to put you through this. Yi Fei. You old bastard. So you were just using me as a poison tester. Yi Fei exploded in rage, cursing instantly. Look at how you're talking. Wang Ergo curled his lips. Drinking one bowl of this 1000 treasure kanji can increase 10 years of cultivation power. You're not suffering any loss. If I didn't feel like I might have forgotten to add one ingredient today, I wouldn't have been willing to give it to you. Do you think just anyone can get to taste this master's 1000 treasure kanji? This treasure can help cleanse your muscles and marrow, even make you immune to all poisons in the future. Countless people kneel begging me yet still can't get a single bowl. With this thought, Wang Ergo gave Yi Fei a sinister smile, feeling some contempt in his heart. Brat can't even handle this little setback. Without enduring the bitterest hardships, how can one rise above others? Kid, the first lesson your master teaches you is this. I want you to understand first that in this dog-eat-dog world, if you want to become a king, you must first realize a man's dignity depends entirely on his own strength. Before gaining strength, what dignity is there to speak of? If you want dignity, you must make yourself rise quickly. This is the true path to power. Otherwise, when you go out, people won't even consider you as good as a dog. Thinking of this, Wang Ergo suddenly picked up the bowl Yi Fei had used, filled it halfway with porridge, then turned his head and called toward the back door. Zheng Dao. Swish. A black dog half a man's height dashed in from the back door like lightning. Holy shit, Yi Fei froze in shock. This dog is called Zheng Dao. While he's called Wang Ergo Dog too. Humans get dog names while dogs get human names. What the hell was he thinking? Wasn't that excellent name good enough for himself? He just had to call himself Wang Ergo. In the future when people ask me my master's name, I'll be too embarrassed to say it. Wang Ergo placed the half bowl of porridge on the ground. Come, Zheng Dao, breakfast time. Yi Fei. Damn it, was the bowl he just gave me Zheng Dao's? Too stingy to give me the 1000 treasure porridge. But you'll give it to a dog. So I'm not even as good as his dog. Yi Fei almost spat blood from anger on the spot. But what made him even angrier was yet to come. Just then, Wang Ergo patted the big black dog's head while glancing at Yi Fei, proving the Dao, since he's here now, you won't have to test my porridge first anymore. A man who seeks great achievements must first cease regarding himself as human so that others may later treat him as one. But if one insists on seeing himself as human first, he might end up worse off than a dog for life. Yi Fei. So in his eyes, I'm worth less than this dog's life. Just then, Wang Ergo spoke to the big black dog again. Oh right, he just used your bowl, you don't mind, do you? Upon hearing this, the big black dog raised its head to glare at Yi Fei, its eyes flashing with menace. Woof. 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 Yi Fei. I haven't even complained about using your bowl just now, and you're the one getting all uppity about it. But that wasn't all. Just then, Wang Ergo suddenly fished out a small notebook from his robe, took a short writing brush, licked its tip with his tongue, and started scribbling. 2 bowls of 1000 treasure porridge, 20 spirit stones per bowl, total 40. What the hell? And he still charges money for drinking 2 bowls of his poisonous porridge. This is going a bit too far, isn't it? This old man is truly shameless. He's played me perfectly with this little trick. Yi Lighting, you've pushed me into a fiery pit. Do you know that? No, this isn't a fiery pit, this is a bottomless abyss. Chapter 12, if I don't exploit you more as your master, how will you learn to avoid being exploited by others? At this moment, Yi Fei was in unbearable pain. Though filled with endless resentment, he no longer had energy to quarrel with Wang Ergo, and could only clutch his stomach while rolling around the room. Sigh, for old yes say, I'll give you some antidote. Wang Ergo walked over, pried open Yi Fei's mouth, and poured a bit of the blue powder from that small porcelain bottle into it. Mere seconds after Yi Fei swallowed the powder, something miraculous happened. Yi Fei's stomach pain quickly subsided. Not only that, but he also felt an indescribable comfort throughout his entire body, and he was particularly energetic now, as if full of strength. Holy shit, was this the effect of those 2 bowls of porridge earlier or the antidote's doing? At that moment, he was utterly shocked to see Wang Ergo take out his little notebook again. 100 Immortals Herb Antidote Administration wants 50 Spirit Stones. Ha! Yi Fei was so angry his lungs were about to explode. Hey old man, what do you mean by this? I tolerated you charging me for drinking poison porridge, but now you're charging for the antidote too. That's too much. Didn't I get poisoned because of you? Have you ever seen such a rip-off? Exactly, you got poisoned because of me. Wang Ergo said with a serious face, I didn't charge you for getting poisoned, didn't record that in your account. I only charged for administering the antidote. Doesn't the antidote use up my precious herbs? Do herbs come for free? Ripping you off. If I don't rip you off more now, how will you learn to avoid being ripped off by others later? When your master tricks you, you won't lose your life. But if you get tricked by others when you venture into the martial world, you probably won't get a second chance to recover. Yi Fei. Yi Fei found himself speechless. What kind of person do you take me for? If I charged you for poisoning treatment, what kind of scoundrel would that make me? Wang Ergo said with disdain, poison treatment is free. Fucking hell. What about the kanji? Yi Fei asked through gritted teeth. Didn't my father pay you? Your father did pay, but that was your tuition fee. It didn't include living expenses. Wang Ergo said contemptuously, all your eating, drinking, sleeping and other daily necessities here naturally need to be calculated separately. At this point, Wang Ergo suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh right. I almost forgot to charge you for last night's accommodation. What? Yi Fei nearly went mad. I slept on the ground by the doorway last night and almost froze to death. And you still want to charge me for accommodation? God damn it, has this old bastard completely abandoned all sense of dignity just for money? Sleeping on the ground outside. Wang Ergo looked disgusted. Does that mean it's no longer the territory of Thousand Immortals sect? Yi Fei. What he said did seem to make some sense. Then they saw Wang Ergo quickly jot down more notes. 1 night's accommodation on the ground outside Thousand Immortals sect 2 spirit stones. Wang Ergo raised his head to look at Yi Fei. I gave you a 50% discount for staying outside. Now you have nothing to say, right? Oh, thank you so much. Yi Fei said with undisguised contempt, record however you like. Take your time writing, I'm leaving. Having said this, Yi Fei immediately grabbed the backpack he had placed by the door, swung it onto his back and strode away. What more could he say to someone who would sacrifice all dignity for money? Indeed, he had nothing left to say. Where are you going? Wang Ergo called from behind. I quit. Yi Fei roared angrily. Even if you're some amazing recluse master, can't I just choose not to learn from you anymore? Seeking enlightenment. Woof woof woof. Yi Fei only heard Wang Ergo shout, seeking enlightenment, and immediately, a chorus of dog barks erupted behind him. Turning his head, he saw the giant black dog nearly half a man's height charging toward him like a bolt of black lightning. Mother! Yi Fei cursed at the top of his lungs and bolted. Ah! 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 Before Yi Fei could even escape the courtyard, the black dog had already caught up to him. After a series of blood-curdling screams, the black dog dragged the battered and bruised Yi Fei back to Wang Ergo's house as if hauling a dead mutt. Tisk Wang Ergo gazed sympathetically at the unconscious, blood-soaked Yi Fei. Look at this mess. If your father saw you like this, his heart would ache something fierce. Let me patch you up. Immediately after, Wang Ergo brought over an assortment of jars and bottles. Over the following period, he recorded every medication applied to Yi Fei in a little notebook. 2 tails of blood-activating ointment, 20 spirit stones. 5 qian of life-prolonging grass, 8 spirit stones. 8 qian of bone-mending grass, 25 spirit stones. After applying the medicine to Yi Fei, Wang Ergo frowned as he examined the pool of black blood that had flowed from Yi Fei's body. Then, he carefully took Yi Fei's pulse for nearly 2 hours. After 2 hours, Wang Ergo finally shook his head at Yi Fei with a sympathetic expression. Ah, poor child, that thing inside you may be a peerless treasure, but it has also done you great harm. If your grandfather hadn't sealed your 8 extraordinary meridians for you, you would have died countless times already. At this point, Wang Ergo suddenly turned his head toward Zheng Dao lying in the corner. Zheng Dao, next time you can bite harder, we need to bleed him more. This boy's blood has completely spoiled, we'll need to gradually replace all of it. Zheng Dao, woof. Wang Ergo pried open Yi Fei's mouth and stuffed another pill inside. Then he suddenly glared at Yi Fei. You little bastard, when I agreed with your grandfather to take you as my disciple, I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. With your physical condition, even if I swindle spirit stones from you for a whole year, it still couldn't buy this master's elixir. By the time Yi Fei woke up, it was already afternoon. He found himself lying beside the fireplace in Wang Ergo's house. What amazed him most was that after waking up, when he sat up and frantically checked his whole body, he couldn't find any trace of wounds. Stop looking. The medicine I used on you was top-grade spiritual medicine rarely found in this world. It not only heals injuries instantly but also leaves no scars. Wang Ergo said nonchalantly. Wang Ergo was squatting by the fireplace smoking a 1-foot-long pipe. After taking a puff, he added, it's just that the medical fee is somewhat expensive. Medical fee? Yi Fei was completely dumbfounded. Exactly. Wang Ergo nodded and took out a small notebook from his pocket. Here, after Zheng Dao bit you this morning, I recorded every medicine I used on you. Take a look yourself so you can't accuse me of false records. You set your dog on me, then treated my wounds and charged me for it. What kind of business is this? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Yi Fei said with venomous expression. Even if lightning really strikes me, that's my business. No need for my disciple to worry about his master. Wang Ergo checked his notebook himself. Anyway, that bite from Zhengdao this morning cost you over 200 spirit stones. You'd better think carefully about what to do. Kid, listen to your master's advice, don't try to run away again. I promised your father I'd teach you for 2 months. He's already paid and I must keep my word. If you stay here obediently without running away, I can earn some extra living expenses in medical fees. If you run away, wouldn't this side income go to waste? However, if you run away again and Zhang Dao brings you back, the medical expenses will probably be the same as today's standard. The charging standard has been made clear to you. If you still insist on running away, I won't stop you. Yu Yifei was almost driven mad with anger. Right. Of course you wouldn't stop me. If you're so capable, why don't you tell Zhang Dao not to stop me either? Oh heavens, oh earth, have mercy on me. What kind of fate is this? In web novels, which transmigrated protagonist isn't thriving. But when it's my turn, you give me this disastrous start that makes life worse than death. What exactly are you trying to do? Just then, Wang Ergo tapped his tobacco pipe by the fire pit and turned to look at the backpack in the corner. Take your things and follow me. I'll arrange your accommodation. Yi Fei gritted his teeth. There's no way I can escape under this old bastard's watch. I'll find another opportunity later. Yi Fei shouldered his backpack and followed Wang Ergo out. Immediately after, Wang Ergo led Yi Fei to the door of a dilapidated side room in the courtyard. The door originally had 2 panels, but now only one remained. The other side was completely doorless, though thick layers of spider webs hung from top to bottom across the empty doorway. Wang Ergo pointed inside. This will be your room. You'll live here from now on. What? Yi Fei froze in surprise. At first glance, it was obvious no one had lived here for years. The dust inside was at least a foot thick. This was no place fit for human habitation. Last night sleeping at the doorway cost 2 spirit stones, and that was with a 50% discount. So staying here would still cost 4 stones per night. Yi Fei said scornfully. These are the conditions here. Wang Ergo replied expressionlessly, looking at Yi Fei. Just make do with it. I could make do. But couldn't you charge less? Yi Fei turned his head with a bitter expression, scanning the entire courtyard house. He noticed that although this courtyard house had fallen into disrepair over the years, with most buildings dilapidated beyond recognition, besides Wang Ergo's room, there was one adjacent dwelling that appeared relatively well preserved. At least from the outside, it didn't look like the others where even the doors were rotting away. Don't even think about that room. Wang Ergo followed Yi Fei's gaze and curled his lips contemptuously. That's for enlightenment practitioners. Yi Fei. What more could I say? So my status in Thousand Immortals sect is lower than a dog's. Yi Fei said disdainfully. Wang Ergo curled his lips scornfully. If you want to rise above others, first stop seeing yourself as human. Otherwise, not only will you be inferior to dogs in Thousand Immortals sect, but wherever you go in the future, you'll live worse than a dog. Yi Fei. Then as my master, couldn't you at least treat me like a human being? Just push the door open and take a look first. Wang Ergo pointed at the only remaining door. If you're truly unsatisfied, I'll take you to look elsewhere. Yi Fei let out a light sigh. It was broad daylight. He didn't dare run away now. He could only try to stabilize the old man first, pretending to inspect his house while waiting for nightfall to make his escape. After all, it was already afternoon and would be dark soon. Yi Fei stepped forward. Since the other side was covered in spiderwebs, he could only do as Wang Ergo suggested, push the door open to take a look. However, the moment Yi Fei's hand touched the wooden door, it immediately fell inward and collapsed onto the ground. Crash! The wooden door hit the ground with a loud crash, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Cough cough. Yi Fei hurriedly retreated 2 steps, choking on the dust. Turning his head, he saw Wang Ergo had already pulled out his notebook again. Damage to 1 golden Nanmu door meticulously carved by master craftsman. Compensation fee 100 spirit stones. Yi Fei. No wonder he told me to push the door and look. He was digging a pit for me all along. It was clearly just an ordinary broken pinewood door. What master craftsman and golden Nanmu? I'll be waiting for your ancestors in heaven. Chapter 13, Single-mindedly pursuing wealth. Kid, don't look so glum. Don't worry about the spirit stones. I'm not going to press you for repayment. What are you afraid of? After finishing his accounting, Wang Ergo patted Yi Fei's gloomy shoulder and comforted him. I'll settle accounts with your father later. You brat, I know you must feel terrible about how I'm scamming you now, but if I don't do this, how would you kids ever learn your lesson? In the future, when you go out to make your way in the world alone, if you get scammed even once, what you lose might not be just a few spirit stones, it could very well be your life. Ha. Yi Fei laughed briefly without saying anything. Faced with such a cunning old swindler, what else could he possibly say? Alright, I don't think it's necessary to see the other rooms. You'll stay here. This room has good feng shui. Hurry up and clean the place. Get rid of anything you don't need or things that were already broken. Sweep the floor clean too, otherwise how will you sleep tonight? I need to go back and prepare dinner. After saying this, Wang Ergo turned around and strode away, leaving Yi Fei standing alone at the doorway in a daze. Yifei gazed at the broken wooden door he had pushed down, feeling countless emotions welling up in his heart. Where did Yi Lighting get the courage to dump me here for apprenticeship? With Ergo's accounting methods like this, even if you worked as a male prostitute you couldn't afford to support me. Forget about him alone. If I studied here for 8 to 10 years, even if the Yi family didn't kick me out, the entire Yi family would end up taking the Wang surname. With this kind of money-sucking method, even Elon Musk would lose his pants here, let alone me. No way. I must leave this place as soon as possible. This old man is clearly just a money-sucking charlatan. Yi Lighting must have been deceived by him. If staying here could actually teach me something, that'd be miraculous. Besides, could I even afford to learn? A single bowl of poisoned porridge costs 20 spirit stones. That's Yi Lighting's monthly salary from the Yi family. If he were to teach me a martial art technique, wouldn't the bill run into thousands or even millions? Go! I must leave tonight. To lower Wang Ergo's guard, Yifei placed his backpack by the door and began tidying the house. Although no one had lived here for a long time, it had everything: bed, table, stools, except, damn it, there was no door. Yifei now had abundant energy, his vigor much stronger than in previous days. He worked alone for 2 or 3 hours without feeling the least bit tired. Evening. As dusk approached, he finally finished organizing the house. Just then, Wang Ergo arrived with his hands behind his back. He first circled the room, inspecting everything, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad tidying up. Yifei felt quite accomplished. Of course, I've always been clever with my hands. Back in the day, when I was in elementary school, I was even the labor committee member. However, just as Yifei was feeling smug in his heart, Wang Ergo walked out the door and suddenly pulled out a small notebook. He then went to the pile of broken tables and chairs Yifei had cleared from the house. Damaged 3 pair wood armchairs from 500 years ago. 30 spirit stones per chair, total compensation of 90 spirit stones. What the fuck? Yifei was instantly dumbfounded. Master, you were the one who told me to throw out all the broken things. These chairs were already broken when I threw them out. Now you're making me pay for them. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? They were already broken. Wang Ergo looked at Yifei suspiciously. Yes, they were already broken. Yifei said disdainfully. Damn it, good thing I had the foresight not to throw out the good furniture I didn't want, otherwise I'd be bankrupt from compensation. Who can prove they were already broken? Wang Ergo suddenly asked. Yifei. Damn it. Ah, what a mess. You see, Wang Ergo let out a long sigh with a troubled expression. If you noticed they were already broken, you shouldn't have touched them. When you saw they were damaged, didn't you know to tell me first? Wait for me to confirm that they were indeed broken long ago, then I wouldn't have made you pay compensation. This naive boy, it seems he truly has no idea how treacherous the martial world can be. No, I must increase the pressure on him, let him properly witness how complex human hearts can be and how dangerous the martial world is. Otherwise, with his current level of intelligence, how many days could he survive out there after completing his training and descending the mountain? As his master, I don't want to live to see my pupil die young. Yifei. Write it down. Write everything down. Yifei pointed at Wang Ergo's little notebook. What else could he say besides letting him record it? Damage to 800-year-old ironwood tabletop compensation, 50 spirit stones. Damage to 1,000-year-old rosewood box compensation, 200 spirit stones. Yifei stood by, briefly listening to Wang Ergo's accounting, and another 500 or 600 spirit stones were added to the bill. Dad, you'd better pray I can escape successfully. Otherwise next time you come to pick me up, even sacrificing yourself won't be enough compensation. At that point, forget about taking me away, you won't be able to leave yourself. Alright, let's go eat. Wang Ergo put away his notebook and said to Yifei, I've already prepared the meal, just waiting for you to start. Yifei shook his head. I'm afraid of being poisoned. Dinner isn't thousand treasure porridge, it's not poisonous. Wang Ergo said disdainfully. I can't afford it. Yifei continued shaking his head. No charge for meals. You drank thousand treasure porridge this morning, you've already paid for today's meal. Wang Ergo looked at him with contempt. What kind of person do you take your master for? I don't charge for everything. Really? Yifei said with an expression of disbelief. As your master, I'm after all a renowned grandmaster of this generation. My words have always carried weight. Would I joke about such matters with you? Having said this, Wang Ergo clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Eat it or not, that's your choice. Seeing Wang Ergo walk away, Yifei's stomach suddenly growled. After cleaning the house all afternoon, he was indeed somewhat hungry now. Perhaps he should eat a little. How could he muster the strength to escape tonight without a full stomach? With this thought, Yifei hurriedly chased after and followed behind Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo glanced back at him. What? Had a change of heart? You promised dinner would be free. Yifei pouted. The reason he insisted on settling these accounts despite already planning to escape was twofold. Firstly, he feared he might not succeed in fleeing. Secondly, he worried that even if he did escape, the old man might go down the mountain to demand repayment from Yi Lighting. Yi Lighting had been quite good to him, and he couldn't possibly bring trouble upon him. Following Wang Ergo into the house, he discovered that Wang had indeed prepared 4 dishes already, with rice served in bowls as well. Zheng Dao had long been sitting by the table, eyeing the dishes with mouth-watering anticipation. It was so large that when sitting on the ground, it resembled an adult sitting on a stool. However, this dog seemed quite understanding of human nature. It sat honestly by the table without stealing any food. Quick, sit down and eat. Wang Ergo said, today being your first day here, getting bitten by Zheng Dao several times, plus you spent the afternoon tidying up, I didn't teach you martial arts. After eating, rest early. Tomorrow morning I'll begin instructing you in martial arts. Why would I want your instruction? I'm sneaking off tonight. Yi Fei thought to himself as he picked up a bowl of rice and stuffed an unknown green vegetable into his mouth. The vegetable was complete stem by stem, just like stir-fried flowering cabbage. One bite revealed its crisp and refreshing texture. This green vegetable is truly delicious, and when eaten, it produces a refreshing coolness that flows down the throat and permeates through all internal organs. Zheng Dao, come, you eat too. Seeing Yi Fei eat one green vegetable, Wang Ergu immediately picked up another and tossed it to the ground, which Zheng Dao immediately lowered its head to eat. Yi Fei had to admit that Wang Ergu's cooking skills were truly excellent. Even ordinary cabbage and free-range chicken were transformed into extraordinary delicacies by his hands. All 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, were incredibly delicious and appetizing. Yi Fei ate 3 bowls of rice before finally patting his belly and putting down his chopsticks. Master, I'm full. You take your time eating, I'll go rest in my room first. Yi Fei thought to himself that this was the perfect moment to slip away while Wang Ergu and Zheng Dao were still eating. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned to leave. However, after taking just one step, Wang Ergu suddenly said, wait a minute, what's your hurry? Let's settle the account first. What? Yi Fei was dumbfounded. Didn't you say dinner was free? I did say dinner was free, but I only meant the rice is free. Who told you to be greedy and eat my dishes? Wang Ergu looked contemptuous. Yi Fei, eat rice, without dishes. How am I supposed to eat that? Who could have known you'd calculate rice and dishes separately? Kid, this isn't your master being unreasonable. Look, Wang Ergu pointed with his chopsticks at the 4 dishes on the table. Each of these 4 dishes contains ingredients ordinary people can't obtain. I went through great efforts to get them. Did you really think you could eat them for free? After speaking, Wang Ergu took out his notebook and pointed at the vegetable dish Yi Fei particularly liked. 50-year-old celery, you ate 5 stalks. 20 spirit stones per stalk, total 100. Yi Fei. You're charging by the stalk. Yi Fei was going crazy. Of course. Wang Ergu pointed at an unidentified meat dish. This meat is charged by the slice. Yi Fei. Luckily there's no minced meat today, otherwise wouldn't this old beast charge me per grain? Wang Ergu pointed at the plate of meat. Century-old snowfox meat. You ate 15 slices, totaling 150 spirit stones. 60-year-old spirit mountain jade cabbage. You ate 3 leaves, 60 spirit stones. This is just ordinary cabbage. What 60-year-old spirit mountain jade cabbage? Who are you trying to fool? I personally planted this cabbage on the spirit mountain behind us when I was 20. It grew absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of sun and moon. I'm 80 now, exactly 60 years later. How could I remember wrong? Fine, write it down then. Yi Fei pointed angrily at the ginger-stirred chicken. At least this plate should be regular chick meat, right? Well, this dish is indeed relatively more ordinary. Wang Ergu nodded, making a few more notes in his little book. 30-year-old wild soaring cloud chicken, you ate 10 pieces. Let's count 5 spirit stones per piece, totaling 50 spirit stones. Ha! Yi Fei was nearly driven mad with anger. This is clearly just a domesticated hen. What wild flying cloud chicken are you talking about? Why don't you just call it a wild phoenix? How can you spout such nonsense, child? Suddenly Wang Ergu put on a stern face, adopting the manner of an elder lecturing a junior, and said very seriously, a chicken is just a chicken. How can you call it a phoenix? It's not that I'm criticizing you, but one must be upright in life. Your moral character is lacking, and you'll be looked down upon when you go out to make your way in the world. You need to change this. Yi Fei. My moral character is lacking. I need to change. Yi Fei's face turned livid with rage. Master, you need to understand clearly right now it's you who's scamming me for money, not me scamming you. And you still have the nerve to say my moral character is lacking. That I'll be looked down upon when I make my way in the world. Do you think anyone would respect you if you went out to make your way in the world? Making your way in the world is something you young people enjoy. At my age, what would I be doing roaming the martial world? I long ago stopped caring about such things. Wang Ergu said with a look of disdain. Yi Fei. He doesn't care. At this moment, Wang Ergu added with a disgusted expression, right now I just want to focus on making money. Retirement funds. Yi Fei. Focus on making money. Retirement funds. How ridiculous is that? Yi Fei suddenly felt like he had walked right into Wang Ergu's trap this time. No wonder when he came yesterday he saw so many people demanding debts. And now his father happened to send him a disciple. Of course he would try to squeeze every penny out of him. Don't worry, your master has principles when it comes to business. I treat everyone equally here. What it is what it is. I won't charge you randomly. Wang Ergo pointed at the chicken in the bowl and said with a straight face, "This chicken was bought by me when I was 50 years old and set free. Since then, it has been living on the cliff behind the mountain. I've always called it flying cloud chicken. Any problem with that?" "Fine, okay, go ahead and write it down." Yifei suppressed his anger, suddenly pointing at the big black dog still gnawing on bones on the ground. "Zheng Dao ate just as much. I ate one piece, you threw one to it. Why don't you charge it money?" Wang Ergo glanced at Zheng Dao, curling his lip disdainfully at Yifei. "I'll settle accounts with Zheng Dao later. You don't have to pay for its food. Why do you care? Are you its father?" Yifei. Chapter 14, If not now, then when? Yifei was left speechless by Wang Ergo's retort. "Write it down, write it all down." Yifei pointed at Wang Ergo's notebook. He couldn't win in a fight, nor in an argument. What else could he say? Mostly, he couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Since he was about to flee anyway, let Wang Ergo write whatever he wanted. He had only argued earlier because he couldn't swallow his anger. But seeing it was hopeless, he gave up on the spot. After saying those words, Yifei immediately strode out the door. "Where are you going?" Wang Ergo asked. "Don't wander around when it's dark. There are many wild beasts in the mountains." "Going back to sleep," Yifei replied angrily. "Zheng Dao, eat more. Here, the rest is all yours. Don't worry, I'm not charging you. That little brat, I just noted down a few things about him, and he got upset. He even tried to drag you into it. At least he's a human, yet he compares himself to you." Hearing Wang Ergo complaining behind him, Yifei almost vomited blood in anger on the spot. Indeed, what he said was right. I'm a human, why compare myself to an animal? I must be out of my mind. Just as this thought crossed Yifei's mind, he heard Wang Ergo add, "How could he compare to you? What makes him qualified? What kind of lowlife is he to even deserve that?" Yifei. Yifei was seething with rage. However, hearing Wang Ergo still inside ranting about him to the black dog, he thought, "If not now, when else should I leave?" He immediately returned to the room to grab his backpack and tiptoed stealthily toward the back door. He had already scouted the location during daytime. Wang Ergo's room was the main hall of the quadrangle courtyard, positioned directly facing the main gate. At this moment, Wang Ergo and Zheng Dao were still eating with their door open. They would surely spot him if he used the main entrance, so he decided to take the back door. Strangely enough, although this quadrangle courtyard had fallen into disrepair with all buildings in shambles, both its front and back gates remained intact. Particularly noteworthy were the surrounding walls, over 3 meters tall, preserved in perfect condition without a single collapsed section or even the smallest gap. For someone like Yifei without any cultivation skills, scaling such high walls was impossible. His only way out was through the back door. As he crept toward the back door with his backpack, hearing Wang Ergo still chattering with Zheng Dao inside, he felt secretly delighted. "Haha, I'm leaving now, not playing with you anymore, bye-bye." The back door wasn't locked, only secured by a meter-long wooden latch from inside that fastened the sturdy wooden door. Yifei gently removed the latch, opened the wooden door, stepped outside, and quietly closed it behind him. After doing all this, he could still hear Wang Ergo and Zheng Dao talking inside the house. He contemptuously spat on the ground. "Pfft. Bookkeeping, always bookkeeping. Recording poisoned porridge, recording every dish eaten. What 60-year-old divine mountain jade cabbage, 30-year-old soaring cloud chicken. Who the hell comes up with such ideas? So despicable, serves you right being 70 or 80 without any descendants. If not people like you who should be childless, then who should?" Yifei muttered these curses under his breath before finally turning to leave. But just as he turned and took his first step, his foot suddenly met empty air, followed immediately by a mechanical click sound. The next instant, Yifei's heaven shaking, earth-startling scream echoed through the air. Yifei looked down, his lips trembling as he burst into tears. "Woo, a trap. A beast trap. Oh my god. Why the hell would someone install beast traps at the doorway? Woo." Yifei immediately understood what had happened. He had stepped into a small pit containing a beast trap. The moment his foot came down, the beast trap clamped onto his left calf. His leg was now bleeding profusely. Help! Yifei sat on the ground with his backpack still on, clutching his left calf as he wailed in despair. His crying wasn't just from the pain. He knew he definitely couldn't escape tonight. Escape would have to wait until tomorrow night. Thinking this, he couldn't help but recall tomorrow morning's poisonous gruel and tomorrow night's exorbitantly priced dishes, and ultimately cried in despair. Woo. When the hell will this end? Am I really not the protagonist? With such a disastrous start, even Xiao Yan or Hanli would have died instantly, right? Woof. Soon, Wang Ergo arrived quickly with Zheng Dao in tow. Wang Ergo glanced at Yifei, who was sitting on the ground crying in pain, then slowly squatted beside him with a sympathetic expression. Poor child, didn't I just warn you that there are many wild beasts in the mountains at night and that you shouldn't wander around in the dark? Why on earth did you come to this pitch-black back gate?" I just wanted to take a walk after dinner and get familiar with the sect's surroundings," Yifei replied, tears streaming from the pain. Though he had tried to hold back his sobs, his voice still carried a whimper. "Familiarize yourself." Wang Ergo glanced at the backpack on Yifei's back, suppressing a laugh as he put on a serious face. Ahem, next time you want to explore, just call me or Zheng Dao to guide you. In an unfamiliar place, how could you dare to run around carelessly? Who else would get caught but you? Foolish boy, life is full of traps everywhere. Only by maintaining constant vigilance can you survive in the cultivation world, understand? Master, why did you place a beast trap at the entrance? Yifei felt like crying but had no tears. Just one. There's far more than one. Wang Ergo put on a guilty expression. Ah, this is my fault. I forgot to mention earlier that due to too many wild beasts in the mountains, I placed hundreds of traps around the back door area. Yi Fei. At this moment, if not for seeing Zhang Dao nearby, Yi Fei would really have turned around and strangled this old bastard. As he spoke, Wang Ergo untied the chain connecting the beast trap to a small wooden stake, then finally glanced at the wound on Yi Fei's leg. Tisk, this seems quite deep. Need to stop the bleeding quickly, or you'll lose all your blood. Ah, look what you've done, aren't you just giving me free money? Yi Fei. Why don't you just bury the traps at my doorstep right beside my bed? Then I'd be giving you even more. Wang Ergo looked at Zheng Dao and said, Zheng Dao, quick, take him back to my room for medication immediately. Woof woof. Zheng Dao seemed to understand human speech. He barked twice at Wang Ergo, then immediately clamped onto Yi Fei's backpack with his mouth and started dragging Yi Fei back. Yi Fei screamed continuously as he was being dragged by Zheng Dao. Keep in mind that animal trap was still clamped on his leg. One can only imagine how painful it must have been. After Zheng Dao had dragged Yi Fei for more than 10 meters, Wang Ergo finally said something humane. Zheng Dao, slow down. Can't you see there's a trap dragging on his leg? Erguzi, from last night until now, this is finally something decent coming out of your mouth. What? Conscience finally kicking in. Finally remember I'm a human being. So you do know treating me like that was too inhuman, don't you? You finally realize how much pain I'm in. Just as Yi Fei was thinking this, Wang Ergo suddenly added, what if my trap gets damaged? Yi Fei. God damn it. He's worried about his trap. Wah! Chapter 15, My business operates on pure volition. A few minutes later, in Wang Ergu's hut. 1 tael of hemostatic powder, 30 spirit stones. 2 taels of blood circulating ointment, 20 spirit stones. 5 qian of life extending grass, 8 spirit stones. Half a caddy of bone setting herb, 100 spirit stones. That's all I've got. Wang Ergo closed his little notebook and gave Yi Fei a sympathetic look. Lucky you stepped on a small trap. If it had been a tiger jaw trap, it would have snapped your leg clean in two. Then even I couldn't have reattached it. Kid, don't blame this master for being cruel. To forge sacred bones, one must first break and then rebuild. To cultivate a sacred body, one must naturally endure sufferings beyond ordinary tolerance. What are these mere flesh wounds compared to your future path to immortality? Every tribulation crossing will bring pain 1,000, no, 10,000 times worse than this. Should your will waver even slightly during the ordeal, all previous efforts will be wasted. Physical pain is but the most ordinary suffering on the path to immortality. Yi Fei sat on the stool, glaring fiercely at Wang Ergo, but said nothing, mainly because he didn't know what to say. Of course he knew exactly how that trap came to be there. Whether there were actually wild beasts in the back mountains was debatable, but one thing was certain: this trap by the back door was definitely tailor-made by Wang Ergo for him, or rather, tailor-made for his legs. Who could he blame? He could only blame himself for being so foolish as to be predictable enough that someone knew he'd definitely use the back door. Slap! Right then, Wang Ergo suddenly smacked his own thigh. Right. Almost forgot to record another debt. Yi Fei gave him a look of utter contempt. He was already used to this, completely numb to it. Let him record whatever he wanted. Trap wear and tear fee, 5 spirit stones. Yi Fei. He carelessly set a trap that caught me. I didn't even ask for compensation, and now he wants to charge me for trap wear and tear. Fine, let him record it. After all, my father would never be able to repay all these debts in his lifetime. But surely someday in my lifetime I'll be able to run away from this, right? If I can't escape for the rest of my life, then I'll just accept my fate. The night passed without incident. After sleeping through the night, Yi Fei woke up the next morning to find his leg wound had completely healed again, as expected. The spot where he'd been caught in the trap had actually been quite deep, but new flesh had grown overnight without leaving even a scar. Damn it, I have to admit that old bastard might be full of schemes, but the medicinal herbs he concocts are truly amazing. But this is probably just basic stuff in this cultivation world, right? Probably any doctor at the foot of the mountain could do the same. After all, this is a spiritual cultivation world brimming with qi. The medicinal herbs here are incomparable to ordinary herbs on earth. Strange, why do I still feel so energetic? Yi Fei didn't understand what was happening. Although he'd suffered many injuries and lost quite some blood over these past 2 days, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired or sleepy. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and invigorated, his body growing stronger and his mind clearer. Yi Fei walked out the door, not even washing his face, and strode straight to Wang Ergo's room. Upon closer observation, both Wang Ergo and Zhang Dao were eating porridge. Wait, something's off today. They didn't ask me to test for poison. You're up. Wang Ergo glanced at Yi Fei. I figured you might hesitate to eat my 1,000 treasure porridge at 20 spirit stones a bowl, so I didn't bother waking you to join us. Why would I hesitate? Yi Fei strode over, grabbing a bowl from the table. As long as you state the price up front instead of acting first and reporting later, I'll pay however much it costs. Ha! It's all going on the tab anyway, no cash needed now. Might as well eat what's free. This debt is impossible to repay regardless. Whatever happens, happens. If I can flee, I'll flee. If caught, at worst I'll pay with my life. First priority, fill my stomach. Yi Fei ladled himself a large bowl of porridge and gulped it down voraciously. Between mouthfuls, he noticed Wang Ergu periodically picking up a pepper shaker-like object from the table, sprinkling an unknown powder into his own bowl and always adding a pinch to Zhang Dao's as well. Yi Fei thought that must be some kind of seasoning. Since the porridge already tasted delicious enough, he saw no need to add those fancy extras that might ruin the flavor, so he didn't add any. Yi Fei downed 4 big bowls of porridge in one go. Mainly because today he saw Wang Ergu and Zhang Dao eat first. It was definitely non-toxic, so he ate without any reservations. Plus, this 1,000 treasure porridge was truly delicious. He couldn't help eating 4 bowls, finishing everything in the clay pot. After finishing, Wang Ergu began his usual accounting. Yi Fei consumed 4 bowls of 1,000 treasure porridge, totaling 80 spirit stones. 5-element powder detoxification, 50 spirit stones per use. What nonsense is this? Yi Fei was originally quite calm. After all, he wasn't afraid of the accounting now, but when he heard Wang Ergu mention 5-element powder detoxification, he instantly tensed up. What do you mean 5-element powder detoxification? Detoxify what? Wang Ergu pointed at the small pepper shaker-like bottle on the table. This is the 5-element powder, an essential ingredient for 1,000 treasure porridge. One essential ingredient for 1,000 treasure porridge. Why didn't you add it to the pot? Why put it here? Yi Fei instantly felt an urge to curse. He finally understood why Wang Ergu had been occasionally adding this while eating the porridge earlier. At this moment, his mind buzzed with only one thought. Right, he had said yesterday that if even one herb was missing from the 1,000 herbs in 1,000 treasure porridge, it would become extremely poisonous. So that means I've been poisoned again. Hee, Wang Ergu chuckled. Indeed, normally I add it directly to the pot while cooking. Today I wanted to try adding it while eating to see if the taste would be better. Yi Fei, god damn it. Before Yi Fei could finish cursing, white foam suddenly started frothing from his mouth, then he collapsed face first to the ground, his whole body convulsing violently. Normally add it together. Today when I came you changed to adding it to the bowl. Test the taste. Test your ancestors. If you want to make some antidote money, just note it down casually. Was it necessary to torture me like this to death? Yi Fei was now lying on the ground twitching uncontrollably, too weak to even complain. Just as he was about to convulse into unconsciousness, his eyes already rolling back, Wang Ergu actually came over with his notebook and asked, should I record this 5 elements powder antidote charge? Do you acknowledge it? Anyway, I haven't administered the antidote yet, so this charge is entirely up to you. If you want the antidote, I'll record it. If not, then I definitely won't note it down. I'm very principled in business, everything depends on your free will. Record, Yi Fei kept repeating through foaming mouth, the foam spraying far and high. Record. I'm fucking about to convulse to death here, and you're asking whether to record it or not. Dare I say no? If I don't agree, won't I just convulse to death right here? This time it's completely voluntary, and the price was clearly marked up front. I didn't act first and report afterward, right? Jot. At this moment, Yi Fei's tongue was completely numb. He could only slur this single word, virtually unable to articulate anything else. Wang Ergu looked at Yi Fei with feigned sympathy. Kid, if only you'd been this straightforward earlier and hadn't interrupted, would you have needed to convulse for so long and foam at the mouth this much? Look at how you've decorated my floor like a heavy snowfall. Child, when physical suffering becomes your daily companion, you'll eventually understand that indomitable will shall make you invincible. Wang Ergu showed no urgency to help, deliberately jotting in his notebook first, 1 dose of 5 elements antidote, 50 spirit stones. Oh, and since you've vomited all over my place, some additional cleaning fees seem only fair. Jot. Before Wang Ergu could finish speaking, Yi Fei immediately began shouting the word repeatedly again. Goddamn your ancestors. Fucking save me first, you bastard. We can tally the accounts later, for fuck's sake, my dear ancestor. Chapter 16, The Apprenticeship Begins. Yi Fei never expected that after agreeing to pay Wang Ergu the sanitation fee, the man would immediately administer the antidote to him. However, Wang Ergu simply squatted beside him, watching eagerly as he kept foaming at the mouth and convulsing, showing no intention of giving Yi Fei the antidote. By this time, Yi Fei's tongue had completely numbed, rendering him unable to even utter the word remember. Is this old bastard waiting for my condition to worsen so he can extort emergency treatment fees from me? In the end, Yi Fei waited until he stopped foaming at the mouth and completely passed out from convulsions, without ever seeing Wang Ergu offer him the antidote. After Yifei lost consciousness, Wang Ergo approached, pried open his mouth, lifted his eyelids, undid his clothes to press on his chest, abdomen, lower belly, legs, and feet. He meticulously examined Yifei from head to toe as if inspecting a corpse, before finally checking his pulse again. This pulse diagnosis lasted for over 2 hours. After finishing, he suddenly shook his head and let out a long sigh. It seems it's time to administer some strong medicine. Wang Ergo turned around to fetch a bowl of clean water, picked up a small bottle from the table, poured in some medicinal powder, stirred it with his finger several times, then walked over to Yifei. He placed the bowl of water on the ground nearby, helped Yifei sit up, wiped the sweat from Yifei's forehead with his sleeve. Then he rummaged around in his pants for quite a while before finally pulling out an exquisitely crafted small porcelain bottle from his crotch. Removing the bottle stopper, he poured its contents into his palm, revealing a golden pill about the size of a fingertip that sparkled brilliantly, resembling a golden bean with substantial texture. Woof woof woof. Zheng Dao, squatting nearby, suddenly barked fiercely at Wang Ergo several times. I know you're reluctant to see me give it to him. Wang Ergo glanced at Zheng Dao, but he needs this precious pill passed down from my master more than I do. Having said that, Wang Ergo pinched the elixir with his fingers and extended it toward Zheng Dao. Come, Zheng Dao, let's savor this medicinal aroma one last time together. This is our final chance to smell such exquisite elixir fragrance. Woof woof. Zheng Dao immediately approached with excitement, greedily inhaling the scent with great force. Thud. 2 seconds later, Zheng Dao suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, white foam bubbling from his mouth. Wang Ergo was shocked and hurriedly brought the golden elixir closer to his own nose to sniff it. Ew. Wang Ergo immediately twisted his face away in disgust, gagging, ugh ugh. Soon after, he placed the elixir on a nearby stool, then sniffed his own hand only to be overcome with another wave of nausea. So it was a hand issue, the pill is fine. I thought the pill had expired. Scared this old man half to death. Wang Ergo glanced down at his crotch, then counted on his fingers. Last bathed in March last year. Has it really been a year and a half already? I should indeed find time to bathe soon. After saying this, he picked up the golden pill again, holding it up to the sunlight outside the door and gazing at it with reluctant fondness for quite some time, before finally letting out a long sigh. I've been saving this for so long, couldn't bear to consume it myself, yet now I have to let this kid have it. Truly, the 9 transformations treasure pill is destined only for those with fate. Old Yi, you damn swindler. When I agreed to take in this child back then, you really screwed me over good. Now I've lost my 9 transformations treasure pill because of it. If the outside world knew there still existed a 9 transformations treasure pill in this world, the cultivation world would have long since been plunged into a storm of bloodshed. Wang Ergo pried open Yifei's mouth, looking heartbroken as he stuffed the golden elixir into it, then poured the bowl of water mixed with medicinal powder down Yifei's throat. Fortunately, Yifei was unconscious, otherwise he would probably have collapsed foaming at the mouth like Zheng Dao. After feeding Yifei the golden elixir, Wang Ergo brought over a basin of clean water, wet a towel, and wiped away the foam residue from Yifei's face and neck before finally cleaning his body. In the end, when he wrung out the towel in the basin, the originally clear and pure water instantly turned dark brown. Of course, Yifei had no way of knowing that his physique had undergone earth-shaking changes after several days of Wang Ergo's conditioning. Half an hour later, Yifei slowly regained consciousness while sitting on the stool. Wang Ergo still sat with his head bowed, smoking by the fire pit. Usually Zheng Dao would always lie close by Wang Ergo's side, but this time it had moved to lie far away in a corner. The old man's body odor was rather pungent. Even the dog couldn't stand it. If it stayed any closer, it feared it would lose its appetite for dinner tonight. Awake. As soon as Yifei woke up, Wang Ergo immediately turned his head to glance at him and pointed at the spot where Yifei had been lying. Clean up the mess on the floor. Yifei, didn't you just charge me a cleaning fee? And now I have to clean it myself. Yifei was nearly going crazy. You take the cleaning fee but still make me do the cleaning. I charge the cleaning fee because you dirted my floor. That's compensation money. Wang Ergo said with contempt. You're the one who vomited on it, so who else should clean it if not you? After speaking, Wang Ergo abruptly changed the subject. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and clean the floor so we can go out to practice. You've been here 2 days already. It's about time I started teaching you something. In a hurry to record accounts and collect money, aren't you? Yifei curled his lips disdainfully. Speak. How much does it cost to teach a martial art? Your father already paid for martial arts teaching. It's a monthly subscription. No need to pay again. Wang Ergo replied, then walked outside with his tobacco pipe. No charge. Yifei curled his lips again. If you don't find some indirect way to collect money, dogs would stop eating shit. Woof woof woof. Zheng Dao suddenly barked at Yifei from the corner of the wall. Alright, eat it. I never said you couldn't. Why so excited? Yifei hastily explained to Zheng Dao. He thought Zheng Dao must have misunderstood, believing he was forbidding it from eating feces. Though Yifei knew Wang Ergo would surely find some indirect way to collect money later, he was somewhat curious what was the old man planning to teach him today. After all, with Wang Ergo and Zheng Dao watching him during daytime, there was certainly no chance to escape now. If he wanted to run, he'd have to wait for nightfall to find an opportunity. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Might as well go learn something. If he truly has some skills, learning a move or two would be beneficial. Yifei picked up the broom, swept the room casually a few times, then turned and went out. For some reason, after waking from this poisoning incident, he felt his whole body brimming with strength. This sensation was several times more intense than before. At this moment, he had no doubt that even if he were to run a marathon right now, he'd still have energy to spare. He strode quickly into the courtyard and saw Wang Ergo already waiting for him under a large tree. The Thousand Immortals Sect's courtyard was enormous, spanning at least 5 or 6 basketball courts. In the center of the courtyard stood a large tree with luxuriant foliage, clearly ancient. It would likely take 7 or 8 people to encircle its trunk. Beneath the tree sat a square stone table flanked by 4 stone stools. Wang Ergo was sitting by one of the stone stools, smoking. Yifei walked briskly to Wang Ergo's side and said expressionlessly, "First, tell me what you plan to teach me, and at what price." "Didn't I tell you? Your father has already paid 600 spirit stones per month for your apprenticeship. Teaching martial arts won't cost extra." Wang Ergo glared at Yifei with disdain. "Do you really think your master is money grubbing? Holy shit. You mean you aren't yet? If this doesn't count as money grubbing, what does? Here." Wang Ergo suddenly pulled out a secret manual from his robe and tossed it to Yifei. Yifei caught the manual, opened it to glance through a few pages, and was immediately dumbfounded. It might as well be celestial scripture. Couldn't understand a single word. However, some of the illustrations inside seemed rather interesting. Yifei quickly became absorbed in studying them. Seeing how engrossed Yifei was, Wang Ergo's face instantly lit up with joy. Could this kid actually be a martial arts genius? My mysterious heavenly technique is so profound and mysterious, yet he understands it at first glance. Got immersed immediately. Excellent, excellent. The Thousand Immortals sect will have worthy successors. As expected from old man Ye's grandson, truly extraordinary. This heaven's secret art isn't some ordinary technique that common folks can comprehend. Can you really understand it? Wang Ergo approached skeptically, glancing at the book in Yifei's hand. This glance proved crucial. In an instant, he snatched the book from Yifei's hands in fright and hastily tucked it into his robe. Damn it, how could I have grabbed the wrong one? I gave him the classic of the plain girl. Chapter 17, Monthly Subscription. Master, let me look at it a while longer. Although I can't recognize a single character, the illustrations are quite interesting, Yifei said reluctantly. Ahem. Wang Ergo cleared his throat dryly, looking at Yifei with disdain. You don't recognize even one character? Not one. Yifei shook his head. Pretending to understand what you don't, Wang Ergo said contemptuously. Fortunately, he's illiterate. Otherwise it would have been utterly embarrassing. How could the Yi family raise such a good for nothing? You can't understand a single word of such a fine book. What a waste. Wang Ergo said righteously, curling his lip. Forget it, since you're illiterate, I'll teach you the mantras later. First, let me explain some basic principles of Taoist cultivation. Taoist cultivation emphasizes 3 treasures: essence, qi, and spirit. It focuses on refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness to unite with the Tao. Essence, qi, and spirit are interconnected and mutually transformative. They exist together or perish together. Essence transforms into qi, qi transforms into spirit, and spirit nourishes essence. Now repeat after me the Thousand Immortals Sect's Heavenly Secrets Great Method Mantra. Sit with eyes closed and heart still, grasp firm and quiet the divine mind, gently sway the heavenly pillar, let the crimson dragon stir the water's essence. Alright, go sit cross-legged under the sun. Recite the heart method while trying the breathing technique I just taught you. Remember, when first learning breath control, exhale completely, inhale fully. That day, Yifei sat cross-legged under the sun the entire day. Forget practicing breath control, he couldn't even memorize the full heart method. He was naturally a poor student. Even during his school days, his memory was particularly bad. When it came to reciting texts from elementary to high school, he was always among those who failed to memorize and got detained after school. Moreover, the incantation of the Heaven's Secret technique grew increasingly profound and mystical in later parts. Combined with the particularly convoluted mental cultivation method, how could he possibly remember it all? As the sun began to set, Wang Ergo approached Yifei. Forget it, let's call it a day. True to Yifei's expectations, Wang Ergo immediately pulled out his little notebook without hesitation. Yifei stared at him expressionlessly, curious to hear what new tricks this old man might come up with this time. Sure enough, Wang Ergo didn't disappoint, presenting a brand new charge: venue wear and tear fee, 1 day, 10 spirit stones. Yifei stood up and glanced at the bluestone ground where he'd been sitting all day. The wear does look quite severe. If I sat here for 100 million years, I'm sure I could grind a dent in this bluestone slab. Anything else? Write it down. Record everything. Don't miss a single item. Wang Ergo looked up at the sun that had already moved westward. The weather is too hot today. Master has shed plenty of hard-working sweat for you today. Shouldn't we compensate a little for this sweat expense? Yifei. Hard-working sweat. You've been sitting under the tree shade enjoying cool breeze all day, almost catching a cold. What sweat are you talking about? Besides, even if you did sweat, what the hell does that have to do with me? I could have tolerated if you asked for high temperature subsidy, at least that sounds reasonable. But sweat expense. Write it down. Write it all down. Yifei pointed at the notebook. Anything else? Wang Ergu himself seemed somewhat embarrassed as he smiled and glanced at the teapot on the stone table beneath the tree. Tea expense, right. Fair enough. Write it down. All of it. Anything else? You see, Master spent the whole day teaching you cultivation techniques today and accomplished nothing else. Yifei. What do you mean? From the tone of his voice, does he still want compensation for lost working hours? Old man, you took money to teach disciples martial arts, yet now you want to charge for lost work time. If you were worried about your other jobs being delayed, you shouldn't have accepted me in the first place. Had you not taken me in, would I need to suffer like this? Write it down, write everything down. Anything else? Nothing more this time. Think carefully now, don't leave anything out. Let's forget about the rest. Thanks so damn much. That evening, they had another exorbitantly priced dinner. Anyway, Yifei had grown numb to it all and didn't care anymore. Let him record whatever he wanted. After the meal, Wang Ergo had Yifei stand night watch again. It was decided that starting tonight, Yifei would take the first watch every night, while Zhang Dao would take the late watch. This actually suited Yifei perfectly. When Yifei had been standing by the door until about 11 p.m., he noticed Wang Ergo and Zhang Dao hadn't made any noise for a long time. They must have fallen asleep. So he abandoned his backpack and immediately bolted down the mountain. However, before he could even make it past the bamboo grove outside the gate, Zhang Dao had already caught up with him. However, that evening, Yifei didn't back down at all. He actually fought back against Zhang Dao. Unfortunately, precisely because he fought back and landed several punches on Zhang Dao, the final outcome was that he suffered far worse injuries than from previous bites. The scene was gruesome when Zhang Dao dragged him back. A long, dark trail of blood stretched from the bamboo grove all the way to Wang Ergo's house. That night, even Wang Ergo himself seemed somewhat ashamed. After applying medicine to Yifei and recording the expenses, he spoke with feigned concern. Kid, if you keep running away like this every day, I'm afraid your father won't be able to afford your medical bills in the future. None of your business. The Yi family has plenty of money. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Yifei silently warned himself, damn it, today I must be smarter, can't be as dumb as yesterday. When drinking the porridge later, whatever they add, I'll add too even if it's shit. Yifei hurried to Wang Ergo's house and found that Wang Ergo and Zhang Dao had already started eating again. This time he was more cautious, not rushing to get a bowl for the porridge. Instead, he stared at them intently for quite a while, noticing they didn't add anything during the entire eating process this time. There shouldn't be any problem now, right? Finally reassured, Yifei went to serve himself some porridge and started eating. However, what he never could have dreamed was that ultimately he still fell victim as expected. The reason turned out to be that before he arrived, Wang Ergo and Zhang Dao had each drunk a bowl of water. That water had been mixed with one of the 1,000 treasure porridge's medicinal powders. This meant they still managed to incorporate all 1,000 ingredients of the porridge, while Yifei, who merely drank the plain porridge, naturally lacked one medicine again. Most infuriatingly, Wang Ergo had even smugly asked him, kid, those 50 spirit stones every morning for detoxification, you can't escape them. If it's too much, how about subscribing to a monthly detox package? I'll give you a discount. That way you won't need to get poisoned daily. It'll lessen your suffering and save me trouble too. Sigh, this kid's mind doesn't seem to be working quite right. I'll have to keep thinking of ways to trick him some more. If I don't teach him a proper lesson, how will he withstand those old monsters out there? He'd get played to death in no time, then all my effort in training him would be wasted. Monthly subscription. I'll subscribe your mother, subscribe your ancestors. Am I freaking addicted to monthly subscriptions? Why don't you offer yearly packages? You want me to get a VIP membership addiction? Am I out of my mind? How much was that monthly subscription again? I'll subscribe. Chapter 18, Tree Climbing Pro. 1,450. Wang Ergo said with a serious face, this is the best deal available. 1,450. Yifei lowered his head and counted on his fingers briefly, then immediately looked at Wang Ergo with disdain. Just a 3% discount. You call this a sale? After speaking, Yifei suddenly changed his tone and asked arrogantly, how much for a yearly package? Just give me a yearly subscription directly. Monthly. Who do you look down on? Back when I used Aichi and Kugo, I always got yearly memberships. Aichi, Kugo. Even Wang Ergo himself was stunned this time. What kind of dog is Kugo? Is it powerful? Can it defeat Dao enlightenment? Yifei, you wouldn't understand these things. It's hard to explain to you. Just tell me how much for the annual package. Annual package. Wang Ergo wore an expression of difficulty. I've never actually done this before. Your senior brothers and sisters at most only did monthly packages. Holy shit, so previous senior brothers and sisters got scammed like this too. Yifei immediately felt much more balanced. Then where are those senior brothers and sisters of mine? Yifei asked curiously. They all ran away down the mountain, didn't they? With his scammy methods like this, only idiots wouldn't run away. This master drove them all down the mountain for training. Wang Ergo proudly stroked his goatee. Ha, ran away is ran away, yet you say you drove them down for training. Yifei curled his lip. If you've got what it takes, drive me down the mountain for training right now, then I'll acknowledge your capability. You. Wang Ergo curled his lips. You've only just started learning a few days ago, haven't even mastered the most basic breathing techniques. What are you going to experience out there? How to get beaten up? I can't afford to lose face like that. When you've truly mastered your skills, I'll naturally send you down the mountain. Enough already, let's stop this meaningless talk. Just tell me directly how much for the annual package. Yifei looked every bit the nouveau riche. If we're really talking annual package, then the discount should be significant. Wang Ergo stroked his goatee while pondering. How about this? I'll calculate it as 15,000 spirit stones per year, effectively giving you 2 months free. That's generous enough, isn't it? Write it down. I'll take the annual package. Yifei waved his hand grandly. Wang Ergo looked at Yifei with disdain. Tisk tsk, it's easy to be extravagant with other people's money, isn't it? How did the Yi family produce such a spendthrift like you? Yifei. Am I really wasteful? Even the most frugal person would be forced to splurge when dealing with you. It's not like I want to be wasteful, but do I have any choice? Yifei grumbled a few words in his heart, then tossed his head proudly. The Yi family has plenty of money. Money is no object. Fine, those are your own words. Wang Ergo quickly noted down a few more lines. Yifei's morning detoxification package for 1 year, totaling 15,000 spirit stones. After finishing the record, Wang Ergo didn't forget to add a clause. Kid, this yearly package only covers morning detoxification. Detox at other times doesn't count. Ha! Yifei was suddenly startled. Master, you wouldn't start serving 1,000 treasure porridge for lunch or dinner later, would you? Of course not. Wang Ergo curled his lip. Is your master that kind of person? Though if you find night watch too exhausting and want 1,000 treasure porridge as midnight snack, this master can arrange that for you. This child, what am I to do with you? Today's 1,000 treasure porridge treatment was already the last serving. You've taken my 9 revolutions precious pill. That thing has already regulated your body quite well. Using 1,000 treasure porridge for your detoxification has come to an end. I thank you. Yifei clasped his fists. No need. Just like that, Yifei arrogantly purchased an annual membership. After all, he was determined to default and escape, having no intention to pay at all. Annual membership. He'd dare commit to a lifetime one if necessary. After finalizing the annual membership details, Yifei immediately returned to meditation practice. That day during meditation, Yifei racked his brains all day but couldn't devise an escape plan for the night. The back gate was impossible, the front gate too, and climbing the wall was beyond him. He simply couldn't figure out how to escape. Finally, when evening came and cultivation ended, Wang Ergo summoned Yifei under the tree to settle accounts. Looking up at that tree, Yifei suddenly found fresh inspiration. This giant tree requiring 7 or 8 people to encircle had luxuriant foliage, with one branch stretching all the way beyond the compound wall. What excited him most was seeing that the branch extended outside and actually connected with several big trees beyond the wall. Hell, isn't this heaven helping me? As long as I climb the tree and follow that branch into the eastern woods, I can leave without anyone noticing. The eastern woods are so far from the main gate, even Zheng Dao's sharp ears couldn't hear anything, right? Wang Ergo noticed Yifei's gaze and followed it to look at the big tree. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better never climb this tree. Many people have fallen from it. Why would I climb trees for no reason? Yifei curled his lip. I don't even know how to climb trees. Heh, I'm an expert tree climber, would I tell you that? Back in my village childhood days, among kids my age who could climb trees faster than me. That night, after waiting to hand over shift with Zheng Dao, Yifei didn't even go home, heading straight for that big tree in the yard. With excellent physical condition, he quickly climbed up to a branch about 10 meters above ground that extended beyond the wall. He glanced back at the distant gate area, then looked toward Wang Ergo's room. You old bastard, it's really time to say goodbye now. After saying this, he immediately turned his attention back to the branch stretching outside the wall. However, just at that moment, he heard a hissing sound coming from above his head. Looking up, he saw a white python as thick as his thigh coiled around an overhead branch, its massive head protruding as it opened its gaping mouth and flicked a long forked tongue at him. Whoosh! Without thinking, Yifei immediately turned and jumped down from the tree. As he fell, he landed on a branch about 3 meters above the ground. Fortunately, this branch cushioned his fall, so he wasn't seriously injured when he hit the ground. When he scrambled up from the ground, the first thing he did was look back behind him. However, this glance frightened him out of his wits. He had been afraid of snakes since childhood, and now that white python had already descended from the tree, its head less than 3 meters away from him. Woo-woo, goddammit, Yifei cried and cursed loudly, immediately turning to rush toward Wang Ergo's room while screaming tearfully, Woo-woo, master, save me, I'm scared of snakes. After calling for Wang Ergo, he turned back to look at the white python still relentlessly chasing him. Don't come any closer. Yifei, you big idiot. You brought this upon yourself. The old man had warned you not to climb trees recklessly. Why didn't you listen? Climbing tree expert my ass, can you still be an expert now? Chapter 19, Snatching Someone from Snake's Jaws. Yifei sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him and soon reached the door of Wang Ergo's room. Bang bang bang, Yifei pounded fiercely on the door several times. Master, save me. There's a huge snake. However, Wang Ergo seemed to be sleeping too soundly as there wasn't the slightest movement from inside the room. But just at that moment he saw Zhang Dao crawling in through the dog hole by the main gate. Brother Dao, save me! Yifei urgently sought help from his former mortal enemy, even generously calling him Brother Dao. Just how shameless could one be? Yet Zhang Dao was merciless. After giving Yifei one glance, he actually turned around and crawled back out through the dog hole. Fine. After all our life and death bonding these past days, you just watch me die without lifting a finger. In the following moments, that over 10 meters long white python kept chasing Yifei while he continued running madly around the courtyard while screaming, Master, save me. There's a giant python. Don't come any closer. Bang! Yifei had no idea how many laps he had run, but it must have been at least 10. Suddenly, his foot caught on an uneven bluestone slab, causing him to fall flat on his face. At that very moment, the white giant python swung its tail at him, instantly coiling around him from his armpits down to his legs. In just an instant, only Yifei's hands and head remained exposed outside the coils. Yifei waved his arms frantically and screamed at the top of his lungs, Master, save me, Master, I'll never run again, come save me quick, woo-woo. Yifei cried his heart out in terror. He was genuinely terrified of snakes. Anyone with ophidiophobia would understand that deep-rooted, soul-shaking fear isn't something one can simply overcome. Although Yifei grew up in the countryside, he had been bitten by a venomous snake as a child, leaving him with lasting psychological trauma. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. A person who's been bitten by a snake will even fear a rope that resembles one for 10 years. Ever since being bitten by a snake as a child, Yifei would tremble all over even at the distant sight of a small snake, let alone now when a giant white python had already coiled around him. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang Ergo slowly walked over. Weren't you supposed to be a tree climbing expert? I told you not to climb that tree, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. As he finished speaking, he had already reached Yifei's side. By now, Yifei was being squeezed so tightly by the python that he could barely breathe. He opened his mouth wide and frantically gestured at Wang Ergo, wanting to speak but completely unable to catch his breath to form words. Wang Ergo squatted sympathetically in front of Yifei. Yifei, GG. Wang Ergo, ha. What are you saying? Yifei, GG. Wang Ergo, GG. What does that mean? Yifei, GG. Wang Ergo, Yifei, GG. Damn brat, what exactly are you trying to say? Wang Ergo said impatiently. If you've got something to say it properly instead of chirping like a little chick. Swish. Suddenly, Yifei reached out, snatched the notebook from Wang Ergo's arms, and hurled it at his face while shouting, right. Wang Ergo finally couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing on the spot. Kid, are you really this scared of just one python? When you go out for training in the future, you'll face countless terrifying demon beasts. Are you just going to die of fright before even fighting them? We should have Bai Ling scare this timid little brat more often. With this thought in mind, Wang Ergo opened his notebook, snatched from Snake's mouth 200 per rescue. You agree? Right. TCH, I already warned you not to climb that tree. Wang Ergo sighed lightly as he scribbled 2 lines. This money might as well be picked up off the ground. After speaking, Wang Ergo glanced at the white python. Alright, Bai Ling, this is your junior brother. I only asked you to keep an eye on him so he wouldn't run away. Did you really want to strangle him to death? HSSSS. The white python turned its head, stretching it to about a meter away from Yifei's face, flicking its forked tongue at him. Its eyes rolled playfully before instantly releasing Yifei. However, it didn't leave immediately. Instead, it coiled itself around Wang Ergo, resting its head on his shoulder while continuing to extend its neck and flick its tongue at Yifei as if deliberately provoking him. Even though the white python had released him by now, Yifei still trembled in terror at the sight of the giant serpent before him, curling up on the ground without daring to move a muscle. Bai Ling, go back now. Your junior brother is scared of you. Wang Ergo patted the white python's head. HSSSS. The white python flicked its tongue at Wang Ergo's face several more times before turning to climb up the tree in the courtyard, soon disappearing into the dense foliage. Cough. Yifei finally managed to get up, squatting on the ground in a fit of coughing. Are you okay? Wang Ergo gently patted his back. Don't touch me. Yifei swatted away Wang Ergo's hand, stood up crying and walked toward his room. Woo, you're insane. You kept such a huge snake on that tree without telling me. Woo, I'm terrified of snakes. Woo, really scared him bad. Maybe I went too far this time. Wang Ergo sighed deeply. This kid, so afraid of snakes. Seems I should have Bai Ling help him build some courage more often. After Wang Ergo assigned the room to Yifei, the latter spent the very next day repairing his door. For 3 full days after being frightened to tears by the white python, Yifei remained indoors without stepping outside his room even once. Even Wang Ergo thought he had been terrified by Bai Ling and was hiding in his room out of fear. Wang Ergo called Yifei for meals several times outside his door but received no response. Realizing Yifei must be angry, he stopped bothering him. It wasn't until the middle of the fourth night, around 1 or 2 in the morning, when a thunderous boom suddenly sounded behind Yifei's house. The wall had collapsed, leaving a gap over 3 meters long. Immediately afterward, Yifei's shrill scream echoed from beyond the collapsed wall. "Ah, master, save me." When Wang Ergo arrived at the scene, he found Yifei lying in a massive pit outside the wall, buried under a pile of rocks. "You little," Wang Ergo looked disdainfully at Yifei, who was buried alive in the dirt pit. "I thought you'd been too scared of Bai Ling to come out these days. Turns out you were hiding inside digging tunnels." Yifei extended a bloody hand from between the pile of rubble. Note. Chapter 20, Golden Bell Protection and Iron Cloth Shirt. "You think just taking notes will settle this? You'll immediately fill in all these tunnels and repair the walls for me in the coming days. You brat, I really don't understand you. Why are you so stubbornly determined to run away? The Thousand Immortals sect provides good food, good drinks, good lodging. What have we done to wrong you? Before your father settles accounts with me, do you really think you can escape?" In the end, Yifei spent 5 days backfilling the tunnels and repairing the walls. And this was with him cutting corners, leaving one section of tunnel unfilled, otherwise he couldn't have finished in 5 days. During the following half-month, Yifei finally stabilized and settled down. Every day followed the same unshakable routine: wake up for breakfast in the morning, meditate and practice cultivation during daytime, and look for chances to escape at night. The only fortunate thing was that since switching to the annual meal plan, he never got poisoned during breakfast again. Unfortunately, his escape attempts also met with unshakable consistency. No matter where or how he tried to flee, the outcome was always the same: being dragged back by Zhang Dao. He knew perfectly well that unless Zhang Dao died, he would never descend the mountain. This damn dog was the biggest obstacle blocking his way down the mountain. Thus, on this evening half a month later, Yifei finally resolved to settle things with Zhang Dao in a decisive battle. There was no other choice, he was forced to this. After all, he had tried every escape method imaginable: front gate, back gate, climbing up or digging underground. The common denominator of all failures was Zhang Dao. After he became afraid to climb trees, he secretly made a ladder himself, planning to use it to scale the wall. However, just as he grabbed the top of the wall and jumped down, Zhang Dao, who had been waiting outside, leaped up simultaneously. Before Yifei could land, Zhang Dao caught him mid-air with its mouth. The result was predictable: he got dragged back again by Zhang Dao. There was a cliff behind the Thousand Immortals sect's back gate. Although Yifei suffered from acrophobia, since the cliff's slope wasn't too steep and his desperation to escape the sect overwhelmed him, one day he prepared a rope to descend. Yet when he had just slid down less than 3 meters while holding the rope, Zhang Dao appeared again. It bit the rope and stared at him expectantly, its meaning clear: "Are you coming back up? If not, I'll let you fall." At that moment, Yifei couldn't stand this provocation. He directly glared at Zhang Dao and started cursing: "You fucking dare to bite through the rope? Just see if my master won't kill you. Don't think just because you're his beloved dog you can do whatever you want. Don't forget you're a dog will always be a dog. How can you compare with humans? Human lives matter, understand, ah." Before Yifei could finish his sentence, Zhang Dao made a snap sound and bit through the rope. After falling off the cliff this time, Yifei had no idea how he got back. But he remembered clearly that unlike before, when he woke up the next day his body wasn't completely fine as usual. He had to stay in bed for 3 days before he could get up. On the 4th day, when he got out of bed, Wang Ergo suppressed his laughter and showed him the medical bills from those days. They filled over 10 full pages. One could imagine how seriously injured he was this time. Therefore, Yifei knew the battle with Zhang Dao was inevitable sooner or later. He must fight. There was no alternative. Either succeed or die trying. Damn it, tonight either it dies or I perish. Either I carry Zhang Dao down the mountain to eat dog meat, or Ergo buries me with full honors in the back mountain. During the daytime, Yifei searched for a long time before finding a suitable weapon. It was a wooden stick as thick as an adult's arm. During the first half of the night while on guard duty, he had long hidden the stick outside the main gate entrance. Wang Ergo instructed that the main gate must be securely closed during night watch. Therefore, every time Zhang Dao came out to take over the shift, it never used the main gate because there was a dog hole on the left side of the entrance through which Zhang Dao would crawl out every midnight to relieve Yifei. That night, the guard duty passed particularly slowly and was hard to endure, mainly because Yifei stood at the entrance fantasizing about striking Zhang Dao dead with the stick, carrying him down the mountain to find Yi lighting, and the beautiful scene of father and son roasting dog meat in the wild. Finally, with great difficulty, midnight arrived. Yifei heard familiar footsteps coming from the courtyard. "Damn it, you finally came." Yifei tightly gripped the wooden stick, perfectly combining his waist and horse stance, already assuming a baseball batting posture. "How will it react when I swing this bat down?" Swish! At that moment, Zhang Dao poked its head out from the dog hole. The instant its head emerged, Yifei, who had been waiting by the entrance, swung his stick fiercely toward Zhang Dao's head. "Just watch me smash your damn dog head." Clang! Yifei's full-powered swing landed squarely on Zhang Dao's head, vibrating his hands numb. He momentarily had the illusion that he had struck a massive rock. God damn it, my hands are completely numb from the vibration. How is it still alive? Focusing his gaze, he saw Zhang Dao looking up at him with an expression of utter disdain. Then, after completely crawling out of the dog hole, Zhang Dao immediately performed an action that Yi Fei never could have anticipated. But seeing it face Yi Fei, its two hind legs sitting on the ground, body erect, a pair of eyes looking at Yi Fei with great disdain, its two front legs slapped hard against its own chest several times. The meaning was clear: come on, hit me here. What the hell? Being provoked by a dog, could Yi Fei tolerate this? Immediately, Yi Fei tightly gripped the wooden stick in both hands and started whirling around, randomly beating at Zhang Dao, who remained sitting on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. In the end, even when the tiger's mouth of Yi Fei's palm split open and bled from the impact, Zhang Dao still sat motionless on the ground, completely unfazed, like it was nothing. No, like nothing had happened to a dog. Wang Ergu, damn your ancestors. Faced with such a scene, Yi Fei nearly lost his mind. With a choked-up voice, he instantly burst into curses. You're utterly inhuman. You scammed so much money from me, and you fucking taught it iron shirt and golden bell techniques, but didn't teach me. Chapter 21. Someone comes to challenge the school. After cursing Wang Ergu, Yi Fei immediately threw away the stick in his hand and flopped down in front of Zhang Dao with a thud. With a woeful expression, he said to Zhang Dao, Brother Dao, we're already so familiar with each other. Besides, I've been practicing golden bell cover and iron shirt with you all night. How about going easy on me tonight? Woof woof woof. Zhang Dao immediately pounced on Yi Fei. This day marked the worst beating Yi Fei ever received from Zhang Dao. When he was dragged back, he was practically skinless, with tooth marks covering his entire body except his head and neck. The next morning, Yi Fei woke up lying on the floor of Wang Ergu's house. He had already lost count of how many times he'd slept on Wang Ergu's floor. Awake. Seeing Yi Fei wake up, Wang Ergu immediately said, watch carefully. After speaking, he suddenly stood up, grabbed a kitchen knife, and strode toward Zhang Dao, who was crouching in the corner. Holy shit. Was I bitten too badly last night? Has he finally had a crisis of conscience and decided to butcher the dog himself to avenge me? Guzzi, you've finally done something human for once. That's more like it. After all, I'm your disciple. I'm the one who'll take care of you in your old age and send you off when the time comes. How can this beast compare to me? Can it provide for you in your twilight years? Yi Fei turned to Zhang Dao, who was crouched in the corner, and gloated, see that? I told you in the end, you're just a dog, while I'm human. If you push me too far, do you really think my master will let you off? Thunk! Just then, Wang Ergo brought his cleaver down hard on Zhang Dao's neck. When he lifted the cleaver, a gap the size of a baby's fist was now embedded in the middle of the blade. Yi Fei! Holy hell! So he wasn't butchering the dog, he was just flexing his strength. Wait, does this mean I spent all last night whacking this damned canine Iron Man with a stick? Clang! Wang Ergo threw the cleaver with a large missing chunk onto the ground before Yi Fei. Kid, see this? Zhang Dao has been eating spiritual substances since birth under my care and has long cultivated an ironclad body. Thinking you can hurt Zhang Dao with ordinary weapons. Ha, save your effort. After speaking, Wang Ergo pointed at the cleaver on the ground and took out a small notebook from his pocket. This cleaver got chipped like this to demonstrate Zhang Dao's power for you. You're paying for the damage. Yi Fei. Who asked for your demonstration? Damaged cleaver 50 spirit stones. 50 for this broken cleaver. This cleaver was used by my grandfather. I have sentimental attachment to it. Yi Fei. Bullshit sentimental attachment. Where does he even come up with these phrases? Yi Fei decided not to waste more words arguing. He could never win against Wang Ergo verbally. Let him record whatever he wants. He had completely given up, and completely despaired. He had tried every possible method: front door, back door, even attempting to escape through the heavens or underground, but Zhang Dao's golden bell shield made him completely abandon any thought of running away. He came to believe that perhaps his only chance to leave the mountain would be if he achieved sufficient mastery in his studies, and Wang Ergo finally drove him down the mountain. Therefore, he resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to cultivation from that day onward. To his surprise, on the morning of the 7th day, he genuinely felt the air entering his body and could guide this energy to flow through his meridians according to the Tianji Great Method's mental incantation. This discovery thrilled him beyond measure. When he reported this progress to Wang Ergu, the latter showed clear delight and praised him without reservation. Though you're as stupid as a pig, at least you finally stepped over the threshold of qi refinement. Keep practicing from now on. Whenever you sense energy entering your body, remember to sink it directly to your dantian. Don't let it wander aimlessly through your system. Sink it to the dantian. Yi Fei blinked in confusion. Where exactly is the dantian? Smack! Wang Ergu angrily slapped him on the back of his head. The dantian is the Qi-Hai acupoint. For heaven's sake, didn't I teach you where the Qi-Hai point is? Qi-Hai acupoint. Yi Fei looked utterly confused. Master, where is the Qi-Hai point again? Wang Ergu smacked his forehead. After being on this mountain for over a month, you still don't even know where your dantian is. How can this be? With talent like yours, still blabbering every day about leaving the mountain once you've mastered your skills. Even if I'm buried, you won't be able to descend this mountain. Master, when are you going to be buried? Wang Ergu. At that moment, Yifei suddenly felt a surge of excitement again. That's right, the old man is already 80 and I'm only 18. Even if he's still in good health, if I just hold out another 10 years, surely I can outlast him, right? 28 years old to leave the mountain, that's not too late at all. To Yifei's complete surprise, just when he had resolved to wait until Wang Ergo died of old age before leaving the mountain, that very afternoon when he mastered sinking chi into the dantian, an unexpected turning point arrived in his life. Because someone came to challenge the Thousand Immortals sect. That afternoon, while concentrating on practicing drawing breath into the body and sinking chi into the dantian, a brawny man suddenly walked through the gate. The muscular man introduced himself as Ding Dashan, a disciple of the Purple Flame sect. He claimed to have traveled 1,000 miles specifically to seek a sparring match with someone from the Thousand Immortals sect. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, with a full beard, standing over 1.8 meters tall. He wore a sleeveless leather vest made of some unknown beast's hide, his entire body rippling with muscles that clearly indicated he could both take and deliver heavy blows. The moment Yifei understood his background, he was absolutely delighted, because he could tell at a glance that Wang Ergo would definitely be no match for this Ding Dashan. After all, just over a month ago, those dozen or so ordinary villagers came to collect debts and chased him all over the mountain. What real capability could he possibly have? Damn it, if Ding Dashan beats that old bastard to a pulp, wouldn't that mean I could leave the mountain immediately? Wouldn't have to wait until the 28th anymore. Just as Yifei was feeling thrilled in his heart, Wang Ergu, who was drinking tea at the table under the tree shade, suddenly shouted at him, "Kid, come here." Ha! Yifei didn't quite understand why Wang Ergu was calling him over when someone came to challenge their school. Could it be to help him fetch weapons from inside the house? Ding Dashan is so strong. The fist fears the vigor of youth. Do you really think grabbing weapons would help you defeat him? With overwhelming excitement, Yifei scurried over to Wang Ergu. Hee, master, someone's come to challenge our school. Go teach him a good lesson and show him the might of our Thousand Immortals sect. All he wanted now was for Wang Ergo to hurry up and step forward, so he could properly enjoy watching how Wang Ergo would get thoroughly beaten up. Revenge isn't as satisfying as watching your enemy fall. After being tormented by this old pervert for over a month, someone's finally come to vent my grievances for me. Wang Ergo gave a cold snort toward Ding Dashan standing over 20 meters away, tapping his tobacco pipe against the table edge. Young people these days really don't know their place. They learn some half-baked skills and immediately think they're hot stuff. What the hell? Seeing Wang Ergo acting so confidently, Yifei's heart tightened. Is Ding Dashan just a paper tiger? The old man doesn't seem to take him seriously at all. At that moment, Wang Ergo suddenly turned to Yifei. Kid, I'm leaving him to you. You've been at Thousand Immortal sect for over a month now, time to see whether you're a donkey or a racehorse. Yifei. What? He's leaving him to me, telling me to go out for a trot. The hell kind of trot is this? Isn't this clearly just sending me to die? Yifei was on the verge of breakdown. Master, are you serious? Indeed, I've been at Xianxian sect for over a month, but what have I actually learned? The only thing I'm really experienced at is getting bitten by dogs. Even that Chi sinks to Dantian's technique, I just learned it this morning. Wang Ergo looked at Yifei with undisguised disdain. All your senior brothers and sisters are away. Do you expect my old bones to fight? What if I lose? That would disgrace Qianxian sect. Ha! Hearing Wang's words, Yifei was secretly overjoyed. If even Wang himself admitted he might lose, then today's situation was definitely favorable. Heaven hasn't abandoned me today. I can finally leave this mountain. That's exactly right. I want you to lose. If you don't lose, how can I possibly escape? At this moment, although Yifei was inwardly overjoyed, he showed no trace of it on his face. With a bitter expression, he immediately said, Master, stop joking. If you're not confident, why push me forward? How could I possibly beat him? Wang Ergo looked at Yifei with disdain. You think I'm asking you to go up there to defeat him? I never held such expectations in the first place. Yifei retorted scornfully. Then why tell me to go? Deliberately sending me to my death. I want you to go up there and annoy him. Wang Ergo said with complete seriousness. If you fight him, even if he wins, it won't be honorable. Yifei. Chapter 22. This trick works. Fucking hell. Is this the only purpose I serve in this world? Yifei, tell me, isn't this tragic? You brat, what are you standing around for? Get up there now. Just then, Wang Ergo kicked Yifei square in the buttocks, sending him stumbling forward 7 or 8 steps before he regained his balance. By this point, he had already reached a position not far from Ding Dashan. Ding Dashan, is it? At that moment, Wang Ergo spoke to Ding Dashan with arrogant swagger. This is my newly accepted disciple. If you want to spar, then spar with him. As for challenging me, you're not qualified yet. Have your Purple Flame sex leader come personally? Damn it! Can't you die without bragging? You don't even dare to fight Ding Dashan yourself, yet you tell his master to come. Wait until he really calls his master over. Let's see how you handle that then. At this moment, Ding Dashin suddenly gave a cold laugh. I've heard that while the Thousand Immortals sect may not have many disciples, every one of them stands out among the younger generation, all being extraordinarily talented individuals. Today I must properly learn from this. After speaking, Ding Dashin immediately began walking slowly toward Yifei. Moreover, as he walked, he took off the animal skin vest he was wearing and threw it on the ground. Gulp. Yifei swallowed hard as he looked at Ding Dashin's explosive muscles approaching him, instinctively starting to step backward. Damn, how am I supposed to fight this? His two pectoral muscles are literally bigger than my head. Forget about fighting him bare-handed. Even if you gave me a kitchen knife, I wouldn't dare go chop at him. Soon, Ding Dashin stopped about 5 meters away from Yifei. By this time, Yifei had already retreated to Wang Ergo's table. If the table hadn't blocked his lower back, he probably would have retreated behind the tree already. Wang Ergo glared coldly at Yifei and cursed under his breath. You little brat, you've thoroughly shamed the Thousand Immortals sect. Thoroughly shamed my old face. Yifei turned to look at Wang Ergo. If you think I'm embarrassing, why don't you fight him yourself? Young friend, please. At that moment, Ding Dashin extended his hand toward Yifei with a mocking smile. Invite my ass. The moment Yifei saw Ding Dashin's condescending look, his anger flared up instantly and he immediately began ranting. Standing side by side, I'm not even half your size. Look at those pectorals of yours, bigger than my damn head. Feeling real proud picking on me, huh? What a pathetic display of courage. If you've got real skills, go beat up that old man behind me instead, then I'll acknowledge you've got what it takes. Ding Dashin. Ding Dashin was completely dumbfounded by Yifei's verbal assault. Eventually, he could only glance at Wang Ergu. Since Senior is indeed from my master's generation, if I can't defeat you, I have no right to challenge him. Let's settle this first. How the moment Ding Dashin finished speaking, he let out a thunderous shout, stomped his right foot hard into the ground, and assumed a horse stance. Boom! At the same moment his right foot landed, the ground emitted a boom explosion sound. A bluestone slab measuring nearly 2 square feet was stomped right in the middle by his foot, directly splitting into 2 halves. Gulp. Yifei dry swallowed, lowering his head to stare blankly at the cracked bluestone beneath Ding Dashin's feet, his eyes frozen wide. If that stomp landed on me, wouldn't I be flattened into a pancake? Kid, don't panic. He's just a paper tiger, Wang Ergo whispered behind Yifei. Don't be fooled by his imposing size and intimidating aura, he actually doesn't have much real skill. Try planting your feet firmly, sink your chi to the dantian, and receive one of his punches. Ah, what a foolish boy, having such a rare treasure within his body yet not knowing how to use it. If you just sink your chi to the dantian and circulate that overwhelmingly domineering gang chi within you for protection, the backlash alone would send him reeling in confusion. Try taking his punch. Yifei first looked back at Wang Ergo, then glanced at Ding Dashin's fist as big as a sandpot, feeling his anger rising uncontrollably. You're hiding behind while sending me out. That's not all, now you want me to try taking his punch. Why don't you try it yourself? With such a huge fist, if it hits my stomach, wouldn't it knock the shit out of me literally? Oh, I get it. This old bastard must be thinking that after I get half beaten to death by a punch, he can make another fortune from my medical expenses, right? Fine. You want to play it this way? Then don't blame me for what's coming. Young man, enlighten me. At this moment, Ding Dashin, who had already assumed a stance, suddenly roared, then charged straight at Yifei with his sandpot-sized fist raised high. Yeah. Just as he was about to reach Yifei, the latter remained standing stupidly still without moving an inch. Swish! Ding Dashin rushed up to Yifei and immediately threw a heavy punch toward his head. At this moment, Ding Dashin felt nothing but contempt for Yifei, believing that someone with Yifei's frail physique could never withstand his punch. Wouldn't his head explode like a watermelon when my fist lands on it? Thud! However, just as his fist was about to connect with Yifei's head, Yifei suddenly ducked, narrowly avoiding the powerful strike. Ding Dashin was utterly surprised. He never expected Yifei to dodge his punch. He hurriedly looked down and froze in shock. There, Yifei was kneeling on both knees facing him. While Ding Dashin stood dumbfounded, something even more bewildering happened. Yifei clasped his hands together in a formal salute and earnestly pleaded, "Dad, don't hit me." At this moment, Yifei couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, recalling when he used to play PUBG with some noob classmates in his previous life. Back then, whenever they got down by enemies and feared being finished off, they would always shout exactly like this. The phrase they screamed most during their all-night gaming sessions at internet cafes was invariably, "Daddy, don't finish me." But that was just a game. After dying they could always start over. Now it was the real deal. Getting killed meant actual death. What's the big deal about calling someone daddy? This wasn't the end though. Right after shouting those words, he suddenly pointed at Wang Ergo and declared, "You now have the right to challenge him. You've already defeated me." Ding Dashin. Wang Ergo. At this moment, not only was Ding Dashin dumbfounded, Wang Ergo was equally stunned. Wang Ergo suddenly clutched his chest, his face pale with rage. "I did tell you to mess with him, but I never said you should acknowledge him as your father. Senior, your disciple has already surrendered." Now, at this moment, Ding Dashin clasped his fists toward Wang Ergo and said loudly, "I request Senior's guidance." Ah. Wang Ergo wore an embarrassed expression. Just then, Yifei scrambled up and rushed to Wang Ergo's side, covering his ear as he whispered, "Master, I'll give you a great trick. If you don't want to fight him, you can shout, 'Daddy, don't hit me,' like I just did. I've tested this myself, it works." Chapter 23, Head-to-Head Confrontation. Smack! Wang Ergo immediately slapped Yifei hard on the back of his head. "You beast! What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Yifei saw stars from the slap. Clutching his burning scalp, he hunched his shoulders and retreated behind Wang Ergo. Of course, he never expected Wang Ergo would actually call someone daddy after all. The man was still a sect leader. He was just deliberately trying to annoy him. However, at this moment, Wang Ergo suddenly added, "If you call me dad and I call you dad, wouldn't that mess up our seniority?" Yifei, what the F? He hit me because of this matter. Yifei suddenly had a brainwave and immediately turned to whisper to Wang Ergo, "Master, how about you expel me from the sect right now? That way we can each use our own titles without messing up the seniority." Smack! Wang Ergo raised his hand and slapped Yifei's forehead again, shouting coldly, "What kind of person do you take your master for?" Yifei shrunk his neck. Done for, the old man is really angry this time. No wonder though, that suggestion was indeed too much. Even though he's a fraud, he's not stupid. If I give him that kind of lousy idea, wouldn't he realize I'm messing with him? However, at this moment, Wang Ergo suddenly added, "Do you think your master is so easy to fool? Even if I expel you from the sect, that trick you just used, if I immediately use the same one, do you think people would fall for it again?" Yifei. Holy shit, he actually didn't realize I was messing with him. So if I hadn't used this trick earlier, he would have just gone along with it. Damn, looks like I overestimated him a bit. "Senior, please." Ding Dashin extended his hand again as Wang Ergo still hadn't made a move. "This junior sincerely wishes to learn from your advanced techniques. Please don't hesitate to teach me." "Kid, quick!" Hearing Ding Dashin's words, Wang Ergo immediately tugged at Yifei's sleeve and whispered, "Quick, help your master think of another clever trick, something similar to your previous one will do." Yifei. "Master, are you serious?" Yifei was shocked. "You're really not planning to fight him? They've come all the way to our doorstep and you can just take that?" Yifei noticed Wang Ergo seemed determined to avoid battle, which suddenly made him anxious. After all, if Wang Ergo didn't get beaten half crippled by Ding Dashin, he wouldn't be able to leave the mountain. This won't do. Damn it, must find a way to make them fight. Yifei's eyes darted shrewdly as a scheme suddenly formed in his mind. He immediately leaned closer to Wang Ergo and whispered, "Master, don't worry. Watch me. As the saying goes, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Let me think of a way to make him leave without us even having to exchange a single move." Without waiting for Wang Ergo's response, Yifei immediately pointed at Ding Dashin and began shouting insults. "You big oaf. How dare you think you're worthy to fight my master? My master says even if your old turtle of a teacher came here in person, he wouldn't last one move against him. As for brainless brutes like you who only have muscles but no brains, my master could take on at least 18 of you at once. If you don't believe me, come and try." "Wang Ergo, you little bastard." Wang Ergo blared at Yifei viciously. "Is this your supreme art of war? This is supreme art of getting me killed. Hee, master, don't worry. After what I said, he wouldn't dare come fight you." Yifei laughed. At this moment, he was genuinely smiling with happiness. "Old man, I've already provoked him. Now let's see how you survive this." "Damn it, what did you say?" As expected, Ding Dashin, whose face had twisted with rage, suddenly roared. He glared viciously at Wang Ergo. "Old fool, you're talking big. You claim you can take on 18 of me. How well do you know my strength anyway? How exactly did you calculate that number of 18? Without hesitation, Wang Ergo pointed at Yifei. He did the math. "I don't really understand it." Yifei. This simple-minded brute has such bizarre concerns. He's actually hung up on this calculation. "Speak. Exactly how did you calculate this?" Ding Dashin immediately turned his fiery gaze toward Yifei, his eyes filled with such burning anger that Yifei felt his hair stand on end. Gulp. Yifei swallowed hard nervously, muttering weakly, 1818. Fortune follows when eight's not apart." Wang Ergo. Ding Dashin. Fortune follows when eight's not apart. Ding Dashin instantly flew into rage. "You damn master-disciple pair are deliberately making fun of me. Arg." With a furious roar, Ding Dashin instantly raised his two fist-sized fists and charged towards Yifei and Wang Ergo. Dodge. Wang Ergo suddenly stepped forward, actually positioning himself in front of Yifei. "His fists are very hard, let me face him head-on." At this moment, Yifei felt a touch of emotion and even a hint of pleasant surprise in his heart. Holy shit, could this old man actually be an expert? The opponent's fists are so formidable, yet he dares to confront them directly. Ding Dashin charged forward with terrifying ferocity, reaching Wang Ergo in the blink of an eye. Then, raising a fist as large as a sandpot, he delivered a vicious punch straight to Wang Ergo's chest. Holy shit, Yifei's heart gave a violent twitch. Didn't he say he was going to fight head-on? Shouldn't it have been a fist-to-fist clash? Why is he just standing there stupidly taking the hit? With his old bones, could he withstand such a punch? Clang! Crack! Ah! The moment Ding Dashin's fist struck Wang Ergo's chest, a metallic clang rang out, followed by a cracking sound, and then came Ding Dashin's piercing scream of agony. Ah, my hand. Ding Dashin's right hand hung limp as he wailed incessantly. Soon, beads of sweat the size of peas began dripping profusely from Ding Dashin's forehead. The excessive force from his punch had completely fractured his finger bones and wrist. You Ding Dashin stared at Wang Ergo in shock. Old man, how can your golden bell shield be so hard? It's not that my golden bell shield is hard, Wang Ergo said calmly, then reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a palm-sized circular steel plate. It's my heart-protecting mirror that's hard. Yi Fei. Damn it. So when he said hard against hard, he meant this. What an absolute sneaky bastard. This old man is utterly shameless. He doesn't follow martial ethics at all. I wonder how much this heart-protecting mirror costs. It seems quite suitable for me. Heart-protecting mirror. Ding Dashin's face turned green with anger. Old man, you cheated. Did you say anything about not wearing heart-protecting mirrors before we started? Besides, of all places you could have hit, you had to aim at my heart-protecting mirror. Now look what happened, you damaged my mirror. Wang Ergo lifted the mirror and pointed at a small dent. You'll have to pay for this. I'll pay you back your mother. Ding Dashin roared, sweeping his left leg fiercely toward Wang Ergo's lower body. Clang. Ding Dashin's kick landed on Wang Ergo's right calf, producing another clang sound. Ding Dashin immediately clutched his left calf and fell to the ground, howling in pain. My leg. Clatter. At that moment, with a clatter sound, another foot-long steel plate suddenly fell out from Wang Ergo's right pant leg. Gulpy Face stared dumbfounded at the steel plate on the ground. What the hell? This actually works. That old bastard is utterly despicable. I wonder how much this whole set of breastplate and steel plates costs. I must get myself a set for protection later. Yi Fei glanced contemptuously at the breastplate in Wang Ergo's hand, then at the steel plate on the ground. Master, you. Wang Ergo curled his lips smugly, bent down to pick up the steel plates from the ground. Holding the breastplate in his left hand and the steel plate in his right, he clanged them together twice. When traveling the martial world, it's dangerous not to carry some protective gear. In this treacherous Jianghu, using any means to survive isn't shameful, understand? Stupid boy, even without cultivation, can't you still survive? In this cultivation world, survival depends on brains. Otherwise, no matter how high your cultivation, you won't last long. There's always someone stronger, always a higher sky. Without using your brain, no matter how powerful you are, you'll eventually be outplayed. Afraid of losing face. Losing face is better than losing your life. Even your master isn't afraid of shame, so why should you be? Dignity means nothing when faced with survival. Yi Fei, master, I'm not saying you're shameless. I just want to ask how much this set costs. I'd like to buy one for self-defense. Wang Ergo. This kid suits my taste. Ding Dashin. Clang. Wang Ergo threw the breastplate and shin guards in front of Ding Dashin. Pay up. 100 spirit stones for the breastplate, 80 for the shin guards. Wang Ergo then pointed at the cracked bluestone slab Ding Dashin had stepped on earlier, and that bluestone slab, this was where my grandfather used to meditate during his cultivation. It's the only memento the old man left me. AI, what a mess, but perhaps this is heaven's will. Maybe my bond with grandfather has run its course. Let's just say 500 for that stone. What? Ding Dashin's eyes nearly popped out. 2 pieces of steel, 1 broken stone, and you want me to pay 680? That's what my disciple said. Wang Ergo glanced at Yi Fei. 8 brings fortune when sought. Chapter 24, Haggling. 8 brings fortune when sought. Ding Dashin sat on the ground, glaring angrily at Wang Ergo. How is this any different from highway robbery? Highway robbery. Young man, that's taking it too far. Wang Ergo said angrily. Exactly, why are you being so offensive? Yi Fei immediately chimed in. We didn't block your way, you came to us yourself. Ding Dashin. Wang Ergo. Smack. Wang Ergo backhandedly slapped Yi Fei on the forehead. Speak properly or get the hell out of my way. What you just said basically admitted we're robbers. Yi Fei said weakly. Master, isn't this actually robbery though? Yes. Wang Ergo nodded without hesitation, but some things should remain unspoken. Why embarrass everyone by spelling it out? You Ding Dashin gnashed his teeth. I never thought the renowned Thousand Immortals sect would be a den of thieves. Aren't you afraid this will get out? If you don't pay up, this definitely won't get out. Wang Ergo said coldly. 680. Now. Wang Ergo finished speaking, then suddenly shouted loudly. Zhang Dao, close the gates. Woof. Zhang Dao, who had been standing not far from Wang Ergo, barked twice and immediately rushed to the main entrance. Then it was seen using its head to push against the door, shutting both large gates completely. Immediately after, Zhang Dao simply sat down on the ground by the entrance, steady as Mount Tai. The meaning seemed to be saying to Ding Dashin, if you want to leave through this door, you'll have to get past your dog grandpa first. Ding Dashin looked at Wang Ergo and Yi Fei, then turned his head to look at Zhang Dao, saying viciously, fine. Ganging up on the outnumbered, are you? After I recover from my injuries, we'll settle this properly. Having said this, Ding Dashin immediately took out a small porcelain bottle from his robe, poured out a medicinal pill and popped it into his mouth. Master, what is he eating? Could it be some kind of special medicine that temporarily boosts one's power? Yi Fei suddenly became somewhat worried. Mainly because he feared this guy might have taken some amazing pill that would allow him to get up and knock out both him and Wang Ergu, then he'd be caught in the crossfire for nothing. He just took some ordinary blood activating and stasis resolving pill. What good will that do? Wang Ergu curled his lip. It can't detoxify anything. Detoxify. Yi Fei's eyes instantly widened. He hurriedly looked at the breastplate and steel plate. Only at this moment did he notice they were both covered with dense tiny steel spikes, though these spikes were very fine and short. Holy shit. This old bastard is really treacherous. There's poison on the steel spikes too. Gulp. Yi Fei dry swallowed, then couldn't help but look at Ding Dashin with sympathy. Ah, you're really asking for trouble. There were plenty of places to find sparring partners, yet you had to travel thousands of miles to deliver money to Thousand Immortals sect. Within a minute or two, Ding Dashin's complexion visibly improved quite a bit. He struggled to his feet, glanced at Wang Ergu and Yi Fei, then at Zheng Dao, before finally fixing his gaze on the breastplate and shin guard on the ground. With a cold snort, he said, 180 for a breastplate and a piece of scrap steel, 500 for a worthless rock. Your Thousand Immortals sect truly has the audacity to ask for exorbitant prices. At this point, Ding Dashin suddenly changed his tone and shouted loudly, give me a discount. Yi Fei. I thought he was going to be proud and stubborn about it. You're asking for a discount so loudly, damn it. No bargaining. Wang Ergu shook his head. Hee. Ding Dashin suddenly plastered on a broad smile and clasped his hands in a pleading gesture. Senior, I've traveled 1,000 miles and nearly exhausted the travel funds I brought with me. I truly don't have many spirit stones left on me. After taking a pill that promoted blood circulation, reduced swelling, and had pain-relieving effects, the pain in Ding Dashin's hands and feet had eased considerably. Now, he began haggling. Damn it, trying to scam me out of my spirit stones, Ding Dashin. In your dreams. Fine, judging by your attire you don't look like a wealthy man. I'll round it down for you. Just give me a flat 600 and we'll call it even. Holy shit, master, you just knocked off 80 for him. Yi Fei looked astonished. Wang Ergu shot Yi Fei a glare, turning his head to whisper, the back mountain of Thousand Immortals sect is full of that blue stone. The slab he stepped on came from my own back mountain. On the market, one spirit stone can buy 2,000 or 3,000 caddies easily. I'm practically selling it to him for 420. What more do you want? Why are you so greedy? Your moral character is truly unacceptable, you need to change. Yi Fei. My moral character is unacceptable. Damn it, you're the one robbing him right now, not me. Hee, elder, 600 is still too high. Ding Dashin forced an awkward smile. Can't you go lower? I can't afford more than that. Then what number did you have in mind? Wang Ergu pursed his lips. Ding Dashin immediately raised 3 fingers. This is the absolute most I can do. What? 300. Yi Fei instantly flew into a rage. I just gave you an 80 discount, and now you want to have it again. You wish. I meant 30. Ding Dashin said with a bitter face. I only have 30 on me. 30. Yi Fei roared. Are you fucking kidding me? Swish. Before Yi Fei could finish, Wang Ergu pulled him behind. Get lost. You can't bargain to save your life. Why but in? Then Wang Ergu immediately said to Ding Dashin, 30 is impossible, at least 35. Yi Fei. 35. I can't bargain, and you can. From 600 down to 30, and you're asking for 35 at least. Ding Dashin. 31. That's all I can add, just one more. Wang Ergu. 34. Not a penny less. Ding Dashin. 32. That's my final offer. Wang Ergu. 33. Ding Dashin. 32. Wang Ergu. Deal. You look pretty hard up anyway. 32 it is. Ding Dashin. Damn, I still offered too much. Yi Fei. What the fuck? From 680 directly slashed to 32. This round of bargaining completely subverted Yi Fei's worldview. He immediately looked at Wang Ergu with disdain. Master, how could you agree to such ruthless bargaining? Why have I never seen you be this generous with me before? Who told you not to know how to bargain? Wang Ergu said with contempt. If you bargain like him, I'd naturally give you discounts too. Every time I quote a price, you either say put it on my tab, put it all on my tab, or tap. Is that my fault? Yi Fei. Chapter 25. Suicidal Bargaining. Yi Fei's face turned livid with anger. Fucking hell. So I'd been a complete fool for over a month since I arrived here. Immediately after, Ding Dashin proceeded to pay Wang Ergu the 32 spirit stones. However, perhaps worried that Wang Ergu and Yi Fei might discover his actual wealth, he took out the spirit stones one by one from his robe, taking quite a while to finally produce all 32 stones. We'll meet again. Ding Dashin clenched his fists and growled viciously before turning to leave with a limp. Holy shit, master. Didn't you say he was poisoned? Yi Fei asked curiously, why does the poison act so fast when I have porridge, but he's been poisoned for so long and still fine? The deadly poison I applied to the heart-protecting mirror is called 3-step drop. He wasn't walking just now, so naturally nothing happened. Wang Ergo curled his lip, then surprisingly distributed 16 spirit stones to Yi Fei. Here, this is your share. Next time someone comes to challenge our school, work hard to coordinate with me, and I won't treat you badly. Holy shit, Yi Fei's face lit up with excitement. Such good fortune. Absolutely, absolutely. Yi Fei instantly discovered the joy of robbery. He hastily reached out to take the spirit stones. Thank you, master. However, just at this moment, Wang Ergo suddenly withdrew the spirit stone again. Oh, I almost forgot, you still owe me so many spirit stones. Let's consider this as debt repayment. I'll deduct 16 spirit stones from your debt later. Before Wang Ergo even finished speaking, he had already stuffed the spirit stone into his own pocket. Yi Fei. Thud. Right at this moment, Ding Dashin, who had just limped out his fourth step, suddenly fell straight forward with a loud thud. Instantly, his limbs began convulsing, and white foam bubbled from his mouth. Holy shit, is he poisoned with 5 elements powder? Yi Fei exclaimed in shock. How could you tell? Wang Ergo curled his lips dismissively. Last time I drank porridge, I convulsed exactly like this and foamed at the mouth too. Yi Fei declared with full confidence. His symptoms are identical to mine. That's because your 1000 treasure porridge lacked 5 elements powder and needed it as an antidote. Wang Ergo retorted with disdain. Pretending to know what you don't. Sigh, with this kind of brain, it seems hopeless to pass my medical skills to him. I'll have no choice but to teach him swordsmanship later. Not sure if he can become a sword immortal, but he's got great potential to be a cheap immortal. You little brat. Losing a fight and calling others dad. In my youth, the most I ever called someone was grandpa. Go! Fetch me the 5 elements powder from inside. Wang Ergo glared at Yi Fei. It's in a small black jar containing purple powder. Oh, Yi Fei hurried into the house. However, Wang Ergo's house was cluttered with countless jars and bottles, many of which were black. It took him about 4 to 5 minutes to finally locate the specified black jar with purple powder. When he returned holding a black jar, he was instantly dumbfounded. Before his eyes, Ding Dashin lay convulsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth, while Wang Ergo squatted beside him. The two were engaged in furious bargaining. Wang Ergo, 120. Ding Dashin, th 30. After speaking, he foamed at the mouth. Wang Ergo, 119. Ding Dashin, th 31. Foamed at the mouth again. Wang Ergo, 118. Ding Dashin, th 32. Foamed at the mouth once more. Wang Ergo, 117. Watching the two men, one incrementally increasing while the other progressively decreasing, Yi Fei was so shocked his eyeballs nearly popped out. Especially the bearded man lying on the ground who kept incrementing his offer. Not only were all 4 limbs trembling continuously, but he'd also foam at the mouth immediately after each counteroffer, yet he still stubbornly persisted in haggling. Yi Fei found himself somewhat moved by the man's determination. Damn, this guy's truly the prince of bargaining. Hell, if I had even half his haggling spirit, I wouldn't be stuck with this mountain of debt I'll never repay in this lifetime. Squatting beside Ding Dashin, he offered well-meaning advice. Big bro, bargaining is one thing, but must you risk your life like this? You're convulsing like this and still trying to bargain. When you're barely clinging to life, why care about 1 or 2 spirit stones? I'm truly impressed by you. Just detox first. I've seen plenty of aggressive hagglers, but never someone who bargains like they're committing suicide. Ding Dashin glanced at Yi Fei. You're trying to scam me out of my spirit stones together. In your dreams. As Ding Dashin spoke, he sprayed white foam all over Yi Fei's face, then immediately turned to Wang Ergo, th 33. As he finished speaking, another wave of white foam bubbled from his mouth. What a character! A real fucking character! Yi Fei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, watching his convulsions reminded Yi Fei of his own recent experiences, stirring unexpected compassion within him. He quickly turned to Wang Ergo. Master, maybe save him first. This guy's as stubborn as a mule. Don't let him actually convulse himself to death here. Who asked him to act inhuman? Wang Ergo curled his lips. I quoted 150, and this bastard countered with just 1. What fucking disrespect. Since he loves haggling, today I'll haggle slowly with him. Let's see how long he can last. 116. T34. 115. T35. 114. TTT. Thud. Ding Dashin's head lolled to the side. He had finally fainted from convulsions. AI, in all my years of saving countless lives, this is the first time I've seen someone haggle so desperately. You really are something else. Wang Ergo shook his head at Ding Dashin. Fine, even though you didn't manage to say 36 at the end, I'll count it as 36 for you. Hand over the 5 elements powder and go fetch another bowl of water. This bastard's made of tough stuff, much stronger-willed than that brat Yi Fei. Master, you're not half bad either. You're both absolute legends. Yi Fei handed the jar to Wang Ergo with undisguised disdain. After that, Wang Ergo mixed the 5 elements powder with water and fed it to Ding Dashin, then instructed Yi Fei to stay by his side while he returned to his own room. Approximately half an hour later, Ding Dashin finally woke up. What completely baffled Yi Fei was that Ding Dashin's first words upon waking were, "Why did you detox me? We haven't settled on the price yet." Yi Fei. This guy bargains like his life depends on it. Others bargain by trying to kill the seller's price, he bargains by trying to kill himself. Normal people haggle to take others' money, this dude haggles to take his own damn life. You can't mess with someone like this if he's this ruthless to himself. I'd better keep my distance in the future. Chapter 26. Good luck to you. Yifei curled his lip contemptuously at Ding Dashin. Relax, my master priced it according to the 36 you shouted before passing out. Ha! Ding Dashin froze briefly before slapping his thigh in frustration. Damn it, I should have fainted earlier. What a huge loss. Yifei. Wait. Ding Dashin suddenly slapped his thigh again. I remember before passing out, I only counted to 35. I hadn't even called out 36 before I fainted. Ding Dashin immediately turned an angry face toward Yifei. What right did you have to count it as 36? Did I finish calling 36? Did I finish? Yifei. It wasn't my decision, it was my master's. Why are you yelling at me for nothing? Yifei said irritably. Where's your master then? I'm going to settle this with him properly. Yifei. Brother, it's just one spirit stone difference. Is it really worth being so particular? Yifei said with a look of disdain. Humph. Trying to cheat me out of one extra spirit stone. Not a chance. He's in that house over there. Yifei pointed at Wang Ergo's cottage. Go on then, hurry and go settle accounts with him. Ding Dashin snorted coldly and limped toward Wang Ergo's house. Yifei watched his retreating figure and couldn't help feeling a surge of admiration. If I had bargained like him from the very first day, I wouldn't have to worry about my father being trapped here too. With this thought, Yifei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He quickly caught up and blocked Ding Dashin. Big brother, wait a moment. What? Ding Dashin glared at Yifei with a fierce expression. You think you can stop me? Big brother, don't misunderstand. Yifei suddenly lowered his voice. There's something I need your help with. If you agree to help me, I'll cover all the spirit stones needed for your detoxification. Really? Ding Dashin's face lit up with excitement. Really? Yifei nodded firmly. What is it? Ding Dashin asked eagerly. Yifei glanced back at Wang Ergo's house, then covered Ding Dashin's ear and whispered, after you go down the mountain, go to the Yi family in Tianluo City and find a man named Ji Lighting, he's my father. Tell him to bring as many people as possible to Qianxian sect immediately. I'm going to kill that old bastard. Yifei deliberately mentioned wanting to kill Wang Ergo because, after Ding Dashin had suffered so many injuries and poisoning today, he knew Ding Dashin must also harbor hatred toward Wang Ergo. He wanted to first establish a shared sentiment. Ha! Ding Dashin wore a surprised expression. Is your master-disciple relationship this bad? Wanting to kill your own master, that's quite unfilial. What exactly is the grudge between you? Don't concern yourself with our grudge, Yifei said through gritted teeth. In any case, tell my father he must come quickly to take me back. Make it sound dire, say if he's late, I'll lose my life. Remember, he must bring more people. If he comes alone, he might not even make it out himself. Kid, cultivation itself is bitter. It must be that your master made you suffer some hardships, which is why you hate him so much. Actually, when I was your age, I also hated my master for a long time, but later I stopped hating him. Young people, if you don't endure more bitterness now, how can you soar to great heights in the future? Ding Dashin spoke with the wisdom of experience. But why did you say even if your father comes, he wouldn't be able to leave? Big brother, don't ask too many questions. My situation can't be explained in just a few words. Yifei didn't want to mention his painful past. After all, every debt he owed was recorded in blood. Fine, I won't ask. I'm not interested anyway. Ding Dashin said, but what's in it for me? The benefit is that I'll pay for the spirit stones needed to detoxify you. What more do you want? Yifei replied. Ding Dashin looked disdainful. It's over 1,000 li from here to Tianluo City. You want me to make such a long trip for just 35 spirit stones? Do I look sick to you? Yifei himself realized this was indeed against the rules, so he hurriedly said, if you deliver this message for me, my father will definitely give you a large amount of spirit stones as thanks. Don't forget, I'm the young master of the Yi family in Tianluo City. Do you know the Yi family of Tianluo City? Our family has plenty of money. I have indeed heard of the Yi family in Tianluo City. It's said they were once one of the 4 great families of Tianluo City. Although they've declined somewhat now, they're still a very prominent family in this region. Ding Dashin nodded. Alright, I'll take this job. After speaking, Ding Dashin continued walking toward Wang Ergo's house. Seeing this, Yifei quickly chased after him. Why are you still going to find my master? You can just leave directly. If my master chases after you to demand repayment, I'll help stop him. Look at my current condition. Do you think I can survive walking down the mountain like this? Ding Dashin stretched out his right hand toward Yifei. My hand is broken, my leg is broken too. How am I supposed to go down the mountain? Don't I need to have your master treat my injuries first before I can descend? That makes sense. Yifei nodded. Then go quickly. We already agreed that the spirit stones for the antidote will be on your account. Ding Dashin said, I'll go tell your master right away to put it on your tab. You better honor that. Absolutely. Yifei replied, don't forget the moment you get down the mountain, go straight to the Yi family in Tianluo City to deliver my message to my father. Relax, I, Ding Dashin, always keep my word. After saying this, Ding Dashin turned and headed toward Wang Ergo's room. Few watching Ding Dashin's retreating figure, Yifei finally let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that once Ding Dashin delivered his message, his father would bring extra men up the mountain for safety. By then, even if they tried to renege, Wang Ergo couldn't do anything about it, and he'd be able to descend the mountain safely. Damn it! Finally seeing some hope of getting off this mountain. With sweet anticipation in his heart, Yifei returned to his usual meditation spot on the large bluestone slab and began his sitting practice. He had been meditating for about an hour when suddenly he heard footsteps approaching him, followed by a voice he never expected to hear in his wildest dreams. He, senior brother. Yifei quickly opened his eyes and focused his gaze, seeing Ding Dashin standing before him with a beaming smile. At the same time, Wang Ergo slowly approached both him and Ding Dashin. Wang Ergo pointed at Ding Dashin and explained to Yifei, this young man was so impressed by my medical skills that he insisted on becoming my disciple. He knelt on the ground refusing to get up, begging me to take him in. Ah, what could I do? Perhaps this is our predestined master-disciple relationship. So I accepted him as my apprentice, which means you're now his senior brother. Greetings senior brother. Ding Dashin immediately nodded at Yifei with a smile. However, by this time Yifei's face had already turned green with anger. Were he not physically no match for Ding Dashin, he would have jumped up and given him a sound beating right then and there. Alright, you two junior brothers should have a good chat and get to know each other better. After all, you'll be practicing together for quite some time. Wang Ergo said before turning to leave. Yes, master. Ding Dashin bowed deeply to Wang Ergo's retreating figure with great respect. Master, please take care on your way. Are you fucking stupid? As soon as Wang Ergo was out of earshot, Yifei immediately gnashed his teeth and cursed at Ding Dashin. Have you lost your mind? Why did you suddenly become his disciple? Weren't you supposed to help me deliver a message to the Yi family? That's right. I, Ding Dashin, always keep my word like gold. What I promised you, I'll certainly deliver. Ding Dashin sat cross-legged beside Yifei and said with a smug smile. Heh, kid, do you really think I genuinely wanted to become his disciple? I just didn't want to pay the medical fees. Your master is absolutely heartless. He demanded over 100 spirit stones just to treat my injured legs and hands. Where would I get so many spirit stones for him? So I had to ask if I could buy on credit, but he refused. Then I had a sudden inspiration. I started lavishly praising his medical skills, saying I wanted to apprentice under him to learn medicine. Surprisingly, the old fool actually agreed. And then, Yifei asked disdainfully, can't you even figure this out? Ding Dashin said with a look of contempt, once I became his apprentice through formal apprenticeship, I could buy things on credit. And then what? Yifei pressed further. And then Ding Dashin cautiously looked around before covering Yifei's ear and whispering triumphantly, and then of course, when he and that big black dog fall asleep at night, I can slip down the mountain unnoticed and go to the Yi family in Tianluo City to deliver your message to your father. Yifei let out a long sigh, suddenly looking world-weary. He stood up and patted Ding Dashin's shoulder sympathetically. Junior brother, I wish you good luck. Chapter 27, The Beast Hunting Expert. Yifei ignored Ding Dashin and went straight back to his room to sleep, having no mood for cultivation now. He lay on the bed with a lifeless expression, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. Sigh, another poor sucker arrived. I was freaking tricked by my dad into becoming a disciple here. But this guy, he begged to become a disciple himself. Still thinking about sneaking down the mountain unnoticed. You think you can escape after becoming a disciple? Escape my ass, escape your uncle, escape your ancestors. Damn it! I finally saw a glimmer of hope to leave this mountain, and you ruined everything. After lying on the bed grumbling for a while, Yifei suddenly heard Wang Ergo calling outside, Dashin, come, let this master show you your quarters. No need, master. I'll just share a room with senior brother. Is your senior brother okay with that? You should discuss it with him first. Alright, I'll go talk to him about it. Soon, Ding Dashin came trotting excitedly toward Yifei's room. Yifei didn't close the door. Ding Dashin walked straight to Yifei's bedside and sat down, whispering to him, Kid, I just thought of something. Since you want your father to come get you, why don't you go yourself? Is it because your cultivation isn't strong enough and you're afraid you can't fight off bandits or demonic beasts on the road? If that's the case, I can escort you directly back to the Yi family in Tianluo City. As for the price, that can be negotiated. This way, your father wouldn't have to make the long trip, right? If I could leave, I would have left long ago. Do I need you to tell me that? Yifei rested his head on his hands and gave Ding Dashin a contemptuous look. Sneak out at night. Ding Dashin said with a disdainful expression. Of course your master won't let you leave if you try to go openly. If something happens to you on the road, how would your master explain it to the Yi family? Everyone in this area knows how powerful your Yi family is in Tianluo City. Ordinary people wouldn't dare offend the Yi family. Yifei let out a long sigh as he sat up from the bed, suddenly looking at Ding Dashin with sympathy. Junior brother, I advise you to settle down here since you've already become a disciple. Come on, I'll help you tidy up your room. I'm not used to sharing a bed with others. Why bother tidying up the room? Ding Dashin said with disdain. I'm escaping tonight. Why would I need to clean the room? Are you sick or am I? Take my advice, you can't escape. Yifei spoke bluntly. I've tried many times already, exhausted every possible method I could think of. If I could escape, I would have been long gone. Would you still be seeing me here now? Ding Dashin wore an expression of disbelief. Can't escape. I've carefully surveyed this courtyard. It's accessible from all directions. If I can't leave through the front gate, I'll take the back door. If the back door doesn't work, I'll climb the wall. The back door. Ding Dashin seemed to suddenly think of something. After a brief daze, he immediately whispered excitedly to Yifei, right, there's a back door here. Why should I wait until night to escape? I can leave right now. Damn it, I'll just slip out through the back door. Your master and that big black dog are both in the front yard. They definitely won't notice. As he spoke, Ding Dashin suddenly grabbed Yifei's hand. Little brother, think it over again. If you're willing to leave with me through the back door now, trust me, I swear I'll get you safely to the Yi family. When Ding Dashin gives his word, it's as solid as a mountain. I'm not going. Go by yourself if you want. Yifei shook his head decisively. Little brother, seems you still don't trust me. You're afraid I'll kidnap you and ransom you to the Yi family, aren't you? Is there really so little trust between people? Ding Dashin wore an expression of disdain. Forget it. If you distrust me so much, what more is there to say? But rest assured I'll keep my promise to you. When Ding Dashin gives his word, it's as solid as a mountain. With that, Ding Dashin turned and strode out. Seeing him actually going, Yifei immediately added, let me give you one last piece of advice. Ding Dashin turned back to look at Yifei when he reached the doorway. You'd better not go through the back door. What, is there some inescapable net at the back door? Ding Dashin curled his lips contemptuously. There actually is. Yifei nodded. Ding Dashin froze momentarily, asking with some concern, what kind of inescapable net? Animal traps. Yifei said plainly, let me be honest with you, there are many animal traps at the back door. I've tried escaping that way several times, and always got caught by the traps. Though Yifei didn't have particularly strong favorable feelings toward this big bearded man, seeing his straightforward and honest nature, he couldn't bear to let him repeat his own mistakes, hence he told him the truth. Animal traps. Ding Dashin instantly looked relieved, even somewhat disdainful. I thought it was some inescapable net. Do you know what nickname I earned in my village when I was 10? Ding Dashin confidently patted his chest. The Trapmaster. Yifei's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't speak. Of course he wouldn't tell him that just a week ago he still considered himself an expert tree climber, but now, just the sight of that tree made him shiver. Ding Dashin patted his chest again. My ancestors have been hunters for generations. When it comes to various hunting tools, no one knows them better than me. As for those animal traps you mentioned, if there's any trap on the ground, I can spot it with just a casual glance. Continuing his speech, Ding Dashin said, little brother, if you're afraid of traps, I give you my word, just follow me now, and I guarantee you won't step on any trap. Yifei shook his head, let out another long sigh, and lay down again. Forget it, you go ahead. He knew this guy was as stubborn as a mule. No amount of talking would change his mind. See, you still don't trust me. Ding Dashin curled his lip disdainfully. When there's not even basic trust between people, what more is there to say? Fine, don't come if you won't. I'll go by myself. When I escape successfully, don't regret it. Good luck. Yifei said again while lying on the bed. Remember, there's a trap right outside the door. Actually, he rather hoped the man was truly skilled at catching animals and that he could really escape smoothly. Although this guy looked rough and intimidating with his burly figure, Yifei felt he was straightforward and reliable. Since he had promised, he would probably really go find his father to help deliver the message. However, unfortunately, less than half a minute later, Ding Dashin's deafening scream came from the back door. Ding Dashin was big in size and loud in voice. Even though Yifei was mentally prepared, he was still startled by that piercing scream. After the initial scream, Ding Dashin immediately shouted again, brother, so there's a trap right outside the door. You should have been clearer about that, damn it. Chapter 28, $2 is $2. Help! Help me! Soon, Ding Dashin's heart-wrenching cries for help rang out from the back door. Yifei hurriedly got up and went to the doorway, looking toward the back door. He originally intended to go help, but seeing Zhang Dao and Wang Ergo were already approaching the back door, he decided not to go. Dumbass, I told you there are traps right outside the door, and you still fucking stepped on one. Yifei curled his lips in disdain. Yifei sat cross-legged by the doorway, propping his chin with both hands as he stared toward the back door. When Wang Ergo and Zhang Dao exited through the back door, Wang Ergo casually closed it behind them, leaving Yifei unable to see anything outside. Yifei had originally wanted to see how Ding Dashin would be dragged back by Zhang Dao, planning to mock him when he passed by. But after sitting at the door for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of Zhang Dao dragging Ding Dashin back. Strange, why is it taking so long? Yifei grew curious and walked toward the back door. When he reached the back door, his admiration for Ding Dashian involuntarily grew several notches higher. Holy shit, this guy was sitting on the ground clutching his continuously bleeding left leg while still haggling over prices with Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo, 30, that's absolutely the lowest I can go. Ding Dashian, 22, not a coin more. Wang Ergo, 28, fortune lies with 8 final offer. Take it or leave it, I'll walk away if you refuse. Ding Dashian, 22, master. This is my absolute limit. Take it or leave it, I'd rather die. Having said this, Ding Dashian collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Wang Ergo, you win. Wang Ergo glanced at Zheng Dao. Zheng Dao, take him back. Zheng Dao taking me back. Ding Dashian suddenly sat up warily. Master, Zheng Dao won't charge extra for this, right? Don't worry, my master won't charge you for this. Yi Fei suppressed a laugh. Zheng Dao always provides free transportation. Oh, that's a relief. Ding Dashian then looked at Zheng Dao. But though this dog is big, I'm quite bulky myself. If I ride Zheng Dao back, can it really carry me? Yi Fei chuckled. Ride. You're overthinking it. If I don't ride it, how will it take me back? Woof. At that moment, Zheng Dao clamped its jaws around Ding Dashian's other uninjured leg and began dragging him away at a run. Ah, my leg. Ow, my butt. Ha ha ha. Yi Fei clutched his stomach with laughter as he watched Ding Dashian being dragged away at high speed by Zheng Dao. This was the first time he had laughed so heartily since coming to the Thousand Immortals sect, but as he laughed, his eyes involuntarily moistened. Damn it, at this rate, there's no hope of leaving the mountain in this lifetime. Heavens above, what the hell do you want? Did you really not even prepare a golden finger for me? Yi Fei returned to his room in low spirits. That evening, he didn't even eat dinner. Wang Ergo sent Ding Dashian to call him once, then came personally to call him again, but Yi Fei said he wasn't hungry. Somewhat strangely, Ding Dashian hadn't emerged from Wang Ergo's room since going in for dinner, even after nightfall. Woof woof woof. Shortly after nightfall, 3 dog barks woof 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 came from Wang Ergo's doorway. Yi Fei knew this was Zheng Dao, more punctual than any alarm clock, summoning him for night watch duty at the gate. Shout shout shout, damn you shouting about. Damn it, I thought coming to this world would let me showcase my talents and soar to new heights, but now I've been reduced to being supervised by a dog every day. I'm in a bad mood today, can't I just take a day off? As angry as he was inside, Yi Fei still didn't dare not to go. He could only obediently follow the routine and immediately went to stand at the main gate. Strange, Ding Dashian has been inside eating for 1 or 2 hours now, why hasn't he come out yet? It wasn't until 11 p.m. that Ding Dashian finally opened Wang Ergo's door and came out. He came swearing all the way to the main gate. Damn it, kid, now I finally understand why you hate your master so much. That old man is inhuman. He tricked me by saying the meal was free, but then charged for each dish. Holy shit. Yi Fei stared at him in shock. Bro, don't tell me you've been bargaining with that old man until now. Damn right. Ding Dashian nodded. Luckily that old man couldn't stay up this late, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten this meal for just 20. Fuck, charging me 20 spirit stones for dinner, that's downright criminal. Incredible. He's truly incredible. Spending 6 or 7 hours haggling over a meal. From 5 p.m. till goddamn 11 p.m. at night. Wait, what did he say? 20 for a meal. 20 spirit stones. Yi Fei gasped. Your dinner only cost 20 spirit stones. Yi Fei was furious, thinking about how his own dinners never cost less than 200 to 300 stones. Yeah, 4 dishes, 5 stones each. Ding Dashian said. What? 5 stones per dish? Yi Fei exclaimed. You calculated it by each individual dish. What else? Ding Dashian curled his lips disdainfully. Do you really think we should count vegetables by the stem and meat by the slice like the old man said? Only fools would calculate it that way. At this point, Ding Dashian suddenly glanced at Yi Fei. By the way, how much do you charge per dish? Yi Fei's mouth twitched. About the same as you. Damn it. Ding Dashian slapped his thigh. I knew that old man was lying to me. He just told me you charge by counting vegetables by the stem and meat by the slice every day. Good thing I'm smart enough not to fall for his trick, or I would have been totally fooled. I figured someone as sharp looking as you would never do something so stupid that even fools wouldn't do. Yi Fei, do you have to stand night watch here every day? Ding Dashian walked to the door and peered into the pitch-black bamboo forest. Yes. Yi Fei nodded. This Ding Dashian pointed to the bamboo forest. Can't we just go straight down the mountain along the bamboo forest? It's so late now, your master and the dog are both asleep. Who's going to stop you? Come on, brother, let's run away together. I promise to safely send you back to the Yi family. I won't go. Yi Fei decisively shook his head. Look at you, still not trusting me. Kid, let me tell you, there should be basic trust between people. If you keep distrusting others like this, you'll never make friends when traveling the martial world. Ding Dashian said with disdain. Forget it, I'll go alone. After speaking, Ding Dashian stepped into the bamboo forest and quickly disappeared among the bamboo grove. Whoosh! Just at that moment, Zheng Dao emerged from the dog hole, darting into the bamboo forest like a black lightning bolt. In less than 10 seconds, screams and curses came from ahead where Ding Dashian was. Damn mongrel, I'll fight you to the death. Soon after, Zhang Dao dragged back Ding Dashan, who was covered in blood. As Ding Dashan passed by him, the barely conscious man glared fiercely at Yi Fei. Bro, you're not being honest. Why didn't you warn me this damn dog was so vicious? Haven't you seen Zhang Dao before? With that massive dog standing right there, do I really need to tell you how fierce it is? Couldn't you figure that out yourself? Yi Fei retorted with undisguised contempt. Damn it! What normal fucking dog knows iron head technique? My punches did nothing to its head. Fine, but even rocks bouncing off its skull. Woo-woo. Ding Dashan's voice cracked into sobs before his head lolled sideways as he passed out. However, from his words, Yi Fei understood Ding Dashan must have exchanged blows with Zhang Dao earlier. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten bitten so badly. When Zhang Dao dragged Ding Dashan back to Wang Ergo's house, Yi Fei glanced at the bluestone floor. A long bloody streak marked their path, evoking vivid memories of his own past suffering. Sigh. Early next morning, when Yi Fei got up to have breakfast, he saw Ding Dashan already holding a bowl of porridge and drinking it heartily. Senior brother, you're here. Come have some porridge. The porridge master made is really delicious. Ding Dashan eagerly waved at Yi Fei. Ah, Yi Fei sighed softly. It tastes good now, but you'll regret it soon enough. Wang Ergo probably knew Ding Dashan had a big appetite. He made much more porridge today. Yi Fei had little appetite and only ate one bowl, while Ding Dashan downed 6 bowls in one go. Sure enough, right after the meal, Wang Ergo immediately took out his notebook. Dashan, I forgot to mention earlier, this 1000 treasure porridge is made by your master using 1000 kinds of spiritual herbs. It costs 20 spirit stones per bowl. You ate 6 bowls, totaling 120 spirit stones. What? 120? Master, that's way too expensive. Ding Dashan shook his head decisively. No way, master. I eat a lot. I can't afford it at this price. You have to give me a discount. 2 spirit stones per bowl at most. 2 pieces. Yi Fei gave Ding Dashan a disdainful look. You're dreaming. You're slightly better looking than me. Deal. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Wang Ergo suddenly interrupted. 2 pieces it is then. Yi Fei. Chapter 29. Bigger means more valuable. What? Yi Fei was instantly dumbfounded. Master, 2 pieces. I've been paying 20 per bowl for over a month, never got any discount, and you're selling to him for 2. He eats a lot, small profits but quick turnover. Wang Ergo said expressionlessly. This bastard haggles too well. I couldn't be bothered arguing with him. He spent half the night bargaining over yesterday's dinner and ruined my sleep. Yi Fei. He haggles too well. Is that supposed to be a reason? So you're saying I don't know how to bargain? Damn it, I'll bargain like crazy next time, just randomly slash prices however I want. Senior brother. At this moment, Ding Dashan suddenly leaned closer and whispered, did I offer too much? What's your usual price per bowl? Almost as bad as you. You must be even cheaper than me, right? Ding Dashan said with a contemptuous look, lowering his voice. Kid, you're not being honest. Do you still want me to deliver a message to your old man after I escape? Remember, next time this happens, give me your real price in advance so I know what to expect. Yi Fei. Report my real price. If I were to tell you my real price, I'm afraid you couldn't afford it. At that moment, Ding Dashan muttered another complaint. Damn, 2 spirit stones for a bowl of porridge. That's way too expensive. 12 spirit stones gone on breakfast. I must be a complete idiot. Yi Fei. You ate 6 bowls for 12. Mine costs 20 per bowl. Who should I cry to about that? If you're an idiot, then what does that make me? Soon after, Ding Dashan finished eating and went out first. The moment he left, Yi Fei immediately glared at Wang Ergo angrily. Master, then how should we settle our account? 2 coins, 2 coins. Let's settle it at the same price as his, alright? Wang Ergo said with a pained expression. If I had bargained down to 2 coins earlier, would you have sold it too? Yi Fei asked, suppressing his anger. Exactly. Wang Ergo nodded. Too bad you didn't bargain. Yi Fei. Forget it. Though this lesson came at some cost, at least someone managed to drive the price down. After the meal, Yi Fei practiced meditation alone at the square, while Wang Ergo took Ding Dashan beneath the tree to teach him some medical skills for treating injuries. Yi Fei could vaguely understand some parts, but most of it, especially when they discussed acupoints and meridians, went completely over his head. However, while observing Ding Dashan learning medicine from Wang Ergo, Yi Fei noticed a small detail. He realized Ding Dashan kept glancing at that ancient tree. This guy, could he be aiming to become a tree climbing expert like me? Every noon, Wang Ergo would make a trip to the back mountain, usually lasting about 2 hours. Yi Fei once asked him where he was going, and Wang Ergo said he was going to meditate in the back mountain for 2 hours. That day, at noon, as soon as Wang Ergo left for the back mountain, Ding Dashan rushed to Yi Fei's side and said excitedly, Brother, you said you've tried many ways to escape. Have you tried climbing a tree? Yi Fei nodded. You've tried. Ding Dashan frowned, turned to look at the ancient tree, and said, then why didn't it work? There's a big branch on this tree that clearly extends beyond the wall. In theory, you could follow that branch straight into the woods to the east. If you went by tree, Zhang Dao shouldn't he have noticed? How did you fail? What, getting smarter now? No, to seek advice from a senior. Yi Fei said with a laugh. Hee hee, Ding Dashin chuckled sheepishly. I just think this tree is too easy to escape from, feels like a trap. I suspect that old bastard installed some mechanism on it. Relax, there's no mechanism, Yi Fei said. There's just a snake. Snake? Ding Dashin was startled. You're afraid of snakes? Yi Fei nodded. What's there to fear about snakes? Ding Dashin rolled up his sleeves. I'm not bragging, catching snakes is my specialty. I caught my first snake at 5. Don't forget, my family's been hunters for generations. As a kid, people called me the little hunting prodigy. Smack! Carried away by his own story, Ding Dashin suddenly slapped Yi Fei's thigh. Brother, don't worry, I'll definitely make it tonight. Ouch! Yi Fei grimaced in pain. Damn it, keep your excitement to yourself. Why slap my thigh? Hee hee, just got too excited. Ding Dashin gazed eagerly at the big tree. I'd advise against climbing that tree, Yi Fei said sympathetically. That snake's pretty big. Big. Ding Dashin became instantly exhilarated. That's exactly what I want, the bigger the better. You know what? The bigger the snake, the more valuable it is. Especially its skin worth a fortune. Just in time, all the spirit stones I had on me were scammed away by that old bastard. When I escape, I'll catch that big snake along the way and trade it for some spirit stones that'll be my travel expenses to find your father in Tianluo City. Yi Fei let out a long sigh, no longer in the mood to argue with him. That night, after Yi Fei finished his shift with Zhang Dao at midnight and returned to his room, he found Ding Dashin still snoring loudly in his bed. He gently patted Ding Dashin. Hey, Dashin, Ding Dashin. What watch of the night is it now? Ding Dashin sat up groggily. Third watch. I told you to clean the room but you didn't. Why are you sleeping in my bed? Yi Fei curled his lip. Move over, make some space for me. Third watch already. Then I should get going. Ding Dashin jumped off the bed, put on his shoes, and suddenly hooked his arm around Yi Fei's shoulder. Come. For what? I'll teach you how to catch snakes. Yi Fei trembled all over in fright and hurriedly pushed away Ding Dashin's hand. I'm not learning. Teach me to catch snakes. That time I was so scared I had nightmares for days afterward, dreaming of being chased by that giant white python, and now you're teaching me how to catch snakes. Catch your sister. Look at how cowardly you are. Are you even a man? Ding Dashin looked at Yi Fei with disgust, then suddenly made exaggerated gestures. Watch, when you encounter a snake, you first with lightning speed grab its neck with your left hand and pinch its vital spot with your right. No matter how big the snake is, it won't be able to move. Heh, just wait and see my brilliant performance. Go on then, I'll be waiting to see your brilliant performance. Coward. No wonder you'll never be able to leave this place. Ding Dashin shot Yi Fei a disdainful look and strode out the door. Bang! The moment he stepped out, Yi Fei immediately shut the door and bolted it tight. Through the window, Ding Dashin shot Yi Fei another disdainful look. Why shut the door? You afraid I'll lead the snake into your room? Relax, once I'm up the tree, I'll just take it straight out of the mountains to sell for spirit stones. After tonight, you'll never see it again. After saying this, Ding Dashin walked straight toward the big tree in the courtyard. To be fair, he was quite skilled at climbing trees. Wielding 2 daggers, one in each hand, he alternated stabbing them into the trunk as he quickly ascended into the dense canopy. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. Soon, the branches and leaves above began shaking violently, the commotion surprisingly loud. This continued for quite a while, over half a minute, before the tremors in the foliage finally ceased. Everything had returned to calm. Yet this calm felt unsettlingly unnatural, for neither snake nor man came tumbling down from that tree. Logically speaking, no matter who wins the fight, one side should fall from the tree. A draw. Does Ding Dashin actually have snake-catching expertise? Did he really subdue that giant white python? Is he currently skinning the snake up in the tree? Bai Ling, stop! At that moment, a cold shout suddenly came from Wang Ergo's room. Thud immediately after Wang Ergo's shout, a massive white python fell from the tree. When Yi Fei focused his gaze, he was instantly petrified with terror. The white python had half a body clamped in its jaws, the head already swallowed, leaving only the waist and legs exposed, which were now kicking wildly. Gulp. Yi Fei swallowed dryly as he stood by the window, trembling uncontrollably like someone with chills at this horrifying sight. Damn, this is what he called his spectacular performance. What the hell? Some kind of circus act. Performing a python swallows man act. Chapter 30, split up and moved separately. In the end, Ding Dashin was pulled out from the white giant python's mouth by Wang Ergo. Woo 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 woo. After being extracted, the 1.8-meter tall man sat on the ground crying like a child. Later, Wang Ergo took him to the old well in the courtyard and personally drew 20-some buckets of well water to wash him down before the sticky residue left by the giant python was completely rinsed off. Wang Ergo brought him to Yi Fei's room. You comfort him. This kid's got even less guts than you, nearly scared out of his wits. AI, this is also my fault for forgetting to warn Bai Ling. After speaking, Wang Ergo took out his little notebook and said to Ding Dashin, 100 spirit stones for snatching someone from a snake's mouth. 10 spirit stones per bucket of spiritual spring bath. You used 21 buckets just now, so let's call it 200. Surprisingly, Ding Dashin didn't bargain at all this time. He remained silent and just quietly walked to a nearby stool, sitting there trembling. AI Wang Ergo shook his head sympathetically. Not bargaining means you've accepted it by default. Wang Ergo quickly jotted down a few notes before turning and leaving. Ding Dashan's mood was indeed very low. He sat dumbly on the bed, maintaining complete silence. Yifei tried to console him for a long time, but he stubbornly refused to say a single word. Later, when Yifei grew tired, he stopped trying to engage with him and simply went to bed. Ding Dashan was clearly a very talkative person normally, but that whole night, he just sat there dazed until dawn without uttering a word. After daybreak, when Yifei woke up and found him still sitting on the stool, he realized Ding hadn't slept all night. What's wrong? Our little hunting prodigy. Did Bai Ling scare you last night? Yifei asked, barely suppressing his laughter. You're such an inhuman bastard. After all I've done for you, even promised to deliver your message for you. Why didn't you tell me the snake was so huge? Why didn't you stop me? Ding Dashan glared at Yifei with furious eyes. Didn't I tell you that snake was enormous? Who was it that kept saying the bigger the better, the bigger the more valuable? Yifei sneered. You're the one who insisted you were some master hunter. If I'd stopped you, wouldn't that have been blocking your path to riches? Ding Dashan's face hardened as he stared intently at Yifei for a long while, then suddenly asked, Senior brother, are we really unable to escape? Oh, calling me senior brother now. Yifei suppressed a laugh. Judging by our current situation, I'd say escaping is indeed quite hopeless. During this period, whenever they were alone, Ding Dashan had always called him kid, only putting on the act of calling him senior brother when Wang Ergo was present. This was truly the first time he'd called Yifei senior brother. He probably only called me senior brother because he truly felt he couldn't escape this situation. What? Ding Dashan's mouth gaped open. If I can't escape, then with all those spirit stones I owe him, would I really have to pay them back slowly? If I could escape, I'd actually worry about him going to the Yi family to collect debt from my father. If I can't escape, what would I even use to repay? Yifei said disdainfully. Smack! Ding Dashan suddenly slapped his thigh, laughing joyfully. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Then why should I worry at all? Ha! Yifei froze. You've been worrying about this all night. What else? Ding Dashan looked at him scornfully. Senior brother, you didn't actually think I was scared of that giant white python, did you? Weren't you? Yifei asked blankly. Seeing how Ding Dashan had sat there all last night in a daze, Yifei had truly thought he'd been frightened out of his wits, just like what happened to himself last time. Impossible. Ding Dashan patted his chest proudly. Don't forget, my family has hunted for generations. I've been a skilled hunter since childhood. Emma, alright, stop bragging already. Yifei said disdainfully. You still have the face to mention this. I'm embarrassed for you. Who was it that gestured in front of me last night? As he spoke, Yifei stood up mimicking Ding Dashan's movements from last night, first extending his left hand. When encountering a snake, first use your left hand to grip its neck. Yifei extended his right hand, then use your right hand to pinch its 7-inch point. No matter how big the snake is, it won't be able to move. Last night's was just too damn big. I couldn't get a proper grip with one hand. Ha ha ha! Yifei burst into laughter instantly. Just as Yifei was laughing heartily, Ding Dashan suddenly said, Senior brother, if you help me tonight, we can definitely catch it. Yifei instantly froze, his laughter disappearing completely. If you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag me into this. Yifei said contemptuously, I'm going to eat now. Hey, senior brother, wait for me, I'm serious. Ding Dashan hurriedly caught up and whispered to Yifei, I fought with that giant white snake last night. Honestly, its combat power isn't that great. If you just lend me a hand, we can definitely take it down. Stop talking. Just seeing a snake makes me shiver. Not to mention such a huge python, even a little snake as thick as a thumb would scare the hell out of me. You're afraid of such a tiny snake. Ding Dashan said disdainfully. When you encounter one small enough to grip with one hand, you can use the move I taught you. Left hand pinches its neck, right hand squeezes its 7-inch point. Enough. Stop talking. Just the thought of snakes terrifies me. Yifei cut him off directly. Well, how about this then? Ding Dashan suddenly said. Senior brother, let me ask you, how many spirit stones do you owe master? I haven't kept count, but it's definitely over 20,000 by now. Just as I thought, you definitely owe way more than I do. Ding Dashan didn't seem surprised at all. Senior brother, I thought about it all night and finally came up with a good plan. I think if we want to escape, we must work together. How about this tonight we'll act separately? If I manage to run away, I'll go to the Yi family to ask your father to bring help to rescue you. If you escape first, have your father bring some money to ransom me, okay? After all, I don't owe that much, and your Yi family definitely won't miss that small amount. Don't worry, if your father helps ransom me back, I'll work as a long-term servant for your Yi family until I pay back all those spirit stones. Act separately. Yifei suddenly became interested. Damn, this big oaf's plan actually seems feasible. As long as one person distracts the guards, the other has a high chance of escaping. Chapter 31, Have I Been Poisoned Again? Tell me your detailed plan, Yifei said with growing interest. It's very simple. Ding Dashan immediately covered Yifei's ear with his hand. Tonight we'll run together but separately. Can that dog possibly chase both of us back? At most it can only stop one of us, right? Ha! Yi Fei looked disgusted. This is what you call a good plan. Got a better idea? Ding Dashin said disdainfully. Do you have any better solutions? No. Yi Fei shook his head. But your plan definitely won't work. I can't run as fast as you. If we run together, Zhang Dao will definitely catch me first. Damn it, this bastard is trying to screw me over. He clearly knows I can't run as fast as him, wants to use me as his human shield. Haven't you realized there's something special about this path verification? Ding Dashin said mysteriously. Can't you see? This dog is almost turning into a spirit. It's extremely clever. Think about it, I run faster than you run slower than me. Normally, if it were human, who would it chase first? Obviously the faster runner me, because it wouldn't even consider you worth noticing. Damn, that actually makes sense. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Of course it does. Ding Dashin said with complete seriousness. So if we split up and run separately, I'm actually at a disadvantage. Since I'm faster, the dog would definitely chase me first. But wouldn't that mean you're taking the fall? Yi Fei asked with a somewhat guilty expression. Ah, taking some losses is fine. Ding Dashin said slowly. As long as after you escape, you get your father to bring some spirit stones to help clear my debts and bail me out, that'll do. Deal. Yi Fei hesitated briefly before agreeing. Let's do it this way. After reaching their agreement, the two of them went together to Wang Ergo's house. As soon as Yi Fei entered the room, Wang Ergo immediately glanced at him. In the next moment, he saw Wang Ergo pick up a small bottle from the table and sprinkle some powder into his own bowl. The very next second, Wang Ergo's voice transmission entered Yi Fei's mind. Kid, don't block my money-making path. Yesterday I didn't tamper with the 1,000 treasure porridge only because you paid for the annual package. Today I'm starting to earn some side income. Yi Fei shot Wang Ergo a contemptuous look before walking over to get a bowl. However, Ding Dashin had already brought 2 bowls to the fire pit. Senior brother, I got a bowl for you. After speaking, Ding Dashin immediately filled a bowl with porridge and handed it to Yi Fei. Senior brother, here. Thank you. Yi Fei accepted the porridge somewhat sheepishly, walked to the table, picked up the small porcelain bottle, and sprinkled some medicinal powder into his own bowl. Meanwhile, Ding Dashin had also prepared a bowl of porridge and was sitting there ready to eat. Yi Fei glanced at Wang Ergo, then thought for a moment. Ding Dashin had just served him rice, and they still needed to cooperate in tonight's operation. He couldn't bear to watch him remain poisoned, so he walked over and said to Ding Dashin, Junior brother, here, add some of this. It'll improve the flavor. I don't want it. Ding Dashin shouted excitedly, immediately hiding his bowl behind his back. What devilish thing is this? I hate all those messy condiments, too gaudy and colorful. This porridge is delicious enough already. Don't ruin my porridge, it costs $2 a bowl. Yi Fei. Just add a little, I guarantee it'll taste better. Yi Fei continued to persuade him. Senior brother, why must you be like this? Ding Dashin said unhappily. I already said I don't want it, yet you still try to force me. Can you not impose your preferences on others? What you like doesn't mean others will like it too. Don't you understand basic manners? Damn it, Yi Fei was fuming with anger. How could he know that Ding Dashin's thinking was actually very simple? He followed the principle of less is better, trying to add as little as possible. Not to mention that adding more might incur extra charges, and he might even get poisoned again, which would require paying another detoxification fee. What a clever man I am. When I first started wandering the martial world, you were still playing with mud, trying to help Master cheat more spirit stones out of me. No way. Forget it, if Dashin doesn't want to add it, why force him? Wang Ergo blared at Yi Fei expressionlessly. See? Master is still the best. Ding Dashin glanced at Wang Ergo. Master didn't make me add it. What right do you have to force me? Senior brother, no offense, but you should learn more from Master. The old man didn't force his opinions on me, yet you're getting carried away. Yi Fei. Ding Dashin curled his lip disdainfully at Yi Fei. Senior brother, don't think I don't know. Are you trying to brown nose the master and help him swindle my spirit stones? Just say it straight. How much for this seasoning each time? This seasoning is free, no spirit stones needed. Yi Fei replied. Heh, free? Then it's definitely no good. Ding Dashin looked at Wang Ergo with disgust. Knowing our master's temperament, if this were any good, would he give it to us for free? This powder must be poisonous. We've all eaten it, what poison could there be? Yi Fei said contemptuously. Maybe you and the master took antidotes in advance. Ding Dashin sneered. Though you're my senior brother, I'm older than you. The bridges I've crossed outnumber the roads you've walked. You're still too green to play these tricks with me. Yi Fei was so angry he could barely breathe. He slammed the porcelain bottle on the table. Fine. Fucking at it or don't, suit yourself. Truly digging his own grave, even 9 oxen couldn't pull him back. Sure enough, before long, just as Ding Dashin was eating his second bowl of porridge and preparing to get a third one, before he could reach the clay pot, he collapsed to the ground with a thud and started convulsing, with white foam bubbling from his mouth. What's going on? Ding Dashin lay on the ground, convulsing while white foam kept frothing from his mouth. He wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the foam in his hand. Can someone tell me, am I poisoned again? You're not poisoned. What poison could affect you? You've crossed more bridges than I've walked roads. How could you possibly be poisoned? Yifei curled his lip disdainfully. You're just playing at blowing bubbles like a fish. AI Wang Ergo began his act again. Dashin, it's all my fault. Look at my terrible memory. I forgot to tell you yesterday my 1,000 treasure porridge is made from 1,000 kinds of medicinal herbs. If even one is missing, it becomes extremely poisonous. Today I forgot to put one herb in the pot. We had to add it directly to the bowl. Is that the powder? Ding Dashin looked at the small porcelain bottle on the table. Right. Wang Ergo nodded. I thought eating more would increase poisoning risk, but fucking eating less can poison you too. Ding Dashin immediately turned to Yifei. What? Blaming me again? Yifei said disdainfully, I risked getting beaten by master to persuade you to add more earlier. You refused and even scolded me harshly. Serves you right. If you just said not adding would poison me, would I have refused? Ding Dashin shouted angrily, even if what you added was shit, I'd have eaten half with those 2 bowls of porridge. Senior brother, didn't I tell you yesterday? Next time explain things clearly. Ugh. Before Ding Dashin could finish speaking, white foam began gushing from his mouth in large quantities. This was probably when the toxicity peaked. Just then, Wang Ergo pulled out his notebook. Antidote fee 50 per treatment. Ding Dashin's right hand trembled as he made a scissor gesture. 2 spirit stones, can't go higher than this. Damn brat, you think this is like yesterday's breakfast porridge? Trying to settle with me for 2 spirit stones again? No way. Wang Ergo said irritably, at least 40, not a single stone less. Th3 Ding Dashin foamed at the mouth, tremblingly holding up 3 fingers. 35. Wang Ergo countered. Ding Dashin weakly raised 4 fingers this time, no longer able to speak. Yifei nodded thoughtfully. Yes, his tongue should be numb by this point. You damn brat, still trying to bargain with me? Wang Ergo coldly retorted, squatting next to Ding Dashin with his notebook. I let you off easy last night. Let's see how long you last today. 34. Ding Dashin's trembling hand formed an open palm. Wang Ergo 33. This time Ding Dashin used both hands to weakly display 6 fingers. Damn. Yifei stood to the side, his face full of admiration. I'm fucking impressed by you. Even when you can't speak, you still manage to bargain with gestures. You're truly one of a kind. Soon, this unique bargaining session reached the point where Ding Dashin gestured with both palms. Yifei finally couldn't hold back and said, now you've run out of fingers to gesture with, haven't you? I'd like to see how you keep bargaining now. Wang Ergo immediately chimed in, 20, final offer. Not a single coin less. If you can come up with another gesture now, I'll acknowledge your skills. However, at that moment, Ding Dashin kicked off his right boot with 1 foot, then proceeded to remove the foot wrap inside. Under the utterly shocked gazes of Yifei and Wang Ergo, he tremblingly extended his hands and then stuck out the big toe of his right foot. Yifei. Wang Ergo. Chapter 32, Still Not Leaving. Truly a godlike man. At this moment, Yifei felt nothing but complete admiration for Ding Dashin. Alright, stop gesturing. You win. 11 it is. Wang Ergo pinched his nose with a look of disgust. Damn, what rotten feet, they're fucking reeking. What a talent, truly a fucking exceptional talent. Yifei sighed, Master, congratulations on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Get lost. Wang Ergo coldly roared. Yifei shrank his neck. At this moment, Wang Ergo added, if you had half his ability, I'd be at ease. Yifei. This counts as ability. But honestly, this fucking seems to actually qualify. With his determination in bargaining, if he went into business, he'd probably drive many people mad with his haggling. After breakfast, Yifei sat in meditation, continuing to practice his breathing exercises, focusing chi in his dantian. Other than this, he knew nothing else. As for the golden finger, he had long given up completely. It had been days since he last thought about the golden finger. Having been here for over a month with no golden finger appearing, it was clearly impossible for any golden finger to emerge now. He had resigned himself to fate. As for Ding Dashin, who came to learn medical skills from Wang Ergo, he was taken by Wang Ergo to gather herbs in the back mountains. It was said that today marked the beginning of his herb identification training. However, by noon, Ding Dashin was dragged back with Dao Zheng's teeth sunk into him. Yifei asked Wang Ergo and learned that while gathering herbs in the mountains, this fellow thought the opportunity was too good to pass up. In just one morning, he made 3 consecutive escape attempts. For the first 2 attempts, Dao Zheng didn't bite him upon Wang Ergo's signal. It wasn't until the 3rd attempt that Dao Zheng bit him, leaving him covered in wounds as he was dragged back. Yifei couldn't help but admire him. Ding Dashin's determination to escape far surpassed his own. At the same time, he was filled with regret, because he realized he had missed an excellent escape opportunity. Had he known Dao Zheng had gone up the mountain with them, he would have run away earlier. He had always assumed that since Wang Ergo took Ding Dashin up the mountain, Dao Zheng would undoubtedly be secretly keeping an eye on him. Even though Yifei didn't see Dao Zheng, he still didn't dare to run. Mainly because he had been bitten by Dao Zheng too many times. He was thoroughly scared. Thanks to Wang Ergo's spiritual medicine, Ding Dashin's injuries were healed by evening. It's worth mentioning that after Ding Dashin arrived, he did indeed help Yifei negotiate the prices down. During dinner that night, there were still 4 dishes, but each was priced at $5 according to Ding Dashin's rates. A satisfying meal for $20. Yifei found this dinner particularly delicious. After finishing the meal, Wang Ergo suddenly declared, "Starting tonight, Dashin will take over Zhengdao's shift. From now on, you two Marshall brothers will take turns keeping night watch." Ha! Ding Dashin froze on the spot. I have to start keeping night watch too. After speaking, Ding Dashin glanced around Wang Ergo's sparsely furnished house. "Master, I've never understood why we need night watch. With just these few shabby rooms in our Thousand Immortals sect, are we really worried about thieves?" "What?" Looking down on the Thousand Immortals sect, Wang Ergo said with disdain, "When I tell you to keep watch, you keep watch. Stop with all this nonsense." Oh, Ding Dashin fell silent. At that moment, Yifei asked, "Master, I'll take the first night watch, Dashin will take the second half. What about Zhengdao?" Wang Ergo said, "Zhengdao guards during daytime." Yifei. Ding Dashin. "Master, I want to swap shifts with Zhengdao. I want the day shift." Yifei said, "What daytime guarding? Does it even need guarding during the day? It just plays around wherever during daytime. No swapping allowed." Wang Ergo said coldly. "Why?" Yifei was displeased. "What kind of messed up world is this? Humans acting as guard dogs. Humans doing the dog's jobs while the damn dog gets to laze around." Wang Ergo said expressionlessly, "Zhengdao is getting old. Staying up late isn't good for its health." Yifei. "Zhengdao is old. Staying up late isn't good for it. Is staying up late good for our health then?" "Haha," Master Ding Dashin suddenly spoke up, "I'm definitely older than Zhengdao. Think I could swap with it? I'd like the day shift too." "How old are you?" Wang Ergo asked. "Haha, I'm 32, Ding Dashin quickly said with a laugh. "Most ordinary dogs only live up to 20 years at most. Zhengdao can't possibly be older than me, right?" Wang Ergo calmly stated, "Zhengdao is 33. Smack. Ding Dashin immediately slapped himself across the face, then muttered under his breath, "I should have asked how old Zhengdao was first." Yifei burst out laughing. Since Ding Dashin arrived, he had indeed brought much amusement to Yifei. "If you really want to trade, I won't stop you." At this moment, Wang Ergo suddenly added another statement. Yifei and Ding Dashin immediately looked delighted. However, Wang Ergo then continued, "You'll have to negotiate with Zhengdao yourself. If it agrees personally, I have no objections." Ding Dashin and Yifei immediately turned their gazes toward Zhengdao. Yifei instantly gave up. Negotiate with it himself. How exactly would he do that? While Yifei had given up, Ding Dashin actually went ahead to negotiate with Zhengdao. He solemnly asked Zhengdao, "Zhengdao, should we switch shifts or not?" Woof! Zhengdao barked fiercely at Ding Dashin with a menacing look. "Master, it says yes." Ding Dashin said with complete seriousness to Wang Ergo, "How could you possibly understand that?" Wang Ergo looked at him with disdain. "Isn't it obvious?" Ding Dashin replied earnestly. "I asked if we should switch, and it only barked once. That definitely means yes. If it had barked twice, that would mean no." "You heard wrong." Wang Ergo scoffed. "It was telling you to get lost." Woof! Zhengdao barked at Ding Dashin again. See that? Wang Ergo glanced at Ding Dashin again. "Telling you to get lost again." Woof woof! This time Zhengdao suddenly barked twice. "What's it saying now?" Ding Dashin asked indignantly. Wang Ergo, "Get lost quickly." Ha 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 ha! Yifei couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. He suddenly realized that watching Wang Ergo and Ding Dashin bicker was quite entertaining. "Look at how petty you are." Wang Ergo looked at Ding Dashin with disdain. "You're at least a human being. Why argue with a dog about day and night shifts? Can't you let it have its way?" Ha ha ha! Yifei laughed so hard he slumped on the stool, grabbing Ding Dashin's shoulder. "Hear that? Master told you to let it have its way, huh?" Wang Ergo shot Yifei a glare. "You think I'm only talking about Dashin?" Yifei's laughter instantly died, completely disappearing from his face. He said to Ding Dashin with contempt, "You lunatic, Master told you to negotiate with the dog, and you actually went to negotiate with the dog. What were you thinking?" After uttering his disdain at Ding Dashin, Yifei turned and walked out the door. "Won't even switch shifts? You're ruthless." Ding Dashin glanced at Zhengdao before also turning toward the door. Woof woof woof! Zhengdao barked a few more times. Ding Dashin was already at the door when he turned back and casually asked, "Master, so what does it mean this time when it barks 3 times? Wang Ergo, still not leaving. Ding Dashin, still not leaving. Woof 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 woof! Wang Ergo, it says if you don't leave now, it'll bite you." Ding Dashin looked disdainful. "Master, you're acting as if it's real. I don't believe you can actually understand dog language." Swish! Zhengdao suddenly charged at Ding Dashin. "Brother Dao, I was wrong. Brother Dao, I was wrong." Ding Dashin fled like smoke. Late that night, it was the shift change time between Yifei and Ding Dashin. This was the best time for Ding Dashin to come to the main gate without being noticed by Wang Ergo and Zhengdao. Ding Dashin arrived at the gate on time. As soon as he met with Yifei, they immediately exchanged glances. "Ding Dashin, leave now." Yifei, "Yes, you go first." Ha! Ding Dashin was stunned. What? Did the plan change? Didn't we agree to run together and gamble on who the dog would chase first? Damn it, has this guy realized something? Has he figured out that he can't outrun me, so the dog would definitely bite him? Dashin, I've fought hard all night. Given how useless I am with no cultivation at all, even if I escaped, I probably wouldn't make it back alive to Tianluo City. So I decided to help you by holding back Zhengdao from behind. Yi Fei declared with the air of someone ready to sacrifice himself. Brother! Ding Dashin clasped his fist solemnly toward Yi Fei, his expression grave and earnest. For those words alone, from this day forward, you are my sworn brother. Whenever you need my help with anything, I, Ding Dashin, will never refuse. Go now. Yi Fei maintained his serious expression. Run as fast as you can. That dog is too fierce, I probably can't hold him off for long. Ding Dashin nodded heavily. Don't worry, I won't fail you. I'll bring your father back to rescue you. After speaking, Ding Dashin turned and dashed rapidly into the bamboo grove. Woof! 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 Soon, Zhengdao squeezed out from the dog hole, leaped past Yi Fei, and charged into the bamboo grove. However, Yi Fei simply watched blankly as Zhengdao went after Ding Dashin, not showing the slightest additional reaction. Yet the moment Zhengdao left, Yi Fei immediately took out a prepared bundle of rope. He slung it over his shoulder, quickly moved along the outer wall to the eastern side, and swiftly disappeared into the eastern woods. Damn it, I hope Ding Dashin can run faster and keep Zhengdao occupied a while longer for me. Chapter 33, The Favor of Blocking the Pursuit. There was a cliff in the eastern woods. This cliff was actually connected to the precipice behind the courtyard, though with different elevation levels. The cliff in the eastern woods was much lower, with flat terrain at its base. Yi Fei had scouted this spot a week ago, recognizing it as an ideal escape route. However, he hadn't dared attempt it earlier due to his fear of Zhengdao's tracking speed. With Ding Dashin serving as a decoy today, he believed this opportunity wouldn't come again if missed. However, just as Yi Fei was about to reach the cliff edge, something suddenly pounced from behind and bit his leg. Yi Fei let out a piercing scream of pain. Turning his head, he instantly felt despair. Zhengdao! Damn it! Weren't you supposed to be chasing Ding Dashin? Did Ding Dashin get taken down so quickly? Ding Dashin, you useless fool. The outcome was predictable. Bitten and covered in wounds, Yi Fei was soon dragged back by Zhengdao. However, his pain tolerance had improved significantly compared to before. He could now endure occasional injuries without fainting on the spot, just like Ding Dashin. This time, he remained conscious despite being dragged back by Zhengdao. When Zhengdao dragged Yi Fei back, he noticed Ding Dashin wasn't in Wang Ergo's house. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart again. Had Ding Dashin not been captured yet? With all the time I'd bought him, he should have escaped by now, right? Well, even if I didn't make it out, as long as he escaped, our plan tonight can still be considered a success. Right at that moment, Ding Dashin's screams came from outside the courtyard. Damn, he didn't escape either. Yi Fei instantly felt despair. However, what he never expected was that something even more despairing awaited him later that night. Soon, Zhengdao dragged Ding Dashin into Wang Ergo's house and threw him on the ground beside Yi Fei. Ding Dashin glanced at the blood-covered Yi Fei, his face full of shame. Senior brother, I've failed you. Though you bought me considerable time today, despite my best efforts to run as fast as I could, this Zhengdao was simply too fast. At this point, Ding Dashin suddenly noticed the bundle of rope on Yi Fei. Senior brother, what's this rope for? Yi Fei froze momentarily, then said with a mournful face, don't mention it. It was meant to tie up Zhengdao to buy you more time, but before I could even untie it, it pounced on me. Ouch. Yi Fei clutched the deepest bite wound on his thigh, his face contorted in pain. This wasn't an act, the pain was completely genuine. Anyone who's been injured knows that the initial adrenaline rush masks the pain, but after a while, the discomfort multiplies exponentially. Suddenly, Ding Dashin grabbed Yi Fei's hand, his face filled with emotion. Senior brother, I'm sorry for making you suffer this. I owe you one. From now on, you're my true senior brother. Whatever you need in the future, just say the word. Ding Dashin, won't hesitate to help. Enough chatter. Are you done talking? Do you want treatment or not? Wang Ergo interrupted impatiently from the side. Name your price. Ding Dashin suddenly shouted, then glanced at Yi Fei. Senior brother, don't worry. To repay you for blocking the dog tonight, I'll make sure you spend less spirit stones today. I'll haggle down the dog bite treatment cost for you. Yi Fei. No, absolutely not. I don't need you to bargain for me. You do your bargaining, I'll take my treatment. Yi Fei said to Ding Dashin, then immediately turned to Wang Ergo. Master, quickly, treat me first. I won't haggle, whatever the price is, just charge me. It hurts so much. Yi Fei knew Ding Dashin's nature all too well. If he waited for him to slowly bargain with Wang Ergo, the pain would surely kill him first. Damn, someone who can still bargain desperately by wiggling their toes when poisoned and unable to speak. I dare not emulate such behavior. That won't do. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergo disagreed. You're both my disciples, I can't favor one over the other. Whatever price he gets, you'll naturally get the same. Yi Fei. Enough nonsense, name your price. Ding Dashin arrogantly shouted again, then comforted Yifei, "Senior brother, you're already injured and in pain, what's another moment? My bargaining is very quick." "Then hurry up with your bargaining, just make it reasonable. No more suicidal haggling this time. You might endure it, but I damn well can't," Yifei urged anxiously. There was no choice. Ding Dashin insisted on bargaining, while Wang Ergu refused to treat him first. Yifei could only hope Ding Dashin would haggle faster. "Relax, I know what I'm doing." Ding Dashin gave Yifei a knowing look, then turned to Wang Ergu. "Master, quote the price quickly. My senior brother is in unbearable pain, don't waste time." He was actually quite considerate. 10 spirit stones per tael for the blood-activating ointment. "Considering the state you two are in today," Wang Ergu said impassively, "you'll probably need several gene of it. Master, the two of us together will surely help you clear a lot of stock tonight. Doesn't tea that make us big customers." Ding Dashin lay on the ground, putting on a boastful air. "Let us make it 1 spirit stone per tael for this ointment." "In your dreams," Wang Ergu said disdainfully. "This blood-activating ointment of mine is a miraculous medicine that stops bleeding, resolves stasis, relieves pain and reduces swelling. 1 spiritual stone per tael. Not a chance. At least 8 pieces. Giving you 2 off is already doing you a huge favor." Ding Dashin, 2 pieces, that's our final offer. Wang Ergu, 7 pieces, that's my bottom line. 7 it is then. Yifei hurriedly interjected, "Dashin, 7 is acceptable, ouch." "That won't do," Ding Dashin insisted. "Senior brother, 7 is still too expensive." "Expensive my ass, expensive your ancestors. Can you fucking stop haggling already?" Yifei shouted at Ding Dashin in furious exasperation. "Ding Dashin, if you want to risk your life bargaining by yourself, I won't stop you. But don't drag me along with you, alright? I'm fucking dying from pain here, Io." By now, Yifei's limbs were already starting to convulse from the pain and his head was getting foggy. It hadn't hurt this badly when Shin Daogang first dragged him back, but the pain kept intensifying. "Senior brother, don't rush me. $7 is too expensive. Let me bargain some more." Ding Dashin said, "Master, $3 at most. I'll add $1 more only because I see my senior brother can't endure the pain any longer. Otherwise, I wouldn't even add this extra $1. Thank you so fucking much." Yifei glared viciously at Ding Dashin before turning to Wang Ergu. Master, I beg you, please stop my bleeding and relieve my pain first. I really can't take it anymore." "That won't do. Your master isn't that kind of person." Wang Ergu continued looking at Ding Dashin. "Dashin, don't insist on $3. $6 is my cost price. Any cheaper and your master will lose money." Thud Yifei finally succumbed to his injuries and passed out from the pain. $3, final offer. Ding Dashin coldly glanced at the unconscious Yifei. "Your senior brother has fainted from pain and you're still bargaining with me." Wang Ergu seemed to be losing his temper. "Exactly." Ding Dashin nodded. "I figured since my senior brother was already unconscious anyway, he can't feel the pain now and won't affect my performance. Today I plan to bargain hard with you with such a large quantity tonight, we'd suffer too much if you charge too high." Yifei didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he opened his eyes, dawn had already broken. Normally when injured at night, his wounds would heal by morning. But this time, the slightest movement sent excruciating pain shooting through his body. At that moment, he heard something he never dreamed he'd hear. Wang Ergu, 17. Ding Dashin, 8. Wang Ergu, 16. Ding Dashin, 9. Wang Ergu, 15. What the hell? Yifei struggled hard to open his eyes. As soon as he did, he saw Ding Dashin lying beside him with a head swollen like a big pig's head. "Ding Dashin, damn your uncle. The fucking sun is already up and your head is swollen like a pig's head, yet you're still here bargaining. I even passed out from the pain, didn't you see that? Only passing out once is nothing." At this moment, Wang Ergu said contemptuously, "He's much more severely injured than you. He's already passed out from pain 3 times himself. He resumed bargaining with me each time he woke up." Yifei looked at Ding Dashin in shock. "Is that true?" He Ding Dashin chuckled somewhat proudly. With his head swollen like a pig's, his smile couldn't have looked more ridiculous. "Senior brother, no need to be so touched. I can never repay your dog-blocking kindness from last night. This is what I should do. Senior brother, don't worry. I've already bargained down the prices of the other herbs. We're just missing the final life-extending grass, but the deal's almost done. Hold on a little longer." Bam! Before Ding Dashin could finish speaking, Yifei suddenly grabbed a nearby stool and smashed it viciously against Ding Dashin's head. "I'll hold on your fucking ass." Thud! The stool hit Ding Dashin's head, knocking him unconscious instantly. "I've fucking endured you all night and you still tell me to hold on." Yifei cursed at the unconscious Ding Dashin before struggling to get up with the stool in hand, his cold gaze turning toward Wang Ergu who was lounging with crossed legs while smoking. Wang Ergu looked at the murderous Yifei and slowly uncrossed his legs. "Kid, why you wouldn't dare hit me too, would you? Don't be rash. I'm your master. Striking one's master is sacrilege, you'll be struck by heavenly lightning." Yifei grabbed the stool, swaying like a drunken man as he glared fiercely at Wang Ergu. Gnashing his teeth, he said, for the life-extending herb, we'll go with Dashin's quoted price 9 coins. Can you treat me or not? Chapter 34, Ambush. Ha! Wang Ergu was stunned by Yi Fei's words. You're actually trying to continue bargaining down from your junior brother's quoted price. Just tell me straight, can you treat me or not? Yi Fei roared. Then no treatment. Wang Ergu shook his head decisively. I'll give you some face and lower it by 1 more coin. At least 14, not a coin less. Deal. 14 it is. Yi Fei threw aside the stool and plopped down onto a nearby chair. Ouch, master, hurry up and apply the medicine. It hurts like hell. Ow. You damn brat, you scared me to death just now. I thought you were going to hit me. Wang Ergu looked contemptuous, then immediately put on a sympathetic expression towards Yi Fei. Ah, why must you put yourself through this? Next time you run away, as your master, I advise you not to run with him. His way of bargaining will either exhaust himself to death or drag you down with him eventually. Yi Fei, can't you just stop setting the dogs on us? Yi Fei said irritably. You're the one who always sets the dogs on us, and then you pretend to be the good guy afterward. Doesn't this act tire you out? Boy, I do all this for your own good. Wang Ergu shook his head. You'll understand someday. For my own good. Yi Fei looked contemptuous. Master, I beg you to spare me, okay? If setting dogs on me is really for my own good, then I plead with you, don't be so kind to me. Just show more concern for Dashin instead. Fine. Wang Ergu couldn't help laughing himself, but then immediately added, mainly because tormenting him is more cost-effective than tormenting you. Yi Fei. Come, let master check your pulse. Wang Ergu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Fei's wrist to take his pulse. Checking the pulse before applying medicine was a necessary step in every treatment session. After a while, when he released Yi Fei's wrist, he mysteriously smiled. Not bad, not bad. What's not bad? That I'm still breathing. Yi Fei said impatiently, Master, I beg you, hurry up with the medicine, I really can't hold on any longer. After receiving the medicine, Yi Fei limped back to his room, enduring severe pain to rest. Although he had been unconscious all night, he only lay in bed for a short while before falling asleep again. When he woke up at noon, he suddenly discovered something that excited him greatly. Because upon waking this time, he once again felt that long-lost sensation of mental clarity and physical vigor, his body brimming with strength. As he hadn't attempted escape nor suffered injuries for over a week now, this was the first time in 7 days he'd experienced such a feeling. Why do I always feel extremely comfortable and full of energy after recovering from injuries? Could it be true what that old man said about setting dogs on me for my own good? Don't tell me getting bitten by dogs is actually my golden finger cheat ability. The more severely I get bitten by dogs, the stronger my body becomes. The greater my power grows. If this is really the case, then this golden finger is just too damn cheap. If I want to get stronger, would I have to fight with dogs every single day? Wait, it's not just after being bitten by dogs that I get that feeling, I also get it after sustaining other injuries. Could it be? Is my golden finger actually like CS and the Golden Lion King's 7 injuries fist? The more severe the injury, the more powerful I become. But that doesn't make sense either. With 7 injuries fist, your combat power increases immediately when injured during battle, but for me the boost comes after healing. Forget about overthinking it, damn it. First I should ask Dashin if he experiences the same feeling. If he doesn't have that feeling, then this must definitely be my unique golden finger. Damn, it's been a month or 2 in this world and I'm finally seeing some signs of a golden finger. Good, as long as you're willing to come, I won't complain about you being late. Ha ha. At that moment, the sound of Ding Dashin practicing boxing came from outside. This guy loves to box whenever he has free time. Yi Fei immediately went outside and quickly walked toward Ding Dashin, who was practicing in the yard. He, senior brother, you're awake. Ding Dashin stopped his practice as soon as he saw Yi Fei approaching. Dashin, I have a question for you. Yi Fei said with a serious expression. Senior brother, ask away. Whatever Ding Dashin, no, I'll answer without hesitation, holding nothing back. Ding Dashin thumped his chest, making his massive pectorals rumble. Senior brother shielded me from the dog last night. That kindness is one I won't forget. After you get injured or bitten by a dog, do you feel anything unusual when you wake up in the morning? Yi Fei asked. Yes. Ding Dashin nodded immediately. Ha! Yi Fei's face fell with disappointment. Damn, must be the side effects from Wang Ergu's medicine. At that moment, Ding Dashin added, my first feeling every morning is craving dog meat. Fuck. I wasn't asking about that kind of feeling. Yi Fei said disdainfully, I meant do you feel refreshed and full of energy? Senior brother, stop joking. Ding Dashin pouted. After getting bitten by dogs like that every time, how could anyone possibly feel refreshed afterwards? Then what about feeling full of energy? Yi Fei pressed. Not full of energy overall. Ding Dashin shook his head, but there is one place that is. Which place? Yi Fei asked. Ding Dashin chuckled embarrassedly, suddenly pointing at his crotch. My little mountain stands tall and mighty every morning, full of energy. Fuck. Yi Fei glared at Ding Dashin with contempt. My little fly does that too. However, at this moment, though Yi Fei was verbally mocking Ding Dashin, he was secretly thrilled beyond measure. If Ding Dashin didn't have that feeling, does that mean it's truly my golden finger? With this thought, Yifei immediately said to Ding Dashin to verify his idea, Dashin, come on, hit me with a punch. Yifei knew under normal circumstances he couldn't withstand one of Ding Dashin's punches, but this time he wanted to try focusing chi in his dantian to see if he could take it. Because last time when Ding Dashin came to challenge, Wang Ergu had immediately told him to focus chi in his dantian and take a punch. Perhaps Wang was hinting at something. He hadn't dared to try last time, but now he wanted to test it. Ha! Ding Dashin froze. Senior brother saved me from dogs. How could I hit you? I said hit me, so hit me. Yifei roared. Senior brother, your slight frame couldn't possibly withstand one of my punches. Ding Dashin shook his head. Absolutely not. I might kill you with one punch. I'm not asking for full strength. Use 10% of your power to punch me first. We can increase later if needed. Yifei said. Even 1/10 of my strength might be too much. I'm afraid you can't handle it, Ding Dashin said with a troubled expression, then turned and took a step forward. Yifei, thinking he was about to leave, hurriedly called out, hey, don't go. Boom! But at that moment, Ding Dashin, who had his back to Yifei, suddenly turned around, pushed off with his back foot, and delivered a lightning-fast punch toward Yifei. Yifei! God damn it! I asked you to hit me, but I didn't ask you to sneak attack me. I haven't even settled my chi in my dantian yet. Thud! Ah! Ding Dashin's surprise attack was too fast. Yifei had no time to react before taking a heavy punch to his stomach. The punch landed on his abdomen, making him feel like he'd been hit by a speeding truck. With a cry of ah, he was instantly sent flying backward. Crash! Yifei flew over 10 meters back, crashing right into his own door. With a loud bang, both door panels collapsed simultaneously as he crashed headfirst into his own room. Senior brother, are you alright? Ding Dashin hurried over to help Yifei sit up. Yifei spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Ding Dashin. I told you to hit me, but I damn well didn't say you could ambush me. Ding Dashin chuckled foolishly. Hee, senior brother, you ambushed me this morning, and I just ambushed you now. We're even. Yifei. God damn it, is he really this vindictive? Ugh! Another surge of blood gushed from Yifei's mouth. Wiping his lips, he stared coldly at Ding Dashin. This was supposed to be 1/10 of your strength. Hee. Ding Dashin laughed awkwardly. 3/10. Yifei's face turned green with rage. I specifically said to try 1/10 first and increase if needed. Why the hell did you use 3/10? Ding Dashin, I was afraid 1/10 wouldn't be enough and it'd be troublesome to adjust later. Yifei. Afraid of trouble. Trouble, annoying. Ahem! Just then, a cough suddenly came from the doorway. Ding Dashin and Yifei both looked toward the entrance, completely dumbfounded. No one knew where Wang Ergu had appeared from, but he was already standing there with his notebook ready in hand. He glanced down at the 2 fallen door panels on the ground. You 2 brothers figure out how to split this between yourselves. Yifei. Ding Dashin. Chapter 35. Tonight all your expenses are on me. Master, this wasn't my fault. Senior brother was the one who broke the door. Ding Dashin quickly retreated outside the doorway, acting as if staying too close to those broken doors would implicate him. If you hadn't ambushed me, would I have been punched flying so far? If I hadn't been sent flying, would the door have been broken? Yifei said fiercely, Master, I won't take responsibility for this. Bill, go after him. You were the one who asked me to hit you. Ding Dashin said with undisguised contempt. You still have the nerve to say that. Yifei was furious. I told you to hit me, but you ambushed me. I said use 1/10 of your strength, but you bastard used 3/10. As a result, I vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. You're lucky I'm not making you pay my medical bills. Yifei suddenly changed his tone. Wait, no, you should pay the medical bills too. After saying this, Yifei struggled to stand up and reached out to Wang Ergu. Master, come on, check my pulse. Prescribe more medicine for me, the more expensive the better. And some supplements too if possible. Yifei glared at Ding Dashin. You bastard ambushed me and played dirty. I'll make you pay through the nose. If there were cars available here, I think a G-Wagon would suit my style perfectly. Senior brother, that's not fair. At first I refused to fight, but you insisted. If he told you to hit him, then you hit him. Wang Ergu suddenly interrupted Ding Dashin coldly. I Ding Dashin said weakly, Senior brother once saved me from dogs. Whatever he asks me to do, I can't refuse. Wang Ergu, would you really not hesitate if he told you to hit me? Ding Dashin. Yifei immediately chimed in, yes, without hesitation. Come on, let's. Ding Dashin. Smack. Wang Ergu slapped Yifei's forehead. You're really getting carried away. Both of you are at fault here, damaging 2 doors made from 1,000-year-old rosewood, exquisitely carved by top craftsmen. Each door costs 600. I'll charge 1 door to each of you. 600. Ding Dashin exclaimed in shock, then immediately turned to Yifei. Senior brother, we'll settle our matters later. Don't worry, let me handle the bargaining. After speaking, he immediately looked at Wang Ergu. At most 5 spirit stones per door, not a penny more. Fine, whatever, deal. I can't be bothered to bargain with you. Wang Ergu agreed readily, then scribbled some notes and turned to leave. But Ding Dashin stood frozen in place for a long time. After quite a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn it, that was a bad deal. I meant to counter with too. After speaking, Ding Dashin suddenly leaned close to Yifei and said with a mysterious smile, hee, but senior brother, no matter how much money it costs, I just thought of a perfect escape plan today. It will definitely succeed tonight. Stop right there. Yifei directly interrupted him. Don't fuck around with me anymore. No matter what you say in the future, I won't run away with you again. Yifei decided to follow Wang Ergo's advice. Even if he wanted to escape in the future, he would act alone. Running away together with Ding would eventually get him exhausted by all the price negotiations. Why? Ding Dashin asked blankly. I'm afraid we'll get caught together again and you'll go back to your damned price bargaining. Yifei said disdainfully, hurry up and help me fix this door, or how am I supposed to sleep tonight? If that snake sneaks in at midnight, it'll scare me to death. After saying this, Yifei turned to chase after Wang Ergu. Master, wait for me. Yifei quickly caught up to Wang Ergu. Hee, master, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? Wang Ergo asked with an expressionless face. Why do I always wake up feeling refreshed and full of energy the day after getting injured? If I don't get hurt the night before, I don't have this feeling when I wake up. Yifei voiced his doubt. Wang Ergo looked smug. After getting injured, I use my spiritual medicine to treat you. Naturally, you'll feel refreshed and energetic the next day. Now you know my medicine is worth more than its price, right? But Dashin said he doesn't have that feeling. Yifei said blankly. How long has he been here? How long have you been here? Do you really think my medicine is some miraculous drug that can strengthen your body after just 1 or 2 uses? It takes long-term consistent use. Wang Ergo smirked. So, you need to work harder at running more often. After saying this, Wang Ergo strode away. Yifei, run more often. Run your damn uncle. Damn it, always trying to fool me, wanting to earn my spirit stones. Yifei was extremely disappointed. His hope for a golden finger was shattered once again. Yifei spent the day in a daze. When dinner time came and they went to eat together, Ding Dashin suddenly whispered to him in the courtyard, Senior brother, don't eat too much during dinner. Save some room in your stomach. Tonight I'll treat you to midnight dog meat. Dog meat. Yifei was stunned, instantly realizing this idiot planned to target Zhang Dao tonight. Dashin, take my advice, you'd better not set your sights on Zhang Dao or you'll die horribly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ding Dashin showed an expression of understanding. Yifei shook his head and ignored him. During dinner that night, Ding Dashin, who normally ate at least 3 or 4 bowls of rice, only ate 1. At midnight when Ding Dashin came to take over duty, even Yifei was shocked by what he saw. He was carrying an axe in one hand and a bundle of rope in the other. What are you trying to do? Yifei asked. Damn it, I must have dog meat tonight. Ding Dashin said viciously. He placed the axe on the ground, made a noose with a rope in front of the dog hole, then tied the other end of the rope to a bamboo trunk in the grove. After finishing these preparations, he proudly pointed at the dog hole and whispered, Senior brother, look, this is a slip knot. As soon as Zhang Dao charges out through the hole, his neck will get caught in my trap. Once his neck is locked, he won't be able to escape. Then I'll split him clean in 2 with my axe, and we can each carry half down the mountain for roast dog meat. Stop right there. Yifei pointed at Ding Dashin. You, not we. I'm not involved in this. This has nothing to do with me. Don't count me in. After speaking, Yifei turned to leave. Eat dog meat. That's exactly what I thought some time ago. You think I don't want to eat it? You think I haven't tried? Senior brother. Ding Dashin grabbed Yifei's arm. Don't go. We'll definitely get away with it tonight. In your dreams. Yifei said disdainfully. Yesterday you yourself said Zhang Dao knows Iron Head Kung Fu, yet you still dare to scheme against it. What were you thinking? Ding Dashin curled his lip. Senior brother, are you stupid? Just because I said it knows Iron Head Kung Fu, does that mean it really does? Do you really think it's become a spirit? Besides, even if it knows Iron Head Kung Fu, so what? It doesn't know Golden Bell Shield. I'll just chop at its body with my axe. Yifei, what if I told you it really does know Golden Bell Shield? Ding Dashin looked disgusted. Why don't you say it knows Vajra legs too? Have you gone crazy from being locked up here by Master? Seeing spirits and everything now. Yifei, if you don't believe me then try it yourself, just don't drag me into this. Yifei shook off Ding Dashin's hand and turned to leave. Senior brother, when I escape tonight, don't be jealous. Ding Dashin called after him, and that roast dog meat, so delicious. Yifei shook his head and ignored him. He went straight back to his room, took off his shoes, and lay down ready to sleep. However, just as he had lain down, a series of frantic barking sounds came from outside the main gate. Woof 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 woof. Immediately after, Ding Dashin's loud shout followed. Oh my god, senior brother, open the door quickly. Soon, Yifei could hear both Ding Dashin's footsteps and Zhang Dao's barking coming from the courtyard. Woof woof woof. Ding Dashin's footsteps drew nearer and nearer, as did Zhang Dao's barking. Yifei hurriedly jumped off the bed and looked out the window, only to see Ding Dashin desperately sprinting towards his direction with Zhang Dao chasing wildly about 3 or 4 meters behind. While running, Ding Dashin kept shouting, Senior brother, save me. Open the door quick. Not only does it know iron head skill and golden bell shield, damn it, it even knows Vajra leg. I even broke my axe trying to hit it. Why didn't you stop me earlier? Stop you. How dare I stop you? Yifei shouted at Ding Dashin from the window. I was afraid if I stopped you from eating dog meat, you might get angry and swing that axe at me. I don't know iron shirt kung fu, I can't take that hit. Besides, didn't I try to warn you earlier? Who was it that said, senior brother, don't be jealous, oh, roasted dog meat is so delicious. See how that turned out. Would it kill you to listen to my advice just once? Senior brother, I was wrong. I'll listen to your advice from now on. Please open the door quickly. Yifei was quite loyal after all. He immediately rushed to open the door. At this moment, Ding Dashin was only about 10 meters from the entrance, while the ferocious Zhengdao was just 1 or 2 meters behind him. Just as Ding Dashin was about to dash inside, Yifei suddenly slammed the door shut with a loud bang and firmly bolted it. Damn it, better to offend Dashin than Zhengdao. That dog looks terrifying today. Sighed junior brother. Senior brother has no choice but to let you down this time. Let me talk to master later, I'll cover all your expenses tonight. Chapter 36, Show me your fox tail. Ah. Ow. Ouch. Senior brother, you fucking bastard. You actually locked the door. Ding Dashin kept wailing outside the door. Ah, poor kid. Yifei stood by the window, cleaning dirt from his fingernails while humming a song from Shaolin Soccer that Stephen Chow sang with his senior brother. Shaolin Kung Fu was great, so awesome. Shaolin Kung Fu was powerful, absolutely fantastic. You're the iron leg. I'm the iron head. Ah damn it, senior brother, are you even human? I'm getting bitten to death here and you have the mood to sing. Ding Dashin suddenly roared. If you're too scared of Zhengdao to open the door and save me, at least beg for mercy on my behalf. Zhengdao understands human speech, can't you just be a decent person for once? Alright then, I'll put in a good word for you. Hey, Zhengdao, that's enough everywhere else, stop biting now. Always biting the same spots is no fun at all, is it? Yifei immediately said to Zhengdao. Haven't you noticed his right hand hasn't been bitten yet? Ah yes, that one, the same hand that punched me till I spat blood yesterday. Ding Dashin. In the end, within less than half a minute, Ding Dashin's entire body was covered with at least 20 to 30 bloody bite wounds. Normally it wouldn't have bitten so many times, it must have been thoroughly enraged after Ding Dashin hacked at it with his axe earlier. If you try to kill it for dog meat, how could it possibly show mercy? Ding Dashin soon passed out from the pain. Then Zhengdao dragged his unconscious body back into Wang Ergo's house. Yifei kept his word. When Zhengdao was dragging Ding Dashin away, he said to Zhengdao, please tell my master for me that all his medical expenses tonight will be charged to my account. It's too late now, I won't go over. I'm going to sleep first. Early next morning, when Yifei woke up, he didn't see Ding Dashin practicing boxing in the yard. He knew that Ding Dashin must have been bitten too badly by Zhengdao last night and was probably still lying on the floor in Wang Ergo's house. After all, he had been through this before and had plenty of experience in this regard. He hurried towards Wang Ergo's house. However, when he arrived at Wang Ergo's room, he found that Ding Dashin wasn't there. Not only was Ding Dashin absent, but Wang Ergo and Zhengdao were missing too. Dashin, Master, Zhengdao. Yifei stood at the door of Wang Ergo's house and shouted loudly. After calling for quite a while, there was no response at all. Strange, where did everyone go? Yifei was completely baffled. Strange to say, at this moment, the thought of fleeing didn't even cross his mind. However, when he returned to his room intending to lie down again, he found a note on the floor by the door. Clearly, it had been slipped through the door crack earlier, and he hadn't noticed when he went out. He hastily picked it up and unfolded it, only to be instantly moved to tears upon reading its contents. The note was presumably left by Ding Dashin, but he couldn't recognize a single character. What the fuck is this written here? Yifei was utterly frustrated. Other transmigrators can read this world's script, but I can't recognize a single damn character. Is this some kind of joke? Fine if you won't let me inherit the original owner's memories and skills, but at least let me read the damn words. Just then, a thought struck Yifei. Had they gone up the mountain to gather herbs again? Holy shit! Could it be that Dashin, seeing how I didn't run away when they went herb gathering the day before yesterday, specially left this note today to remind me to escape? That can't be right. Last night I tricked him, why would he still treat me so well today? However, there's also the possibility that he knew he had no chance to escape and could only hope that I would run away and come back here to ransom him. No matter what he wrote, it's definitely a good opportunity to escape right now. If not now, when? Yifei hurriedly packed his clothes into the backpack, then quickly ran toward the main gate with the backpack on. However, just as he stepped out of the gate, he saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman walking slowly along the bamboo forest path. Yifei only needed one glance at her to feel as if struck by an electric current. He stared fixedly at the beauty in the bamboo forest, unable to tear his gaze away. She appeared to be 18 or 19 years old, as delicate as a flower. Her snow-white, smooth skin combined with her peerless beauty gave the impression that her face was carved from exquisite jade. Her attire was elegant yet refined, with fluttering sleeves that perfectly complemented the tranquility of the bamboo forest. Her footsteps were light and airy, as if untouched by worldly dust, each step carrying a unique rhythm and poetic charm. As she approached, the breeze rustled through the bamboo forest, as if playing an accompaniment for her. Her presence seemed to breathe life into the entire bamboo grove, and Yifei felt as though time itself had frozen at this very moment. Even when she reached the gate and stood before Yifei, he remained statue still, staring at her with wide, unblinking eyes. Hee, don't speak just yet, let me guess, the beauty revealed an enchanting smile. Master already informed me via Jade Talisman that he recently took in 2 new disciples, one who always wears a mask and another built like an ox. So you must be the masked junior disciple Yifei, right? Yifei stared blankly at the peerless beauty before him, utterly speechless. His soul had already been completely bewitched by her. Holy shit, does the Thousand Immortals sect have such a beautiful senior sister? How is this possible? What could she possibly be learning from Wang Ergu at the Thousand Immortals sect? Learning how to be shameless. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yifei suddenly had a flash of inspiration, giving rise to an idea that made his heart tremble violently. Holy fuck, this couldn't possibly be a fox spirit, could it? Taking advantage of my master's absence, transforming into a beauty to impersonate a disciple of the Thousand Immortals sect and seduce me, luring me to sleep with her, wanting to suck dry all my vital essence. Thinking this, Yifei was as if jolted awake from a dream, instantly regaining his senses. He felt his previous train of thought was quite plausible. Therefore, he immediately began carefully examining the peerless beauty before him from head to toe. This woman was unbelievably beautiful, her face so fair and tender that not a single pore could be seen, let alone any acne scars or blemishes. She truly seemed as if carved from flawless, pristine jade. This is no human at all, this is clearly a porcelain doll. The more Yifei looked, the more unreal she seemed, making him increasingly suspect she was a fox spirit or some other demon. After all, he had long learned from Yi Lighting that this world was full of demonic beasts, and some who consumed shape-shifting herbs often took human form to infiltrate human society and harm people. This is definitely a demon, Yifei concluded decisively. Junior brother Yifei. The beauty asked gently with a smile when Yifei remained silent for a long time. What's wrong with you? This smile once again completely enchanted Yifei. Damn it, this is no smile a human should possess. If this isn't a soul-stealing fox spirit, then what is? You've mistaken me for someone else. Yifei immediately replied coldly, I'm not from the Thousand Immortals sect. I came up the mountain to seek treatment from Master Wang, but he wasn't home. My apologies, I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Yifei immediately quickened his pace toward the bamboo forest. Damn it, never mind her. Whether she's a demon or not, the best strategy is to retreat. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. Even if she's not a demon and really is a senior sister from the Thousand Immortals sect, so what? Would someone as stunning as her ever fall for someone like me? My father was right, knowing one's limitations is wisdom. Damn it, my destiny in this life is probably just to save up and buy a wife. I'd better hurry back and get Dad to arrange a wife for me that's way more reliable. With this thought, Yifei had already entered the bamboo forest, his pace steadily quickening. If not for fear of her chasing him, he would have broken into a sprint already. At this moment, he reasoned, if she is a demon, she'll surely chase and stop me. If she truly is a senior sister, she likely wouldn't care what I did. After all, aside from Wang Ergu, who would even notice whether I leave the mountain or not? Yet just as Yifei ventured a short way into the bamboo forest, a white flash appeared beside him. The peerless beauty had already blocked his path. She raised her sword with her left hand, holding it horizontally against Yifei's chest, smiling slightly. Junior brother Yifei, where are you planning to go? Why, you've got the wrong person. I am not your junior brother. Yifei stammered nervously. Damn it, she really stopped me. She's definitely a demon. Having confirmed in his mind that this person before him was a demon, Yifei grew even more terrified. This is bad, this is really bad. Am I about to have all my vital essence and blood sucked dry by her soon? Will she suck my essence first, or my blood first? If I had a choice, damn it, I'd rather have her suck my essence first. She can take my blood after I'm drained to death. Just as Yifei's imagination was running wild, the beauty pursed her lips and smiled at him. If you're not my junior brother, then who are you? Junior brother, you seem a little afraid of me. Gulp. Yifei swallowed hard with a dry throat. You're a damned fox spirit, of course I'm afraid of you. If you were really my senior sister, let's see if I'd be afraid of you. Then it would be your turn to be afraid of me. When I get horny, even I scare myself. At that moment, the beauty suddenly circled behind Yifei and used her sword sheath to flip open his backpack, discovering it was full of clothes. She seemed somewhat surprised. Junior brother, were you going to wash clothes by the river downhill? Why go so far when washing clothes? Let your senior sister help you wash them by the well. Before it was because your senior sister wasn't home, but now that I've returned, there's no need for you to wash clothes yourself. A man's hands are meant to help Thousand Immortals sect conquer territories, to glorify our sect, not for such menial tasks. These chores should be done by us women. Having said this, the beauty actually snatched Yifei's backpack and turned to walk toward the courtyard. Head, those delicate hands of hers, do they look like they do laundry for others? You think I'm some naive 3-year-old? Speak some sweet words to make me happy, then lure me to bed to suck my essence and blood. Ha! A woman's words are like a ghost's lies full of deception. Yifei became even more convinced that this woman must be a fox spirit or some other kind of monster. However, at this very moment he suddenly remembered something critically important. Holy shit, I'm screwed. The spirit stones my father hid for me are still in the backpack. Hey, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your junior brother. Give me back my backpack. Yifei urgently chased after her, attempting to snatch the backpack back. His father had hidden some spirit stones for him in a secret compartment at the bottom of the backpack. Without those spirit stones, even if he could descend the mountain, he wouldn't survive the journey to Tianluo City. Yet just as he turned to chase the beautiful woman, he suddenly recalled a story he'd once heard about fox spirits. It said that although fox spirits could take human form, they couldn't completely hide their tails, they would conceal them beneath their clothes. Thinking of this, Yifei immediately glanced at the woman's skirt. Damn, should I make her fox tail reveal itself? Whether she's a senior sister or a fox spirit, one test would tell the truth. Even if she really is my senior sister, the worst I'll get is a beating. But if she's a fox spirit, she might reveal her true form and flee immediately after I expose her. After all, in broad daylight, spirits probably wouldn't dare act too brazenly, right? That makes sense. Damn it, I'm going to check. Anyway, if I don't get that backpack back, I'll starve to death halfway down the mountain. Having made up his mind, Yifei immediately quickened his pace to catch up. Just as he was about to reach the beauty, he pretended to trip on a stone, stumbling forward several steps before falling flat on his face. At the moment before hitting the ground, his hands successfully grabbed the hem of the beauty's skirt as planned. Rip! There was a tearing sound as the beauty's dress instantly tore apart. At the same time, Yifei turned his head to look under the skirt. Show me your fox tail, damn it. Chapter 37, The Peerless Senior Sister. Ha! Where's the tail? Swish! Yifei didn't see any tail. When he looked up under the skirt, all he saw was a small foot descending towards him. That tiny foot gradually enlarged in his vision, growing larger and larger, until it landed squarely on his face, perfectly covering both his eyes. Of course, this was only the first stomp. Countless more would follow. Half an hour later, Yifei, covered in bruises with his head swollen like a pig's, sat on a stool in Wang Ergo's house, crying and cursing like a fishwife. Woo woo, you're not human. What kind of senior sister beats up her junior brother like this? If you're my senior sister, you should have said so earlier. Who told you to be so beautiful? Of course I thought you were a fox spirit. How was I supposed to know that sloppy old man Wang Ergo had such a pretty female disciple? Woo woo, it hurts so much. Alright, stop crying. Will it make you feel better if I apologize? I didn't mean to. You didn't do it on purpose. You stepped on me in the bamboo forest for half an hour, stomping until I coughed up liters of blood, and now you're telling me it wasn't intentional. Was it accidental when you trampled me? Then what do you want me to do to make you stop crying? Unless you kiss me. What? Heh, ha, heh. Ow, ouch, ouch. Senior sister, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Senior sister, heroine, spare my life. Another half hour passed. By now, the beauty had changed out of her previous white gown into a form-fitting martial outfit. A white cloth belt embroidered with delicate patterns was tied around her waist, and her once loose long hair was now pulled up into a high ponytail secured with a white ribbon. This attire added a refined and vigorous charm to her, especially with her hair tied up high, exposing her entire snow-white, slender neck. To say nothing of anything else, just gazing at that fair neck alone, Yifei felt he could admire it endlessly without growing tired. But now he knew that this seemingly gentle senior sister actually had a tomboy living in her heart, and she was not to be trifled with. Previously, just because of one sentence, unless you kiss me, they had another round of fight, and he was stepped on for another 10 minutes. Alright, you've taken the trauma pills, and I've applied medicated wine to all your injuries. I'm going back to my room to clean now. The senior sister stuffed a freshly peeled egg into Yifei's hand. Here, since you won't let me remove your mask, use this egg to treat the injuries on your face yourself. The beautiful senior sister turned and left. Immediately after, Yifei heard the sound of sweeping coming from the room next to Wang Ergo's. It was only at this moment that he realized Wang Ergo had been lying when he said this house was for enlightenment. Clearly, this was his beautiful senior sister's residence. Yifei sat on the stool, using the egg to massage his eyes for a while before examining it. Still quite clean, then he ate it in one bite. The eggs from a 30-year-old flying cloud chicken tasted quite good indeed. After eating the eggs, Yifei immediately went to the beautiful senior sister's room. He found the room clearly looked like a woman's bedroom. It was actually very clean inside, just with some dust on the floor. The beautiful senior sister was currently sweeping inside. The room was simple, yet elegantly arranged. There wasn't much furniture, just a bed, a rectangular desk, a square table, a wardrobe, and a dressing table. Both the desk and square table had pots of unknown fresh flowers in full bloom, their petals delicate and vibrant. Additionally, there were several pots of lush green plants on top of the wardrobe. Yifei thought such a room gave a particularly warm feeling. Compared to this, his own room was simply a dog's den. Heh, senior sister, let me help you sweep. Yifei quickly walked into the room and reached out to grab the broom. When the beautiful senior sister was applying medicine to treat Yifei's injuries, he asked her many questions, and she answered them all fluently. She knew Wang Ergo's personality, knew about the Dao certification in Xianxian sect by Ling, and even knew which 1,000 herbs made up the 1,000 treasure kanji. After confirming that this stunning beauty was indeed his senior sister, Yifei actually developed quite a favorable impression of her, because even when she beat him up, he found it quite fragrant. The kind of fragrance from her fragrant sweat when she sweated while beating him. You don't need to help me sweep the floor. The senior sister pushed Yifei's hand away. If you really want to help, go do something else for me. There are many medicinal herbs in Master's bedroom. As a girl, Master forbids me from entering his bedroom. Go to Master's bedroom and gather these herbs according to this prescription for me. Later after cleaning, I want to take a medicinal bath. Having said this, the senior sister stuffed a piece of paper into Yifei's hand. There's a noteworthy detail here. When she slipped the note to Yifei, her left hand was holding the back of his right hand while her right hand placed the note in his palm. At that moment, Yifei experienced that electric sensation again. His senior sister's hands were so tender, so smooth. It's worth mentioning that this was Yifei's first intimate contact with a girl in his entire life, the first time he'd touched a girl his age. Although he wasn't the one initiating the touch, it was her touching him. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder couples love holding hands. The feeling of touching a girl's hand is truly wonderful. But wait, since she just touched my hand, does that count as taking advantage of me? How could a full-grown man let a girl take advantage of him so casually? Shouldn't I return the touch? Otherwise, wouldn't I be at a complete disadvantage? Just as Yifei was entertaining these wild thoughts, his beautiful senior sister asked again, "Junior brother, do you know how to prepare medicine?" "Heh, of course I do." Yifei nodded with a smile, casually opening the note to glance at it. At this glance, his smile instantly froze on his face. Yifei stood at the door, staring blankly at the note in his hand for a full half-minute, yet failed to recognize a single character. "What's wrong? I asked you to get me some medicine. Why are you spacing out?" The beautiful senior sister noticed Yifei's prolonged stillness. She walked up to him, examined him for a moment, then suddenly said with a look of disdain, "Junior brother, don't tell me you're illiterate. How could that be? I'm the young master of the Yi family, accomplished in all 4 arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. How could Yifei possibly admit his illiteracy before such a beautiful senior sister? That would be too humiliating." Oh, the senior sister nodded slightly, gently took the note from Yifei's hand, rotated it 180 degrees, then placed it back in his palm. "Then go quickly." Yifei. Did I just hold it upside down? Chapter 38, Ghost Physician's Divine Hand. Damn, did she discover I can't read? Shit. That would be way too embarrassing. However, being beaten twice in a row by a woman and reduced to such a miserable state, could there be anything more humiliating than this? With this thought in mind, Yifei strode into the room, walked up to the beautiful senior sister, and slammed the note onto the nearby table with a smack. "Go get this medicine yourself." "What's wrong?" The beautiful senior sister turned her head, looking at Yifei with complete confusion. "The characters recognize me, but I don't recognize them." Yifei declared arrogantly, "I'm illiterate, so what? Is it shameful? Have I shown any pride about it? This old man just doesn't give a damn. It's fine if you're illiterate. I wasn't looking down on you." The beautiful senior sister put down the broom and pouted. "I was saving your face earlier, yet you openly admitted your illiteracy. Still, at least you're honest enough not to randomly grab some medicine to fool me. Alright, since you're being so sincere, go fetch a few buckets of water from the well. I'll help you wash your clothes first." "You're really going to wash clothes for me?" Now Yifei was genuinely flattered. "Did you think I was joking?" The beautiful senior sister curled her lips. "Go ask any of our sect's senior and junior brothers who hasn't had me wash their clothes for them." "Does our 1,000 Immortals sect really have so many senior brothers and sisters?" Yifei asked curiously. What Yifei couldn't understand was what could Wang Ergu, someone who could only deal with Ding Dashan through brute force, possibly teach them? How could he have so many disciples? Of course, the beautiful senior sister said. 1,000 Immortals sect was quite famous back in the day, alright. It's just that after Master retired from the world, he drove us all out and generally doesn't let us return unless necessary. Then where do you rank among all the senior brothers and sisters? Yifei asked. I'm ranked 3rd. From now on, you can just call me 3rd senior sister. Oh, 3rd senior sister, I still don't quite understand, why did you all take Master as your teacher in the first place? What exactly were you hoping to gain by becoming his disciples? What could he possibly teach you? Yifei asked, clearly puzzled. Of course, it's medical skills. 3rd senior sister said with a serious expression. Don't you know? Master is actually a famous divine physician, known by the nickname Ghost Physician's Holy Hand. However, he retired from the martial world over 30 years ago. Now, the outside world has long forgotten him, and no one knows that the renowned Ghost Physician's Holy Hand is actually living in seclusion here. Ghost Physician's Holy Hand? Yifei exclaimed in surprise. The name alone sounded incredibly impressive. So my golden finger really is this master physician with extraordinary medical skills. No wonder his cultivation isn't particularly strong, he mainly focuses on medical studies. That makes perfect sense. At this moment, Yifei instantly recalled all the Divine Physician web novels he had read. It all fits, it all makes sense now. No wonder I always felt refreshed and full of energy after getting injured. Damn it, why didn't he say so earlier? If I'd known he was a divine physician and that he had such a beautiful female disciple, I wouldn't have run away. Finally, the golden finger has arrived. Yifei instantly felt his future was bright. Now he had not only discovered that his master was an incredibly powerful ghost physician saint, but also gained such a beautiful senior sister. He felt he had finally turned a corner in life. Oh my! At that moment, third senior sister, who was examining Yifei's backpack at the door, suddenly exclaimed, "Junior brother, how did all your clothes get so tattered? And every piece is covered in bloodstains. How can you still wear these?" Hey, Yifei smiled bitterly. In recent days, being either bitten by dogs or caught in traps was a daily occurrence. Being covered in blood had become the norm. How could his clothes remain intact? Of the 6 or 7 outfits he brought, only 2 or 3 sets were barely wearable. The others had long been discarded. "Junior brother, none of these clothes are wearable anymore. I'll take you to the town at the mountain's foot to buy some new outfits." Third senior sister tossed her head at Yifei. "Come, follow your senior sister down the mountain." Yifei, down the mountain. Yifei's heart instantly surged with excitement. He never expected that after over a month on the mountain, where he dreamed of escaping and finding ways to descend every single day, this opportunity would suddenly present itself just when he no longer wished to leave. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. Of course. If we don't go down the mountain to buy you some clothes, what will you wear? Look at those rags you're wearing, you look like a beggar. Third senior sister pointed at Yifei's tattered outfit. "But I don't have any spirit stones." "I do." Third senior sister smiled slightly. "Hee, is senior sister giving them to me?" Yifei was overjoyed. "On credit. You'll pay me back when you have them." Third senior sister pouted. "Expecting me to give them for free? Dream on, Yifei. Come on, stop dawdling. If we leave now while it's still early, we can return by afternoon." And so, Yifei followed third senior sister down the mountain. His current physical stamina was at least 10 times better than when he came to Qianxian sect with Yi Lighting over a month ago. His senior sister walked very fast, yet he could keep up with her pace the whole time without feeling tired at all. Yifei clearly remembered that when he climbed the mountain with Yi Lighting, it took 3 to 4 hours, but this time descending only took less than 1 hour. After reaching the mountain foot, they walked for another hour before arriving at a fairly large town. The town was located in a valley. At its center was a bustling market on the main street. Though not as prosperous as Tianluo City, this market had over 1,000 people and was already quite sizable. This town is called Luosong Town. Its market is the largest among dozens of surrounding villages, so it's crowded and mixed. Stay close to me, don't wander off, don't speak carelessly, and especially don't touch people's goods randomly. Some things can't be touched carelessly. Once touched, the owner won't want them anymore and will force us to buy them. Senior sister warned Yifei as soon as they entered the town. Understood, third senior sister. Yifei nodded. There's still time, we can browse around first. If anything catches your interest, just tell me. I'll buy it for you first and you can repay me when you have spirit stones later. Third senior sister said. We're fellow disciples, and you're my senior sister too. Must we calculate everything so precisely? Yifei muttered. Even when we eat master's food we have to pay. Why should I give you things for free? That's actually true. Soon after, Yifei and third senior sister began wandering around the market. Yifei wasn't interested in ordinary items. After browsing for about half an hour without buying anything, he finally became intrigued when he saw a stall displaying numerous masks. Third senior sister, can we touch this mask first? Yifei asked quietly. During the day when his senior sister had stepped on him violently, though the mask hadn't broken and was still wearable, some parts had slightly deformed. It wasn't as comfortable as before. Feeling a bit scratchy against his skin, he wanted to replace it. The mask is fine, just don't touch other spiritual herbs or living creatures. Third senior sister said, because vendors who sell those items fear some people might have poison on their hands which could cause problems upon contact, so this unwritten rule has been passed down. Oh, I understand. Yifei immediately squatted before the small stall and picked up a mask, asking, "Boss, how many spirit stones for this mask?" The vendor was a bearded man around 40 years old. He glanced at Yifei, curled his lip, and extended one finger. Yifei's face lit up. 1 piece. Damn, this is so cheap, much cheaper than in Tianluo City. As expected, rural goods are more affordable. 100, the bearded man suddenly said coldly. 100. Third senior sister chuckled, snatching the mask from Yifei's hand and placing it back on the stall. Junior brother, let's go. Third senior sister grabbed Yifei's hand and turned to leave. Rustling sounds. As soon as they turned around, over 10 muscular men from surrounding stalls simultaneously closed in around them. In the blink of an eye, Yifei and his third senior sister found themselves completely surrounded. All these men were uniformly muscular, each standing over 1.8 meters tall. Among them was a bald giant who stood over 1.9 meters. Holy shit. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. Third senior sister Yi Fei whispered in her ear, "Did master ever teach you any martial arts?" "No." Third senior sister shook her head. "The old man didn't know any martial arts himself. How could he teach me?" "Ha." Yi Fei was stunned, then immediately asked, "When you stepped on me this afternoon, it seemed quite skillful. You must know some martial arts, right? How many could you take on?" "Against untrained weaklings like you, 2 or 3 wouldn't be a problem. But against these guys I don't know their cultivation levels, how could I possibly tell?" "Yi Fei, we're doomed. She can handle 2 or 3 of me. For fuck's sake, any one of these guys could probably take on 7 or 8 of me. So we're basically dead meat then." Yi Fei felt his heart turn cold with despair. "Do you even know the rules? After touching someone else's goods, you think you can just walk away without buying?" The bearded vendor approached Yi Fei and his senior sister, saying coldly, "Leave 100 spirit stones, take the mask, and get lost." Suddenly, the third senior sister revealed a charming smile and spoke weakly to the group of burly men surrounding them. "Be big brothers, we didn't bring that many spirit stones. Please don't bully us 2 children, okay?" She wasn't wrong about this. Standing among these large men, they truly looked like 2 children. "Children." The bearded man stared at the third senior sister with a lecherous grin, his gaze finally settling on her chest. "Though your chest development isn't particularly impressive, I wouldn't call you a child, would I?" Third senior sister Yi Fei was perfect in every aspect: appearance, skin, height, temperament, all nearly flawless. The only shortcoming was her slightly smaller bust size, which was why people mentioned it. "Big brother, we really are just children, please let us go," third senior sister said weakly again. Her fearful expression made even Yi Fei's heart ache a little. "Damn it, if only I knew martial arts, I'd kill all these bastards. I don't believe you." Just then, the bearded man grinned mischievously and reached both hands toward third senior sister's chest. "Unless you let me verify it myself, hee." "Fuck your mother," Yi Fei cursed loudly and was about to intervene when third senior sister suddenly slapped the bearded man's face. "Big brother, don't do this." Smack. Thud. The bearded man fell straight backward like a wooden pole, lying completely motionless on the ground. With just a seemingly casual slap from third senior sister's fair and delicate hand, that over 1.8 meter tall man was actually knocked unconscious on the spot. Most importantly, right at this moment, Yi Fei saw third senior sister tremble and say pitifully, "Big brothers, please let us go, we're really scared." The group of burly men. "Our boss is an early stage Earth Yuan realm expert. You fucking knocked out our boss with one slap and you're scared. Shouldn't we be the ones who are scared? What right do you have to be scared?" Chapter 39. All humans are one family. The dozen or so big men surrounding Yi Fei and his senior sister all froze in place. Facing this scene, even Yi Fei himself was completely stunned. He never expected that his seemingly fragile senior sister could knock out such a tall man with just one slap. Where did she get such terrifying strength? It's worth mentioning that Yi Fei remembered clearly when his senior sister slapped that bearded man earlier, she had noticeably stood on tiptoe. His third senior sister was only about 1.68 meters tall, while that bearded man was at least 1.85 meters. Without tiptoeing, she might not have been able to reach properly, and even if she could, the slap wouldn't have had much force. Third senior sister Yi Fei leaned closer and whispered very softly, "Didn't you say you never learned martial arts from master? Could we maybe be slightly more low-key? With that slap of yours, it'll be even harder for us to leave today." "What?" the third senior sister said disdainfully. "His hand was reaching for my chest. Was I supposed to just stand there and let him touch me?" Yi Fei. Well, she had a point. However, at that moment, the third senior sister suddenly added, "Humph. Does he think he can touch casually? Does he think this is free? What the fuck? Does that mean if he paid, he could touch? Can he put it on tab like we do with master?" At this moment, Yi Fei really wanted to ask if his third senior sister was serious, but ultimately restrained himself. Meanwhile, one of the burly men leaned close to the nearly 2-meter tall bald man and asked in a low voice, "Second brother, what should we do? This girl doesn't seem ordinary." The bald man nodded. "Anyone who can knock out eldest brother with one slap is naturally not ordinary. Do you recognize her? Is she a disciple from some nearby sect or the young mistress of some family?" "Never seen her before. Haven't seen her. This is strange. There aren't many experts in this area who could knock out an early Earth Yuan realm master with one slap, especially one so young. I've never heard of such a person." The bald man frowned deeply. "Second brother, what's your view then? Send someone to the Luo family immediately to inquire. See if she might be some distant guest of theirs. If she's a Luo family guest, we can't afford to offend her." "Understood." At this moment, third senior sister tremblingly said to the group of men, "Big brothers, please let us go. We were wrong, can't we just apologize?" "Humph," the bald man snorted coldly. "Little girl, don't be so arrogant when going out in the future. Our boss just said one word and you knocked him out with a slap. Why so rough? Forget it, seeing you're both still kids, we won't stoop to your level. You can go." Though the bald man spoke tough words, his actual actions had already shown submission. He knew perfectly well he couldn't knock out their boss with one slap like this girl did. She was clearly pretending to be weak while actually being formidable, and an old hand like him could see right through it. Yi Fei. Damn. This works. They're just letting us go like that. Hee, thank you. Bald brother. Third senior sister happily thanked the bald man, then pointed to the mask Yi Fei had previously fancied on the stall and said something that completely caught Yi Fei off guard. Bald brother, my junior brother likes this mask, could you give it to us? Yi Fei. Damn it, I really can't deal with her. We should just leave after getting what we wanted. You've already knocked out his brothers. They're not making a big deal out of it since we're just kids, and now you still want to extort a mask from them, and actually asking them to give it to us. Do you really think you're that pretty? What? Give it to you. As expected, the bald man instantly flew into rage. Why should I? Look, senior sister weakly extended her right hand. Bald brother, my hand still hurts from hitting him earlier. Shouldn't you give me some small compensation? Yi Fei. Holy shit. Is she really trying to openly extort them like this? Has she gone crazy? Although you were trying to help me get that mask, you shouldn't follow Ding Dashin's example and risk your life like that. You slapped our boss unconscious and we haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Now you dare complain about your hand hurting and even try to extort a mask from us. The bald man finally lost his temper. With so many people watching around, if he backed down now, how could they continue operating in this area? He coldly shouted at third senior sister, little girl, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Slap. Before the bald man could finish his warning, third senior sister suddenly jumped up and slapped him across the face. There was no other way. She had needed to stand on tiptoes to slap the 1.8m tall bearded man earlier, and now for this 1.9m tall bald guy, she had to literally jump to reach his face. Ah! With a miserable scream, the bald man spat out 2 bloody white teeth. Thud! The bald man collapsed to the ground, vomiting 2 more bloodied teeth from his mouth. 1 slap, and 4 teeth were gone. Why you? The bald man clutched his left cheek, glaring viciously at third senior sister. Yet at that moment, third senior sister suddenly put on a frightened expression. Looking down at the bald man on the ground, she said weakly, "Be bald brother, see, could you speak more gently next time? Just talk nicely, why so loud? You looked so fierce just now, you scared me, I was so frightened." You. The recently helped up bald man covered his face, his complexion drained of all color from fury. I looked fierce. You were frightened. And that's why you hit me. This is clearly bullying. Gulp. Meanwhile, all the other tough guys around simultaneously swallowed hard. Second brother and big brother were both at the early earth element realm. Yet this girl took them both down with single slaps. Just like that. If we could explain away hitting the eldest brother as him being careless, then what about the second brother? Surely he couldn't have been careless too. Just what kind of monster is this girl to possess such terrifying cultivation? At that moment, third senior sister addressed the bald man again. Brother Baldy, look, my hand hurts even more now. Can I take 2 masks please? You're really going too far, girl, the bald man suddenly said coldly. Seeing the murderous expression on his face, Yi Fei's legs began trembling. He had already planned his escape route. When the bald man ordered his men to attack, he would immediately drag third senior sister through the crowd and flee into the right alley. However, right then, the bald man suddenly added, "Forget it, I won't stoop to your level, kids. Just pick whichever masks you want." Yi Fei, what the F? This actually worked. Hee, thank you, bald brother. Third senior sister quickly grabbed Yi Fei's wrist. Junior brother, hurry, this bald brother is so nice he's letting us pick our own masks. Yi Fei. Immediately after, third senior sister dragged Yi Fei to squat before the street stall and began picking masks as if nobody else was around. Yi Fei simply took the mask he had previously had his eye on, while his senior sister actually started earnestly choosing one. Junior brother, does this one look good on me? Junior brother, how about this one? Junior brother, isn't this one quite nice too? I suddenly feel like I want all of them. Behind them, a group of big men were so angry their lips were twitching. Today truly proved the saying, the hunter got hunted by his prey. The bald man's face turned green with rage, especially since many onlookers were watching them with schadenfreude. Damn it, we tried to scam others but ended up getting scammed ourselves. We've really lost all face today. Damn it, how are we supposed to do business in our line of work from now on? With this thought, the bald man immediately turned to a big man beside him. Third brother, did you send someone to ask the Luo family? Aha! Third brother, keep a close eye on them for me later, I'm leaving first. Second brother, where are you going? To get my fucking teeth fixed, where else? Didn't you see I just got 4 teeth knocked out? The bald man turned and left. Not long after he left, third senior sister suddenly turned to the group of big men. Brothers, may I take one more mask? All the remaining big men on site uniformly turned their gaze toward their third brother. With big brother still unconscious on the ground and second brother gone to fix his teeth, they could only look to third brother. Third brother first looked at their still unconscious leader on the ground, then touched his own left cheek involuntarily, recalling how second brother just had 4 teeth knocked out. Immediately putting on his gentlest smile, he said, Hee hee, little sister, all humans under heaven are family. Don't be so polite, take as many as you want. Do I look stupid enough to give you a chance to beat me up? Damn it! You've already beaten up big bro and second bro one after another, and now you're looking for excuses to beat up third bro too. No way. Chapter 40, time to showcase my masculinity. Hee hee, thank you brother. You're much gentler than that bald guy earlier. Third senior sister laughed happily. Third brother's mouth twitched involuntarily. Do I dare not be gentle? Little girl, you're a genius who can instantly kill early-stage Earth Yuan realm experts. Can you please stop acting cute here? Do you really love acting this much? Who are you performing for anyway? Is this fun for you? Then we'll be going now. Thanks for the free masks. Holding a mask in each hand, third senior sister waved at the crowd before leaving with Yifei in tow. Yifei kept looking back nervously even after walking quite far, afraid they might chase after them with weapons. Junior brother, let's go buy you some clothes first. Third senior sister said with a smiling face. Senior sister, maybe we should come back another day for the clothes. Yifei said with a worried expression. We just arrived and already offended a group of local toughs. They definitely won't let this go. Nonsense. Third senior sister said carelessly. Didn't you see just now? They were actually quite nice. It was just a minor misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yifei was speechless. Though he still didn't understand why his senior sister had beaten two people, taken 3 masks without paying, and then walked away unscathed, he was certain this won't over. Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. Third senior sister said cheerfully. Come on, don't be scared. With me here, what do you have to fear? But you're worried I don't know martial arts, right? Third senior sister chuckled. Yifei nodded. But I know how to use poison. Third senior sister said with a sly grin. Poison. Yifei's heart skipped a beat. Exactly. Third senior sister suddenly said mysteriously in a low voice. Don't forget, we're disciples of the Poison Doctor Saint. Do you know why Master is called the Poison Doctor Saint? I don't know. Yifei shook his head. Then do you know what Master is most skilled at? Could it be poison? Yifei suddenly recalled the painful experiences when Wang Ergo kept poisoning him and Ding Dashin. Correct. Third senior sister laughed happily. Our master is not only skilled in medicine, but his poison application techniques are truly peerless in the world. Peerless in the world. Yifei was stunned, really. At this moment he became certain once again that Wang Ergu must be his golden finger. He thought that if he could learn those poison techniques, he could walk sideways wherever he went in the future. Of course, would your senior sister lie to you? Third senior sister pursed her lips. Think about it, master's pot of 1,000 treasure porridge is brewed from 1,000 different medicinal ingredients. If even one ingredient is missing, it becomes extremely poisonous. Just imagine what this means. Combining 1,000 different medicinal herbs can create an unparalleled delicacy, yet missing even one ingredient could make it lethally poisonous. Only a master physician like him, peerless in both medicine and poison, could concoct such a one-of-a-kind delicacy in this world. Exactly. Yifei put on an expression of sudden realization. But senior sister, I still don't understand why did they let us pick masks for free after you hit 2 of them? Probably because I'm too beautiful and adorable. The third senior sister smoothed the hair in front of her forehead. How could they bear to harm such a peerless beauty like me? Oh dear. Yifei was already too exhausted to offer any sarcastic remarks. Senior sister, while you are indeed very beautiful and cute, you don't need to praise yourself so shamelessly. Since childhood, my mother taught me, if you can do something well yourself, don't trouble others with it. Yifei. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. This senior sister truly was Wang Ergo's disciple. Though, it seems we're all birds of the same feather after all. Yes, and there's Ding Dashin too. Damn it, we're like a bunch of freaks from the same sect. No wonder, with Wang Ergo being the way he is, what kind of decent disciples could he possibly train? After that, third senior sister took Yifei around to shop some more, buying 5 sets of clothes. As noon approached, they had a quick meal before heading back. However, shortly after leaving the market and reaching a mountain pass, over a dozen sword-wielding men suddenly rushed out from the woods on both sides, surrounding them instantly. Leading them was none other than that bald man from before. Holy shit, Yifei was dumbfounded. Senior sister, what do we do now? Don't be afraid. Third senior sister gently grasped Yifei's wrist. Don't be afraid. Yifei froze. Suddenly he remembered his third senior sister mentioning her poison techniques before. Seeing how confident senior sister is, she must be quite certain she can poison them all. Since it's come to this, how could I possibly miss such a perfect opportunity to showcase my manliness? Damn it, it's time to show my masculine courage. With this thought, Yifei immediately whispered to third senior sister, there are too many of them. Why don't you run first? I'll hold them back for you. Someone as beautiful as you must never fall into their hands. Don't worry, even if I die, I'll hold them off long enough to create an escape opportunity for you. After all, dying for third senior sister would be the greatest honor of my life. Yifei delivered these words with extraordinary dramatic flair. Haha, third senior sister must be moved to tears by now. God almighty, even if you didn't give me any cheat like golden fingers, did you really think you could stop me from showing off? When conditions allow me to show off, I'll show off. When conditions don't allow it, I'll create the conditions to show off anyway. Haha, in this situation, could she really take my words seriously and actually abandon me to run away alone? When traveling the martial world, it's all about playing mind games. At that moment, third sister suddenly turned her head and looked at Yifei with moved expression. Junior brother, you're right. Someone as beautiful as me absolutely cannot fall into their hands. I'll make my exit first. Swish. Just after third sister finished speaking, she suddenly threw a handful of white powder at the group of burly men. The powder resembled quicklime, causing Yifei and all the men to immediately cover their eyes. Soon, the white powder dissipated and Yifei opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, he discovered that more than a dozen swords and sabers were already pressed against both sides of his shoulders. Having nothing better to do, he lowered his head and counted 9 swords and 4 sabers in total. At this moment, Yifei felt like dying. Fucking hell. Did third sister really just run away like that? Couldn't she tell at all that I was joking? How could she take this seriously? Yifei, oh Yifei, you're such a goddamned idiot. You still think you can wander the martial world playing mind games? You're not playing mind games, you're clearly playing with my heartbeat. Chapter 41. I can't bear this burden. You little bastard, tell me which sect you're from. Bald's second brother glared viciously at Yifei. Big brother, would you believe me if I said I'm not actually with that woman? Yifei asked trembling. You fucking take me for an idiot, don't you? Bald's second brother slapped Yifei's forehead hard, making stars dance before his eyes. I'll ask you one more time, which sect are you from? Bald's second brother demanded coldly. Be big brother, have mercy. Yifei shook in terror. In all his life, he'd never had knives pressed against his neck like this, let alone more than 10 fucking knives. The most ridiculous part was all these blades were actually resting on his shoulders. God damn it, can't you even bother to properly hold knives to my neck? Why should I have to bear the weight of all your damn weapons? Can't you bastards hold these properly? Don't fucking pile everything on my shoulders. Believe it or not, I'll report you baldheads to the boss. Beg for mercy. You fucking think you'll live through today? The bald brute roared viciously. Big brother, could you tell your men to hold their blades properly? Yifei nervously eyed the numerous swords pressed against his neck. Hold properly. What do you mean? The bald second in command sneered contemptuously. What, now you're afraid of dying? Worried about accidental injuries? No, Yifei said weakly. It's just there are too many. They're heavy, I can't bear the weight. Slap. Before Yifei could finish, the bald lieutenant immediately smacked his forehead again. You can't bear it. What fucking time is this to care about that? The bald leader suddenly grabbed Yifei's collar with his left hand. Damn it, don't you know? Your senior sister escaped, and I plan to use your life to avenge my 4 lost teeth. Baldy grinned, revealing his 4 newly gold-plated teeth. However, what Baldy's second brother never expected happened next. He saw Yifei seriously examining his newly plated teeth with a focused expression. Brother Baldy, where did you get these gold teeth done? The craftsmanship isn't very good. These are clearly poorly done. All 4 teeth are slightly crooked. These 4 golden teeth could have elevated your charisma by several levels, but alas, the crooked plating significantly diminishes the effect. Baldy's second brother. Baldy's second brother was momentarily stunned, then immediately slapped Yifei's forehead 3 times in succession while shouting, Are you out of your mind? Are you completely insane? Do you really think I'm fucking discussing my gold teeth with you right now? Yifei shrank his neck and didn't dare make another sound. However, right at this moment, Bald's second brother suddenly asked Yifei unexpectedly, Is it really a bit crooked? MHM. Yifei nodded weakly. Bald's second brother still didn't believe it, so he turned to look at his brothers, baring his teeth. Are my damn teeth really patched crooked? After taking a look for him, all his brothers nodded. Because the truth was, those teeth were indeed slightly crooked. However, the crookedness of his gold teeth clearly had nothing to do with the dentist. His entire set of teeth grew haphazardly in all directions. Naturally, the dentist had to follow the growth angle of his knocked out teeth when patching them, resulting in some crookedness. Straightening them completely would have left gaps. Damn it, I'm going to find old Chin later. Bald's second brother cursed, then turned back to Yifei. Stop changing the damn subject. At death's door and you still have the nerve to check my teeth. You're something else. Talk. Which sect are you from? Speak honestly and I might spare your life. Vengeance has its proper target. I'm only after your senior sister. Damn that bitch. When I catch her, all of us brothers will ravish her for 3 days and nights straight. Kill then rape, rape then kill. Ugh. The bald man's words were cut short as white foam suddenly gushed from his mouth. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground, limbs beginning to convulse. Yifei finally released a long, relieved breath. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Then, as if infected, all dozen or so people present began vomiting white foam one after another, collapsing to the ground in succession. Only when the last man fell did a radiant smile finally appear at the corners of Yifei's mouth. Just then, white foam also surged from his own mouth as he thudded to the ground and began convulsing. God damn it. He'd nearly pissed himself in terror earlier when he saw his third senior sister flee. However, he soon smelled a familiar herbal scent. He knew the white powder his third senior sister had thrown earlier wasn't ordinary powder, it must have been some kind of potent poison. That's why he'd had the leisure to banter with Baldhead and his gang, waiting for the poison to take effect on them. Otherwise, with so many swords and knives pointed at him, he probably would have wet his pants already. But he'd completely forgotten about himself, forgetting that he was one of the poison too. Fortunately, just then, he heard footsteps approaching from the nearby woods. Soon, the footsteps reached him, and his third senior sister's voice came through. Junior brother, what's wrong? Are you alright? How dare you ask if I'm alright? Yi Fei immediately flew into a rage. I told you to run first, and you actually ran. You didn't care whether I lived or died. Yi Fei kept complaining while foaming at the mouth. When I saw you telling senior sister to run first, I thought you could handle them yourself. Of course I had to run. I was afraid if you fought them, you'd need to divide your attention to protect me. I didn't want to affect your performance. What the hell? Fine. So that's how you want to play it. You remember this next time. I won't affect your performance either. Ugh. Yi Fei vomited 2 more mouthfuls of white foam. He stopped bantering with her and urgently said, Senior sister, quick, the antidote, the antidote. What's the hurry? The third senior sister immediately began rummaging through her clothes. Soon, she gradually froze in place. Hee junior brother, if I told you I changed clothes at home earlier and forgot to bring the antidote, would you believe me? Yi Fei. Bullshit about forgetting the antidote. If I actually believed you, I'd be done for. Chapter 42, Dog Egg. Senior sister, can we please stop joking around? Yi Fei twitched while foaming at the mouth, his face contorted in pain, yet he still managed to look pleadingly at third senior sister. I beg you, this isn't funny anymore. Please give me the antidote. Third senior sister looked completely serious. Junior brother, I'm not joking with you. I genuinely forgot to bring it. What? Yi Fei froze. At this moment, his previously violent convulsions even lessened slightly. You really forgot it. MHM. Third senior sister nodded with utmost solemnity. How could you forget to bring something so important? Yi Fei felt like he wanted to die right then and there. Damn it, am I really going to convulse to death here today? Who could have predicted you'd get poisoned earlier? Third senior sister pouted. You didn't expect me to get poisoned. Yi Fei was practically exploding with rage. When you threw that handful of poison at them, I was standing closest to you. And now you're telling me you didn't expect me to get poisoned. Then what should we do now? I really forgot to bring the antidote. Third senior sister pouted. You didn't just forget the antidote, you fucking forgot your brain. Yi Fei glared fiercely at third senior sister's chest. You remembered to bring your little steamed buns, but forgot that big antidote bottle. What did you say? Before Yi Fei could finish, third senior sister roared. The next second, Yi Fei saw a small foot coming towards his face. Does third senior sister know what Wangzai Xiamantu is? Oh, she must have understood the little steamed buns part. Whether the brand was Wangzai or not doesn't really matter anymore. History always repeats itself in strikingly similar ways. Yi Fei watched as third senior sister's small foot grew larger and larger before his eyes. Senior sister, stop stomping, I'm still poisoned. Ouch, if you want a vent, at least find a way to detox me first. I'm fucking sick, and you still treat me like this. Little want biscuit, don't go too far. Flat-chested princess, don't push people too hard. Airport, motherfucker. Yi Fei didn't know when he got stomped unconscious, but when he woke up, the poison had already been neutralized. Opening his eyes, he found his third senior sister carrying him on her back toward the Thousand Immortals sect while complaining along the way. Damn fat pig, what have you been eating? So heavy, exhausting me to death. Yi Fei silently closed his eyes again. Sleep. One nap should get me home. Being carried by someone is way more comfortable than walking yourself, isn't it? 4 p.m. Thousand Immortals sect. Ding Dashin followed Wang Ergo and Zhang Dao inside the gate, carrying a basket of herbs on his back, and immediately shouted toward Yi Fei's quarters. Senior brother, we're back. Senior brother. When no one answered after several calls, his heart leaped with joy. This kid finally didn't disappoint my expectations. I really don't know what goes through his mind sometimes. The day before yesterday when I went up the mountain with Master and Zhang Dao, he actually didn't run away. Idiot. But luckily, at least he knows how to read, so he finally managed to escape today. So it turns out that note really was left by Ding Dashin for Yi Fei. Since Yi Fei had bolted his door before sleeping last night and Wang Ergo asked him to gather herbs on the mountain this morning, Ding Dashin couldn't inform him directly and had to secretly slip a note through the door crack. The gist of the note was, I've gone up the mountain with Master and Zhang Dao to gather herbs. Run away as soon as you wake up. Remember to have your father send someone with money to ransom me when you get home. When he returned and saw that Yi Fei wasn't home as expected, he was naturally pleased. Master, do you think senior brother might have run away? Ding Dashin asked hypocritically. Isn't that exactly what you wanted to see? Wang Ergo said expressionlessly, if he runs away, won't that mean someone will bring money to ransom you? Haven't you always wanted to escape? Hee hee. Ding Dashin chuckled foolishly. How could that be? I'm wholeheartedly devoted to learning medicine from Master here. Master's medical skills are simply miraculous. How could I bear to run away? Didn't think of running away. Wang Ergo snorted coldly. Then why did you ambush Zheng Dao last night? Hee hee, Master, you've really misunderstood me. Ding Dashian chuckled foolishly. I just love eating dog meat since childhood. It's been too long since I had dog meat. My mouth was just too greedy. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing Ding Dashian's words, Zheng Dao immediately barked fiercely at him with a ferocious expression. Brother Dao, don't be impulsive. Ding Dashian hurriedly extended both palms toward Brother Dao. I'll never have designs on you again, rest assured. Not only will I never scheme against you again, but you won't even get the chance to bite me anymore, hee hee, because I won't be running away from now on. Yi Fei had successfully escaped, but now he decided not to run away anymore. He planned to wait peacefully for his father to send someone to ransom him. Yi Fei's father definitely wouldn't dare come personally, especially since Yi Fei still owed his master so many spirit stones. Senior brother, I've treated you well. You mustn't go back on your word. Enough. Stop bickering with Zheng Dao. Before sunset, go wash and dry the medicinal herbs immediately. Wang Ergo shot Ding Dashin a contemptuous look. I need this batch of herbs urgently. They must be dried quickly and ground into powder. Ever since you two brothers arrived, my herb consumption has skyrocketed. Ding Dashin. Consumed quickly. Now that I'm not running away anymore, I won't be consuming anything. Let's see how fast you can use them up. I'll make sure all your medicine rots and gets wormy. Though extremely displeased inside, Ding Dashin still managed to put on a cheerful smile. Hee, Master, I'll go wash them right away. In fact, not seeing Yi Fei after returning, he was genuinely quite happy now, not just ordinarily happy, but exceptionally so. Having been here for several days already, with so many failed escape attempts, he had originally thought neither he nor Yi Fei would ever get away. Yet today, against all odds, Yi Fei had finally succeeded. Don't be so happy. Wang Ergo sneered at Ding Dashin, his voice dripping with disdain. That brat Yi Fei won't get far, he'll be back. What? He'll come back? Ding Dashin wore an expression of utter disbelief. Master, you must be joking. Senior brother isn't like me. I truly love this place, the Thousand Immortals sect. I sincerely want to learn medicine from you and have long considered this my home. But senior brother is different. He has no intention of staying in the Thousand Immortals sect. Though his body is here, his mind wanders elsewhere all day long. Today he finally seized the chance during our herb-gathering trip to flee down the mountain. Do you really think he'd return? He'd rather die than come back. You don't believe me. Wang Ergo looked at Yi Fei with contempt. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. He'll definitely come crawling back before dark. Come back before dark. Ha, impossible. Ding Dashin said with certainty. Master, what are the stakes? Damn it, unless that guy's brain is damaged, why would he come back after finally managing to escape? 100 spirit stones. Wang Ergo said. If he doesn't return before dark, I'll give you 100 spirit stones. If he returns before dark, you give me 100 spirit stones. Deal. Ding Dashin nodded without hesitation. Bet accepted. I refuse to believe he'd actually dare to come back. He's not sick in the head. Master, junior brother, I'm back. Just as Ding Dashin's words trailed off, Yi Fei's voice suddenly came from outside the main gate. Ding Dashin. This damn idiot, is he actually mentally ill? Even if you were going to come back, couldn't you have come a few steps earlier? I just agreed to the bet with Master, and then you show up. Ding Dashin turned his head toward the main gate and saw Yi Fei walking in side by side with third senior sister. Master's third senior sister quickly approached Wang Ergo and Ding Dashin, hooking her arm around Wang Ergo's elbow. Master, how has your health been recently? Third senior sister asked with a beaming smile. That enchanting smile nearly made Ding Dashin drool onto the ground. Senior sister. Ding Dashin turned to look at Yi Fei, who had already approached him. Senior brother, come with me for a moment. Ding Dashin urgently pulled Yi Fei's arm and dragged him to a corner about 20 meters away. Damn it, why haven't you run yet? Why should I run? Yi Fei looked confused. Didn't you see the note I left you? Ding Dashin asked. I saw it. Yi Fei took out the note and handed it to Ding Dashin. Then why didn't you run? Ding Dashin's face turned green with anger as he pointed at the note in Yi Fei's hand. I wrote it so clearly. I went to gather herbs in the back mountain with Master in Zheng Dao, telling you to run immediately and return to Tianlua City. I can't read. Yi Fei declared with an air of justification. Illiterate. Ding Dashin was dumbfounded, then immediately looked skeptical. Be honest, did you only come back because of that senior sister? As if. You're the young master of the Yi family. How could you not know how to read? Who are you trying to fool? Even I, from a family of hunters for generations, know plenty of basic characters. And you claim you can't read? Truly, I can't. Yi Fei laughed. I don't believe you. Ding Dashin snatched up a twig and hastily scrawled 2 characters in the dirt. Do you recognize these? No. Yi Fei shook his head. These characters are your name. Ding Dashin pointed at the markings. Yi Fei. So this is Yi Fei. Yi Fei exclaimed, delighted, as he snatched the twig and began clumsily copying the characters. After all, he was a high school student. Although the characters in this world bore no relation to Chinese characters, they somewhat resembled Korean script, with certain strokes sharing similarities with the horizontal and vertical lines, left falling and right falling strokes of Chinese characters. Yi Fei quickly mastered writing his own name. In that corner of the wall space, he wrote it 20 or 30 times in one go, with each iteration improving in appearance. As he wrote, he murmured to himself, Yi Fei, Yi Fei. So you really couldn't read or write, Ding Dashin said, looking at the dozens of characters Yi Fei had written, somewhat surprised. Did you think I was lying to you? Yi Fei curled his lip in response. Dashin, how does senior brother's name look? Not bad, right? Yi Fei asked proudly. Very well written. Ding Dashin nodded. Senior brother, I need to go wash the medicinal herbs now, otherwise master will scold me later. Ding Dashin returned carrying a bamboo basket to wash the medicinal herbs by the well. After dinner, third senior sister walked arm in arm with Wang Ergu in the courtyard. As they strolled, they suddenly noticed a pile of characters written on the ground near the wall. Third senior sister stepped forward to look and instantly frowned slightly. Master, who wrote so many Godan dog egg here for what purpose? Chapter 43, I'll leave the chance to help senior sister to you. Humph. Wang Ergu sneered, who else could have done it? Yi Fei doesn't know characters, it must be that bastard Ding Dashin cursing me. Giggle. Third senior sister immediately burst into laughter, her body shaking like flowering branches, then suddenly straightened her face. Master, I took junior brother down the mountain to buy clothes during the day, and haven't had time to visit Shenyang master's wife yet. Actually, mainly because the back mountain is too scary, I'm a bit afraid to go alone. Master, please accompany me to visit Shenyang. Let's go. Wang Ergu went out through the back door with Yi Fei's third senior sister. They clearly knew the exact locations of the traps and quickly crossed the minefield, safely arriving at the dense forest on the back mountain. Soon after, the two passed through the forest and came to a graveyard on the back mountain. It was a large graveyard with over 1,000 burial mounds. Even though Yi Fei's third senior sister had come here many times, she still couldn't help but shrink her shoulders slightly at the sight of this graveyard. Little 3, still afraid after coming here so many times. Wang Ergu said indifferently, with your master's wife here, what are you scared of? Fortunately, Yi Fei didn't hear Wang Ergu call her little 3, or he would have laughed his head off. However, since she ranked third among Wang Ergu's disciples, he had always called her that. He never called his previous 12 disciples by their real names, always addressing them by their surname plus their ranking number. He found this method both easy to remember and affectionate. There's still some. Little 3 nodded, then suddenly said with a guilty expression, I'm sorry, master. During this trip out, I still couldn't find any clues. I've failed you, and failed Shenyang too. Let's not talk about this. 30 years have passed. I've long given up and told you all to stop persisting too, but you insist on continuing. Wang Ergu shook his head. Forget it, let's not discuss this. Alright. Little 3 nodded twice. By the way, master, Yi Fei and Ding Dania should now be the 13th junior brother and 14th junior brother respectively, right? Originally I only planned to take 12 disciples and stop accepting more. But, I owed someone a favor. Couldn't refuse, so had to take 2 more. So Yi Fei will be Yi 13 from now on, and Ding Dania will be Ding 14. Yi 13, Ding 14 these names actually roll off the tongue quite nicely. Master, how's their talent? Ugh, don't even ask. One's as dumb as a pig, the other's as stupid as an ox. Number 13 has been practicing the Heavenly Secrets technique for over a month now. It was only a few days ago that he finally sensed chi sinking into his dantian. When you 12 senior disciples practiced the same technique before, even the slowest among you managed to guide chi into the sea within 3 days. That Heavenly Secrets technique is actually one of the easiest techniques to learn but hardest to master. Nothing in this world is simpler to begin with. And yet here he is, still unable to grasp the basics after over a month of practice. Giggle. What about Ding Danu then? Him. Even worse. He's been here for several days now, yet can only recognize 3 types of medicinal herbs. When several distinctly different herbs were placed before him for identification, he completely failed to tell them apart. Oh dear, what am I to do? My lifelong reputation might be completely ruined by these 2 good-for-nothings. If they weren't connected through personal connections, I would have kicked them down the mountain long ago. Giggle. Meanwhile, in Yi Fei's room, during dinner tonight, Wang Ergu showed unexpected mercy. He announced that since their third senior sister had returned, they wouldn't need to keep night watch tonight and were given a day off. Therefore, after finishing his meal, Yi Fei immediately returned to his room. Using a tree branch dipped in water, he began frantically writing his name on the floor. Senior brother, what are you doing? You've been writing non-stop. Ding Dashin sat on a stool, his face full of disdain. Practicing my signature. Yi Fei replied. Practicing your signature. Ding Dashin was stunned. Why practice your signature? When I perfect it, I'll show it to senior sister. Yi Fei said proudly. I want her to see that although I'm illiterate, my signature isn't bad at all. I won't let people look down on me. Ding Dashin. Senior brother makes a good point. We should practice properly. Ding Dashin nodded solemnly. Senior brother, what were you thinking? Why didn't you seize the chance to escape when you and senior sister came down the mountain? This was your golden opportunity to get away. You could have even slipped off during a toilet break. Yi Fei shook his head. First, I didn't dare. Second, I couldn't bear to leave. Ding Dashin scoffed. Why wouldn't you dare? Are you actually afraid a weak woman could do anything to you? A weak woman? Yi Fei was stunned. Isn't she? Our Shiji only studied medicine with the master. She never learned any powerful spells. Ding Dashin said contemptuously. Didn't you hear master say during dinner? Third Shiji has already learned nearly all of master's medical skills. Master even said that since he's getting old and can't keep up with taking me up the mountain to identify herbs every day, starting tomorrow, he'll have Shiji take me herb gathering instead. Ho ho. Yi Fei looked up at Ding Dashin. What do you mean by laughing like that? Shitty, you wouldn't actually be thinking of taking improper liberties with Shiji on the mountain, would you? Yi Fei suddenly felt worried. Ding Dashin was as strong as an ox. If he truly intended to force himself upon third Shiji, and if Shiji didn't have time to use her poisons, she might indeed fall victim to his clutches. Senior brother, what are you thinking? Do you really see me in such a bad light? Ding Dashin said disdainfully. I was just wondering if she might be my belated peach blossom luck. Cough. Yi Fei nearly choked on Ding Dashin's words. Brother, belated peach blossom luck. Yeah. Ding Dashin nodded solemnly. My grandfather calculated for me that between ages 28 and 30, I'd have 2 years of peach blossom luck. May I ask how old our junior brother is now? Yi Fei asked disdainfully. 32. Ding Dashin answered earnestly. Zhang Dao is 33. I'm 32, that's why I call him Brother Dao. Your grandfather said you'd have peach blossom luck between 28 and 30, but damn, you're already 32. What belated luck are you talking about? What were you thinking? Yi Fei looked utterly disgusted. Exactly. My grandfather did calculate that I'd have 2 years of peach blossom luck from 28 to 30, but it never came during those years. Ding Dashin argued logically. And then, Yi Fei said disdainfully. Since my grandfather already predicted I'd have peach blossom luck those 2 years, but it never came, the heavens can't fool me like this. I'm deducting those 2 years. Yi Fei. The hell? You can calculate it like that. What a rare talent. What kind of twisted logic is this? How did he even come up with that? Senior brother, do you think third senior sister suits me? At this moment, Ding Dashin shamelessly asked such a question. Yi Fei truly couldn't understand where he got the courage. Do you want me to tell the truth or lie? Yi Fei asked. Of course the truth. Ding Dashin said very seriously. You two aren't compatible at all. Yi Fei said earnestly. But don't get angry yet, I'm not saying you're unworthy of third senior sister. I mean third senior sister is completely unworthy of you, really. Yi Fei pointed at Ding Dashin and said, look at you, tall and mighty, heroic and divine, charming and graceful, jade-like and elegant. A peerless handsome man rarely seen in heaven and non-existent on earth. How could an ordinary woman like our senior sister ever be worthy of you? I don't mind. It's fine if she's not worthy of me. I won't take it to heart. After all, I'm already over 30. I'm done being picky. Slap. Yi Fei couldn't take it anymore and smacked him on the forehead. The hell is this nonsense? Done being picky. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Don't waste my time practicing signatures. Go take a piss and take a good look at yourself in it. Ding Dashin snorted disdainfully. Senior brother, do you also like third senior sister? Are you trying to compete with me? Who's competing with you? Yi Fei retorted scornfully. Unlike you, I at least have some self-awareness. I don't have such filthy thoughts about our senior sister. Junior brother, could you come help me with something? At that moment, third senior sister's bell-like voice suddenly rang out from the back mountain. Coming. Yi Fei and Ding Dashin responded loudly in unison. Swish. Swish. Yi Fei instantly threw away the branch in his hand and turned to run outside, while Ding Dashin also dashed out at the same time. The two collided at the doorway. With a loud thud, the door nearly got smashed from their collision. Look at you still saying you don't have those kinds of feelings for third senior sister. Then why are you so worked up? Ding Dashin scoffed. None of your business. Yi Fei shot back disdainfully. Immediately afterward, the two of them sprinted wildly toward the front gate. Because they had heard their senior sister's voice clearly, it came from the rear of the courtyard. But to reach the back mountain, they couldn't use the back gate, they had to circle around from the front. Actually, in terms of sprinting speed, Yi Fei wasn't much slower than the long-limbed Ding Dashin. From Yi Fei's house to the courtyard gate was only about 50 to 60 meters. At least within these dozens of meters, Yi Fei wasn't left behind by Ding Dashin, as the two of them were running neck and neck. However, while running, Yi Fei turned his head and accidentally saw Zhang Dao staring fiercely at them from Wang Ergo's doorway. Holy shit. Damn, if we run out through the main gate, won't this bastard think we're trying to escape? And now, just as they were about to reach the main gate, Yifei decisively slowed down. Ding Dashin rushed out through the gate in an instant. Before leaving, he even turned back and said to Yifei with disdain, senior brother, you're still far from matching my running speed. Before Ding Dashin's voice faded, he had already leaped out of the gate. Swish! At that moment, Yifei saw a black shadow darting out through the dog hole. As expected, Yifei hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Alright Dashin, you run fast, you win. I won't compete with you for this. This opportunity to help our senior sister, I'll let you have it. Chapter 44, I can't wait another moment to see her. Woof woof woof. Ah. The sound of Zhengdao's barking and Ding Dashin's screams soon came from outside the courtyard. Brother Dao, don't misunderstand. Brother Dao, I wasn't trying to escape. Third senior sister called me for help, didn't you hear? Brother Dao, save me some face. Third senior sister is back, don't bite me too embarrassingly. I'll fucking eat dog meat sooner or later. Tisk tisk Yifei stood at the doorway, shuddering uncontrollably. Every time he remembered the feeling of being bitten by that dog, he couldn't help but shiver. Sigh, what exactly is he thinking? While being bitten by it, you still threaten to eat dog meat, of course it's going to bite you more. Before long, Yifei saw Ding Dashin being dragged back by Zhengdao again. However, this time since third senior sister had returned, Wang Ergu didn't personally tend to his injuries. Wang Ergu was responsible for bargaining with Ding Dashin while third senior sister handled the wound treatment and stopping the bleeding. While third senior sister was treating Ding Dashin's injuries, Yifei kept watching from the side. Perhaps due to her youth, third senior sister's hands were very dexterous and her movements swift. Not only was she much faster than Wang Ergu in dressing wounds, her touch was also much gentler. By comparison, Wang Ergu was too rough. It wasn't hard to see that Wang Ergu was quite satisfied with third senior sister's wound treatment skills. A maternal smile remained on his face the whole time. After the treatment, Yifei helped Ding Dashin back to his own room. That night, the two brothers shared the same bed. Yifei thought he could finally get a good night's sleep since there was no night watch tonight. But in the middle of the night, Ding Dashin suddenly pushed Yifei's body and woke him up. Senior brother, wake up. Yifei woke up furious. What the hell are you doing not sleeping in the middle of the night? Senior brother, should we run away? Ding Dashin suddenly asked a question that instantly jolted Yifei awake. Run. Yifei was stunned. You still want to run? For Yifei, since he now knew Wang Ergu was the ghost doctor sage proficient in both medicine and poison, he planned to learn all these skills before leaving the mountain. He had long abandoned the idea of escaping. Moreover, now that such a beautiful senior sister had returned, staying at the Thousand Immortals sect had become somewhat enjoyable. What reason was there to run away? Although deep down, he harbored no illusions about this beautiful senior sister, having a pretty woman around was at least pleasing to the eyes. As for the huge debt he owed, he'd worry about that later. At worst, I can just endure until Wang Ergu dies, then I can always go home, right? However, Ding Dashin seemed to think differently. He looked at Yifei with disdain. You don't want to run anymore. Why aren't you running? Brother, take my advice and stop running, Yifei hurriedly persuaded. Let me be honest with you. Although our master's martial arts aren't great, his medical skills are incredible. Stay and seriously learn his medical and poison techniques. Won't it be great to have more life-saving skills when traveling the martial world? Besides, you've been here for days and tried running so many times. You've basically tried every method, right? Do you really think we can still escape? I know we can't escape, Ding Dashin said with a serious expression. Are you fucking stupid? If you know we can't escape, why keep trying? Yifei looked at him with contempt. Hee Ding Dashin chuckled foolishly, suddenly revealing a brilliant smile. Actually, I just want Zhengdao to bite me again, so I can see senior sister immediately. Ha! Yifei was dumbfounded. I mean bro, you'll see senior sister first thing tomorrow morning. Do you need to be so hard on yourself? How about we give ourselves a break tonight? Just wait a little longer, okay? At least let Zhengdao rest for one night too, allow it to have a peaceful sleep tonight. Ever since you arrived, Zhengdao has been quite exhausted these past few days. Its teeth probably can't take much more. Can you give it a night off? Damn, his thought process is truly unconventional. How did he even come up with this method to see senior sister? We absolutely shouldn't get too close with someone like this, even ruthless to himself. I don't have time to consider Zhendao's situation right now. Ding Dashin seemed not to have listened to Yifei's advice at all. Yifei, for fuck's sake, was I really telling you to consider Zhendao's situation? Senior brother, I know you mean well for me. Ding Dashin suddenly showed an infatuated expression, but I can't wait another moment missing senior sister. Damn, is it that intense? Yifei asked. Yes. Ding Dashin nodded heavily. Seems like you don't understand the pain of lovesickness at all. This deep longing I have for senior sister is becoming unbearable. Oh god bro, just stop resisting it. Without letting Ding Dashin finish, Yifei directly kicked Ding Dashin's butt several times, quickly driving him off the bed. Just go already, don't keep grossing me out here. He simply couldn't bear to listen anymore, he was afraid he might vomit. He knew this idiot was already poisoned by third senior sister's charms. There was no saving him now. He didn't want to speak with him anymore, afraid he might catch his madness. Hee, senior brother, then I'm really going. Don't get jealous when senior sister touches me later. Ding Dashin started putting on his clothes and shoes. You go ahead. She already touched me several times yesterday during the day. I'm not quite accustomed to that kind of touching. Ha! How did she touch you yesterday during the day? With her foot. Ha! Senior sister treats me better. She used her hands to touch me. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Immediately afterwards, Ding Dashin really went. Not long after he left, Yifei quickly heard Zhengdao's growls and Ding Dashin's screams of pain. Soon after, he heard the screams approaching Wang Ergu's door. Then came Ding Dashin's cries for help. Master, open the door. Save me. Heh, this big oaf has some tricks up his sleeve. He knows to call for the master first, playing the game of the drunkard's intent lies not in the wine. At that moment, an extremely annoyed voice came from inside the room. Call your senior sister. With her around, I won't bother with your nonsense anymore. Damn it. Yifei couldn't help cursing. That bastard actually succeeded. He must be overjoyed now. The truth was indeed so, and Ding Dashin's heart was currently filled with excitement. I guessed right, master will surely have third senior sister treat me tonight after all. At this moment, an image involuntarily surfaced in Ding Dashin's mind, third senior sister removing his pants and treating each of his wounds one by one. Ho, so strange. When master treats wounds it hurts terribly, but when third senior sister does it, it doesn't hurt at all. Enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, Ding Dashin struggled to third senior sister's door and began pounding. Third senior sister, save me. Master said you should get up and treat my injuries. Treating injuries in the middle of the night. I'm sleeping soundly. Don't disturb me. An extremely impatient voice came from inside. Dog bites won't kill you. What's the hurry? Wait outside and I'll treat you at daybreak. Chapter 45, The Bald Demon Blade. Ding Dashin. Ding Dashin immediately became dumbfounded, then began banging on the door even harder. Senior sister. Senior sister. Save me. Master, senior sister refuses to treat me. Why don't you just treat me instead? Senior brother, come help me. Beg senior sister, tell her not to sleep anymore. Senior sister, you can't do this to me. This time I escaped specifically for you. In the room, Yifei silently shook his head and lay down to sleep. What a genius, escaped specifically for you. Seriously. I've been trying to persuade you for ages, telling you to let Jingdao rest for one night, but you wouldn't listen. Now you want me to plead for you. Plead my ass, serves you right. Idiot, I really don't know what's wrong with your brain. Even if lovesickness is painful, I refuse to believe it's worse than being bitten by dogs. See what happened now. You couldn't wait one moment missing her. I wonder if you can still wait after being bitten by dogs all night, whether you'll get rabies by tomorrow. Yifei fell asleep shortly after lying down. That night, in his hazy dreams, he kept hearing Ding Dashin crying for help, taking turns shouting, save me, master, save me, senior sister, save me, senior brother. In the end, Yifei slept soundly until daybreak. He didn't go to rescue anyway. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. As for whether his master and third senior sister got up to save him, he didn't know. In any case, when he woke up the next morning for breakfast, Ding Dashin was still lying in Wang Ergu's room. After breakfast, Yifei went to meditate in the courtyard. Not long after, his third senior sister went alone to the back mountain to gather herbs. Yifei wanted to follow and learn herb identification, but Wang Ergu forbade him, saying he hadn't even grasped the basics of Tianji Great Method and shouldn't think of learning anything else. Having no choice, Yifei could only continue meditating in the courtyard. Wang Ergu, as usual, sat drinking tea under the big tree. A stone table under the tree was carved with a go board, where Wang Ergu played against himself daily, moving one black stone, then one white stone, playing both sides. Yifei truly couldn't understand what fun there was in playing chess against oneself. He had once asked Wang Ergu the same question, to which Wang replied, only by playing chess against yourself can you better understand where your weaknesses lie. He couldn't comprehend this. In his view, when playing chess against yourself, you're completely aware of all your own moves. How could this even count as a proper game? It was around 3 p.m. when Ding Dashin finally woke up. At that time, Yifei was still meditating under the sun. Wang Ergu continued playing chess against himself under the tree, and their senior sister hadn't returned from herb gathering yet. The moment Ding Dashin woke up, he rushed to sit beside Yifei and said with utmost seriousness, Senior brother, we can't sneak away at night anymore. Yifei asked, why not? Ding Dashin shook his head. Senior sister loves sleeping and it's too hard to wait for her. Yifei couldn't help bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Senior brother, what's so funny? Ding Dashin said disdainfully, I'm giving you this kind advice, and you're laughing at me. How long did you wait last night? Yifei asked curiously, when did senior sister get up to treat your injuries? Ding Dashin grinned, ho, senior sister keeps her promises. She opened the door to treat me as soon as dawn broke. You're amazing. Yifei gave Ding Dashin a thumbs up, then pushed his shoulder. Get away from me. Why? I'm afraid you might have rabies. Ding Dashin curled his lip disdainfully. If I really had that disease, I'd take the opportunity to bite senior sister first. Why would I bite you? Damn it. Damn, what he said actually makes sense. If I caught rabies, I probably wouldn't choose him first either. I'd also choose senior sister. Hee hee, senior brother, is this new outfit something senior sister bought for you when she took you down the mountain yesterday? Ding Dashin suddenly asked. Yi Fei nodded. Senior sister is being unfair. She took you down the mountain to buy clothes but didn't take me. Ding Dashin pouted unhappily. Tomorrow I'll make senior sister take me down the mountain to buy clothes too. Sure thing. Yi Fei nodded. If you meet a huge, tall, bald guy when you go down the mountain, remember to give him a good beating for me. The implied meaning behind Yi Fei's words was, do you really think that bald gang would let you off if you went down the mountain with senior sister again? Why? Ding Dashin asked. He bullied me yesterday. Yi Fei said. What does his bullying you have to do with me? Ding Dashin said disdainfully. I already repaid your saving me from dog's favor long ago. Yi Fei. Damn, is he really this mercenary? Yi Fei gave him a disdainful look and added, what if he bullied senior sister too? What? Ding Dashin roared, instantly standing up with murderous aura. What's his name? Where does he live? Tell me now, I'll go kill him immediately. Yi Fei. Is he really this willing to abandon brotherhood for a girl? Go ahead. Suddenly, Wang Ergo said slowly while staring at the chessboard, that bald man lives in Qingfeng village and is its second in command. If you really intend to avenge your senior brother and sister, I'll let Zheng Dao not stop you from going down the mountain today. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you, that bald man is a notorious local tyrant in this area, nicknamed the Bald Demon Blade. His 9 ultimate blade technique has reached perfection. Many small families, minor sects, and local commoners in this area have suffered greatly from him. It could be said that within a 100-mile radius, few haven't been exploited by Qingfeng village. If you can take down the Bald Demon Blade, this wouldn't just be avenging your senior brother and sister, but also removing a great scourge for the local people. Moreover, in the future your name could appear on the first page of your Ding family's genealogy, receive the first incense offering after death, your branch could become the main lineage, and your tablet could be hung in the ancestral hall. N9 Absolute Blade Technique. Gulp. Ding Dashin swallowed hard. He's the Zhao Yunlong from over a decade ago. The traitor who killed his own master and fled from the 9 Absolute sect. Oh, didn't expect you to know about this Zhao Yunlong. Wang Ergo said nonchalantly, that's right, it's him. Go now, go eliminate this scourge for the people, uphold justice. As your master, I'll still fully support you. Gulp. Ding Dashin swallowed hard again. Master, I think the timing for revenge isn't quite right yet. I should practice more at home before going. Yi Fei couldn't hold back his laughter. Weren't you all tough just now? Didn't you keep demanding the address and name so you could go kill him? Now that Master's told you everything, why don't you go ahead? You think I'm afraid of them? Ding Dashin stubbornly insisted. I just believe heaven shows mercy to all creatures. I want to let them live a few more days. Poof. Bang. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. 20 to 30 muscular men armed with swords and knives rushed in one after another. At the lead were a thick-bearded man and a bald-headed man over 1.9 meters tall. Seeing them charging in with great momentum, Yi Fei and Ding Dashin hurried to stand behind Wang Ergu. While Ding Dashin didn't recognize them, Yi Fei certainly did. He immediately identified them as the same group that had robbed him and third senior sister on the road yesterday. Of course, they now clearly had an additional identity: bandits of the Qingfeng stronghold. The Qingfeng stronghold members quickly advanced to a spot about 10 meters away from Wang Ergu's group. Damn! Who was speaking just now with such big words about letting us live a few more days? The bald leader roared coldly. Ding Dashin immediately lowered his head, but right then, Yi Fei pointed directly at him. Ding Dashin. Senior brother, you. Ding Dashin's face turned green with anger. Was it you who said that? The bald deputy leader coldly stared at Ding Dashin. I didn't say it. He did. He's framing me. Ding Dashin immediately resorted to stubborn denial. Heh, clearly it was you who said it. Have the guts to say it but not to admit it. Ai Wang Erga sighed lightly, turning his head to glance at Yi Fei and Ding Dashin standing on either side of him before slowly shaking his head. We haven't even fought with the outsiders yet, and you're already starting internal conflicts. He was truly at a loss with these two disciples of his. Whoever said it doesn't matter now. None of you will live through today anyway. The bald man glared at Yi Fei. Where's that girl from yesterday? She went down the mountain to do laundry. Yi Fei deliberately pointed in the opposite direction. His attitude toward his junior brother versus his senior sister was noticeably quite different. Forget about the people outside for now, deal with those inside first. At this moment, the bearded leader suddenly waved his hand commandingly. Shaoqi, Xiaoba, take some men and guard the back gate. Not a single person in this courtyard escapes, count every last one. If anyone tries to flee through the back gate, except for the young and pretty ones, regardless of gender or age, hack them all to death with your blades. Obviously, this person was the boss of the Qingfeng stronghold. Understood, boss. Shaoqi and Xiaoba responded in unison, then waved their hands grandly, leading 5 or 6 men toward the back door. Yifei watched their retreating figures heading toward the back door, his face full of sympathy. Should I fucking remind them that there's actually no need to block the back door? Even if you let us escape from there, we wouldn't dare to. Soon after, just as the leading Xiaoqi opened the back door, a pig slaughtering scream immediately rang out. Damn it all. Xiaoqi, what happened? The boss immediately shouted. Awa Xiaoqi cried out loudly. Big bro, why the hell is there a giant trap installed at the door? My leg's been snapped by it. A trap. The boss immediately swept a vicious glare over Yifei and his two apprentices. God damn it, who set up that trap? Step the fuck forward. Ding Dashin's first instinct was to immediately look at Yifei, afraid that Yifei would point at him again. Yifei and he exchanged a glance, then with perfect synchronization, both brothers simultaneously pointed at Wang Ergo sitting between them. Wang Ergo. Chapter 46, We Shouldn't Lie to People. Wang Ergo's face instantly turned livid with rage. He glared fiercely at Yifei and Ding Dashin. I really did take in two considerate good disciples, didn't I? This is how you betray your master. Yifei shrank his neck and didn't dare make another sound. After all, this was indeed somewhat underhanded behavior. It was almost bordering on sacrilege. However, Ding Dashin said very seriously, Master, we can't lie to people. Wang Ergu. Yifei. Goddamn this, can't lie to people. His thought process was truly unconventional. How did he even come up with such a perfect phrase? At this moment, Ding Dashin added, Right, senior brother. Lying is wrong. Yifei. This guy will surely grow up to be another Zhao Yunlong from 9 Extreme sect. Perhaps one day when Wang Ergo pushes him too far, he might even stab Wang Ergu in the back. Yifei turned his head away, unwilling to deal with this idiot any longer. Trying to drag me down with you. Dream on. Just then, several consecutive screams came from the back door. What's happening at the back door? The chief roared toward the back. Traps, so many traps. A man's scream came from the back door. Boss, we're all wiped out, everyone got caught. So many traps. All caught. Even the chief was stunned this time. He immediately looked at the bald man beside him. Second brother, go check what's happening at the back door. Right. The bald second brother quickly waved his hand. A few of you, come with me to check. The bald second brother led several men striding toward the back door. Let me go. After taking just a few steps, bald second brother watched in horror as a large black dog rushed out from the back door, biting his seventh brother's leg and dragging him rapidly into the courtyard from the rear entrance. Little seven. Seventh brother. Many people started shouting. Clang clang. While Zhang Dao ran wildly with one of Little Seven's good legs in its mouth, the other leg was still dragging a trap that made loud clanging noises against the ground. The scene was so unbearable for Ding Dashin and Yifei that they both turned their heads away. At this moment, the brothers couldn't help but recall their own past experiences. Zhang Dao moved so quickly that they had no time to intervene. In the blink of an eye, before the eyes of 20 to 30 onlookers, Zhang Dao dragged Little Seven directly into Wang Ergu's house. Why are they being dragged inside the house? The leader roared, immediately turning to look at Yifei and his two disciples. Damn it, does your fucking dog eat people too? Big brother, rest assured, he doesn't eat people. This is the standard procedure. Yifei meekly replied. Standard procedure. The leader grew even more confused. But just at that moment he saw Zhang Dao come running out of Wang Ergo's house again. He finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, when he saw Zhang Dao quickly charge straight back into the rear door, his confusion returned. He asked Yifei again, Kid, what's it doing now? Clang clatter. Before Yifei could answer the leader's question, they saw Zhang Dao drag another man out through the rear door, biting onto his uninjured leg this time. Big brother, Yifei meekly said to the leader again, stay calm, this is still standard procedure. Everyone who got caught in the trap has to go through this process. That's right. At this moment, Ding Dashin added, my senior brother and I wouldn't lie to you. We're very familiar with this process. Fuck your mother. Who cares about the damn process? Chop them to pieces. The bandit leader let out a furious roar in his rage. With a wave of his large hand, the surrounding 20+ men immediately charged toward Yifei and his two masters. Faced with this situation, Ding Dashin quickly said to Wang Ergu, Master, what should we do? Below peak Xiantian realm, I can fight at most 5. Leave the rest to you. Are you even human? Wang Ergu turned his head and gave Ding Dashin a disdainful glare. At my old age, you're dumping so many on me. Why don't you share some with your junior brother? As Wang Ergu spoke, he turned to look at Yifei on his right, only to find that Yifei had already hidden under the table. Yifei hurriedly waved his hands at Wang Ergu, Master, I don't want it. There's no need to be polite, don't save any for me. At the same time, the 20 or so men had already rushed up to the master and his two disciples with swords in hand, looking extremely fierce. Just at that moment, Wang Ergu suddenly called out calmly, Bai Ling. Crash, rustle. The moment Wang Ergu's voice fell, the tree branches above their heads began shaking violently. The next second, a giant white python nearly 20 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh descended from above. Its upper body coiled around a branch several meters off the ground while its tail lashed out viciously, sending the first dozen people who had reached Yifei's group flying. Ah, ah, ah. Thud, thud, thud. As the screams rang out, more than 10 people were sent flying through the air. They flew back 20 to 30 meters, crashing one after another against the 30-foot-high courtyard wall. Some were directly embedded into the courtyard wall, while others crashed through it and flew into the bamboo forest outside. A few who likely received the least impact neither broke through the wall nor got embedded in it when they hit the wall and fell to the ground. Blood immediately gushed from their mouths, clearly mixed with fragments of internal organs. Bai Ling's tail strike could truly be described as earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. Chapter 47: The Serpent Demon. After Bai Ling sent that group flying with its tail, the front half of its body immediately slithered down from the tree. When its entire body reached the ground, it positioned itself 2 meters in front of the stone table, lying horizontally between Yifei's group of 3 and the remaining dozen or so members of Qingfeng's stronghold. Silence! The scene suddenly became deathly quiet. The burly men from Qingfeng's stronghold, who had been charging toward Yifei and his 2 apprentices with fierce shouts just moments ago, were now all staring in terror at the giant white serpent blocking their path before the table, slowly retreating in fear. Gull! Gull! After 2 or 3 seconds of complete silence, the sound of repeated dry swallows soon filled the air. Ah, ah, ah. At this moment, another series of screams came from the back door. Everyone present simultaneously turned their heads toward the back door. It turned out Brother Zhang was still dutifully dragging people through the back door to deliver them to Wang Ergo's house. One had to admire his professionalism. The fierce battle happening here hadn't disturbed Brother Zhang's work routine in the slightest. With such dedication, Master really ought to reward Brother Zhang with an extra chicken drumstick tonight. Yifei, crouching under the table, thought to himself. Then he didn't forget to comfort the chief. Big brother, don't panic. This is still part of the standard procedure. What fucking normal procedure? The big boss cursed angrily, immediately looking at the bald second boss nearby who had previously prepared to go to the back door but didn't make it. Second brother, I've already inquired with the Luo family head and found out clearly. This old man from Thousand Immortals sect isn't any master. He doesn't even have any cultivation at all. It seems their confidence relies entirely on this giant snake. Let's attack together and kill the big snake first. Good. The bald second boss nodded heavily, then immediately stared at Wang Ergo and shouted angrily, damn it. After your 2 disciples poisoned us yesterday and stole all our storage rings, we lost over 10,000 spirit stones. Today, if we don't wipe out your Thousand Immortals sect, how will our Clear Breeze stronghold continue to operate in this area? Yifei. Holy shit, third senior sister stole so many spirit stones and didn't share any with me. That's too vicious. I'll have to ask her for my share later. At that moment, Wang Ergo put the pipe mouthpiece between his lips, leisurely took 2 puffs of smoke, then said calmly to the gang leader, destroy us if you want. We're just sitting here motionless, never said you couldn't destroy us. Why so loud? But, Wang Ergo pointed at Bai Ling standing before the table, if you want to come over and destroy us, you'd better first figure out how to get past it, don't you think? Get past it. The gang leader said with contempt, why would I need to get past it? Can't I fucking fly over it? After saying this, the gang leader immediately looked at Bald Second in command. Second brother, let's attack together. Bald Second in command nodded, then immediately extended his hand toward a close subordinate behind him. The subordinate handed him a long cloth bag. He took the bag, tore off the cloth in one motion, and pulled out a large sword radiating chilling cold air. The blade measures about 1.5 meters in length, with a width of only 1 palm. However, this sword clearly differs from ordinary broadswords, giving off an intimidating chill and an exceptionally sharp aura. Wang Ergo snorted coldly, Zhao Yunlong, this blade must be the family heirloom of your master, Taoist Zifeng the Cloud Howl treasure sword, right? Presumably, 15 years ago when you betrayed your sect and secretly harmed your master, your main motive was to covet this treasure sword. Oh, the bald second brother frowned, who exactly are you? How do you know that old dog Zifeng? What's your relationship with him? I have no relationship with him whatsoever. It's just that after his death, disciples of the 9 Extreme sect carried him to me, asking me to save him. Unfortunately, they brought him too late, I couldn't save him. Wang Ergo slowly shook his head. Consider this a small regret in my heart. Regret. The bald second brother sneered, you won't feel regret for much longer. After I send you down, you can meet him again immediately. Bald second in command looked at the chief. Big brother, let's attack together. Good. The chief nodded. After speaking, he turned and took a long sword from one of his subordinates behind him. Swish, 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 he flourished several sword blossoms. Then, he exchanged a glance with Bald Second in command. Suddenly, both stomped the ground fiercely and leaped into the air simultaneously, flying toward Wang Ergo, who was sitting behind the table. Just as they were about to reach Wang Ergo from left and right in midair, the enormous white python lying horizontally before the stone table suddenly swung its tail violently, lashing toward Bald Second in command Zhao Yunlong's back. A sinister smirk flashed across Zhao Yunlong's lips as he abruptly turned and slashed at Bai Ling's tail with his blade. In that instant, his heart was filled with disdain. A beast is, after all, just a beast. A mere serpent dares to challenge us, two early-stage Earth Yuan realm experts. Know your place. At the same time, the leader who had originally flown to the top of Wang Ergu's head suddenly kicked his right foot hard against the tree. After borrowing force from the tree, he surprisingly turned around and also pounced towards Beiling. However, his target was Beiling's head, while Zhao Yunlong's target was Beiling's tail. As the saying goes, one cannot look after the head and the tail at the same time. Before they took action, they had clearly secretly discussed using sound transmission, and they were certain that if Beiling could protect its head, it would definitely neglect its tail. At least one of them would succeed. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yunlong's vicious slash accurately landed on Beiling's tail. Clang. However, what Zhao Yunlong never expected was that Beiling's tail wasn't severed in two by his slash as he had predicted. Instead, when his blade struck Beiling, there came a crisp metallic clang. It felt as if his slash had just hit a steel plate. It should be known that this saber of his was the far-famed Cloud Piercer. While not quite capable of slicing through iron like mud, it had severed numerous renowned divine weapons. Yet now it couldn't even cut through a single snake. One can imagine his state of mind. At the same moment, the bandit leader had already flown to Beiling's head, thrusting his sword viciously toward its 7-inch vital spot. However, Beiling seemed to have eyes on its back. Its bulky body surprisingly dodged a foot to the left with agility. Clang. The bandit leader's downward strike missed completely, striking the bluestone pavement instead of its intended target. Swish! In that instant, Beiling suddenly turned and clamped its jaws onto the bandit leader's head. Ah! The bandit leader screamed, hastily dropping his sword to pry open Beiling's mouth, but at that moment, a powerful suction force suddenly came from within. Swish! The bandit leader's entire body was instantly swallowed by Beiling, leaving only two legs flailing desperately in midair. Swish! Beiling jerked its neck again, and the bandit leader's remaining legs disappeared into its mouth. Thud! Thud! Two boots fell out from Beiling's mouth. Silence! At this moment, the scene became deathly quiet. This silence lasted for a full half-minute. Since Zheng Dao had already dragged all 8 men from the back door into the house, without their screams, the courtyard suddenly became eerily quiet. At this moment, everyone present was staring dumbfounded at Beiling. Except for Wang Ergu and Zhao Yunlong, all were trembling slightly in their hands and feet. Ding Dashan and Yi Fei, who had also been frightened by Beiling before, were now trembling along with the others. Especially Ding Dashan. When he saw the chief being swallowed whole by Beiling, his face turned deathly pale. He couldn't help recalling his own close call that day. If Wang Ergu hadn't intervened in time, he would have already become several lumps of python feces by now. This isn't an ordinary snake. It's a demonic snake spirit. Run for your lives. Someone nobody knew who shouted this warning, and instantly chaos erupted on the scene. In the blink of an eye, all dozen or so remaining members of the Qingfeng bandits except Zhao Yunlong had vanished without a trace. The Qingfeng bandits will remember this debt. We'll come back to collect what's owed sooner or later. Zhao Yunlong spat these threatening words before turning to leave. Hold it right there. Wang Ergu suddenly drawled lazily, your chief is dead and is second in command. You can't just leave after causing all this damage to my property. We need to settle accounts first. Zhao Yunlong. Chapter 48, No Credit for Small Businesses. What did you say? Settle accounts. Zhao Yunlong gripped his Cloud Piercer blade, glaring coldly at Wang Ergu. Our Qingfeng stronghold has lost so many brothers. I haven't come to settle scores with you yet, and now you want to settle with me. From what I hear, you're saying our Qingfeng stronghold should compensate you instead. That's exactly what I mean. Wang Ergu nodded immediately, then after speaking, pulled out a small notebook from his robe and walked toward the damaged wall. Yi Fei and Ding Dashan quickly followed Wang Ergu, arriving beside a section of the wall that had a large hole smashed through it. At the same time, Zhao Yunlong followed with his broadsword, stopping about 3 meters away from Wang Ergu. Fine, if you want to settle accounts, go ahead. Our Qingfeng stronghold admits defeat this time. But old man, let me remind you, the wheel of fortune turns. We'll pay back this humiliation sooner or later. After speaking, Zhao Yunlong glanced at the enormous white python still staring fixedly at him from nearby. Damn it, since I can't win this fight, I'll make peace for now. After descending the mountain, I'll gather my men and come back for revenge. It's just some broken fences. How many spirit stones could you possibly ask for? Lord Zhao has plenty of money. Lord Zhao doesn't even dare leave home without carrying at least 800 to 900 spirit stones. This was precisely why he currently carried over 1,000 spirit stones with confidence. Meanwhile, Ding Dashan and Yi Fei exchanged glances, both revealing faint, imperceptible sinister smiles at the corners of their mouths. Wang Ergu examined a roughly 1 square meter hole in the fence with his notebook for a while, then suddenly turned to Zhao Yunlong 3 meters away and said calmly, Young Zhao, I've always been fair in my dealings. I never overcharge. The price is what it should be. Cut the crap. Just calculate the damages quickly. Name your price in spirit stones. Don't waste my time. Lord Zhao has money to spare. Zhao Yunlong said impatiently. Your attitude toward compensation is acceptable. Wang Ergu nodded approvingly. Zhao Yunlong. Is my attitude towards compensation acceptable enough? At this moment, Wang Ergo suddenly declared loudly, damaged section of 1,000-year-old city wall, hole measuring 3 square feet 100 spirit stones per foot. First section, total 300 spirit stones. What? 300 spirit stones just for this shabby hole? Zhao Yunlong's eyes nearly bulged out. This is clearly just an ordinary broken wall. How does it become a 1,000-year-old city wall? And 100 spirit stones per foot? Are you joking? Yi Fei, this isn't an ordinary wall. My master's grandfather personally built this. Ding Dashin, master has deep emotional attachment to these walls. This is his only remaining connection to his grandfather. Yi Fei and Ding Dashin skillfully backed up Wang Ergo's claims like seasoned veterans. Who told you to interrupt when master is speaking? Wang Ergo turned and glared at them. Yi Fei and Ding Dashin shrunk their necks and immediately fell silent. However, at this moment, Wang Ergo suddenly added, "You guys already said my lines. What am I supposed to say later?" Ding Dashin. Yi Fei. You're too ruthless. Zhao Yunlong's face turned green with anger. How is this any different from our Qingfeng fortress going out to rob and plunder? Yi Fei, of course there's a difference. Seeing Yi Fei speak up again, Ding Dashin, not wanting to be outdone, hurriedly interrupted, "We never go out to rob and plunder, we only rob people at home." Zhao Yunlong. Old man, if you're going to play like this master Zhao won't keep you company anymore. Zhao Yunlong suddenly said coldly. Not keep me company. Wang Ergo curled his lip disdainfully at Zhao Yunlong. What? You think you can renege on your debt? Try to escape. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yunlong suddenly burst into laughter towards the sky. If I wanted to escape, do you really think your little group of master and disciples could stop me? Swish. As Zhao Yunlong's words faded, he suddenly pushed off the ground with both feet and leaped directly over the 3-zhan-high wall. While airborne over the wall, he turned his head to cast a contemptuous smile at Wang Ergo and his 2 disciples who were looking up at him from inside. You dare to rob your grandpa Zhao? Have you forgotten what I do? Don't forget I'm the second in command of Qingfeng Stronghold. We're the professionals at this. Just as he finished speaking, his feet landed neatly outside the wall. Whoosh! At that moment, a black shadow suddenly darted out from behind a tree. Moving with lightning speed, the shadow clamped its jaws around one of his legs in an instant. Ah! Zhao Yunlong let out a piercing scream. Turning his head, he recognized it as the same large black dog that had dragged away his 8 comrades earlier. You damn beast! How dare you mess with your grandpa Zhao? No sooner had Zhao Yunlong cursed than he swung the Cloud Piercer saber in his right hand down toward the black dog's head. Clang! A crisp metallic clashing sound rang out. Zhao Yunlong lowered his head and instantly froze in disbelief. His prized cloud soaring saber had actually chipped a thumb-sized notch. Zhao Yunlong. What the hell? When I failed to slay that snake earlier, they said it had gained sentience with scales tough as armor and I fucking accepted that. But now I can't even cut through a damn dog. Has this mutt also gained fucking sentience or what? God damn it. Who swapped out my cloud soaring saber? Zhao Yunlong roared at the sky. His treasured saber hadn't been drawn in ages. In his mind, this blade was clearly no longer the legendary iron-cleaving cloud soaring saber of your some underling must have secretly replaced it. Woof, woof, woof. In his dazed moment, Zheng Dao bit each of his limbs, first severing his tendons, then mauling his entire body in a frenzy. Ah, ah, ah. A continuous stream of screams rang out. After about half a minute, Zheng Dao dragged the barely alive Zhao Yunlong into the courtyard, throwing him before the trio of Wang Ergu and his disciples. Zheng Dao was vicious enough, even Zhao Yunlong's bald head bore several tooth marks. AI, poor child. The master and disciples sighed in unison as they looked at Zhao Yunlong. Wang Ergu immediately glared at Yi Fei and Ding Dashin. What are you two sighing about? Yi Fei and Ding Dashin exchanged knowing smiles. Then Wang Ergu glanced at the half-dead Zhao Yunlong on the ground and sighed again. AI, poor child. Why must you make things difficult for yourself? You could have just stood properly to settle accounts earlier, but you had to go flying out. And now look at you as settling accounts while lying down really more comfortable. Old bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Zhao Yunlong glared viciously at Wang Ergu. Yi Fei immediately said, if you don't obediently pay compensation, you won't get to see my master meet a bad end. These were still Wang Ergu's original words. However, upon hearing this, Wang Ergu glared at him fiercely and said, if you haven't repaid all the money you owe me, you won't get to see me, your master, meet a bad end either. Yi Fei shrank his neck and dared not speak out of turn again. At this moment, Ding Dashin added to Zhao Yunlong, what my senior brother means is that if you don't pay compensation, you'll die immediately, so you won't get to see our master meet a bad end. Whack! Wang Ergu raised his hand and slapped Ding Dashin squarely on the forehead. You're just too clever. Ding Dashin shrank his neck and didn't dare make another sound. However, Wang Ergu himself then said to Zhao Yunlong, but what they said is correct. If you don't pay compensation, don't even think about leaving this place alive. I'll pay whatever it costs. Zhao Yunlong finally caved in. It's just I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Zhao Yunlong directly took out a bag of spirit stones from his body. Senior, I beg you to be merciful. I only brought a little over 1,000 spirit stones. I'll give them all to you, please let me go. He had already calculated in his mind the wall was damaged in 6 places in total. 3 places were completely smashed through with big holes, while the other 3 had holes punched through them, which weren't much different from complete breaches. According to the old man's calculation method, his 1,000+ spirit stones definitely wouldn't be enough to cover the damage. He thought it better to honestly hand over all his spirit stones and negotiate a package deal. A mere 1,000 spirit stones. That's nowhere near enough. Yi Fei curled his lip, hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the bag of spirit stones from Zhao Yunlong's hand, stuffed it into his own pocket, then immediately turned to scan the 6 damaged spots on the wall. With a sympathetic look, he said to Zhao Yunlong, "As you can see, there are 6 damaged spots in total. Even if we give you a discount, calculating at an average of 250 per spot, it would still come to at least 1,500. Ah." Zhao Yunlong instantly looked dumbfounded. "Can we owe it first? Consider it our Qingfeng stronghold's debt to you." Yi Fei shook his head decisively. No credit for small businesses." "Ah, no credit." Zhao Yunlong's face fell with disappointment. "Credit is available." Just then, Ding Dashan suddenly interjected, "However, you must become a disciple first to get credit. My master won't extend credit unless you become his disciple. Last time I had no money for treatment, so I became a disciple to get credit." "What?" Zhao Yunlong froze in astonishment. Lying on the ground, his eyes immediately started rolling shrewdly. This guy became a disciple just to get credit for medical treatment. That actually works. Damn it, injured like this now, it's impossible to leave the mountain anyway. Might as well become a disciple first to heal, then find a way to escape later. With this thought, he immediately said to Wang Ergu, I'll do it, elder. I'm willing to become your disciple. I'm willing to reform. Master, please accept me." Yi Fei, Ding Dashan. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, both revealing a flash of delight in their eyes. "This time, we're going to have some fun. If even you, the second in command, are staying to become a disciple, won't the Qingfeng stronghold soon bear the Wang surname?" Chapter 49, Dividing the Spoils, a share for all present. When Zhao Yunlong mentioned becoming Wang Ergo's disciple, Yi Fei's first thought was that Qingfeng stronghold would soon become a subsidiary of the Thousand Immortals sect. Damn it, as senior brother, wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable for me to occasionally visit Qingfeng stronghold and play the role of chief for a few days to show off? Meanwhile, Ding Dashan was smugly thinking, when senior brother becomes the chief, I'll be the second in command, and Baldy will have to be demoted to third in command. In their view, someone like Wang Ergo would never refuse anyone willing to become his disciple. After all, when they had become disciples, Wang Ergo had been like a thirsty man welcoming rain, behaving as if afraid they might change their minds. They believed he would naturally not refuse Zhao Yunlong this time either. Although Zhao Yunlong was a bandit from Qingfeng stronghold, someone like Wang Ergo who had no bottom line and would even scheme against his own disciples naturally wouldn't refuse. Wang Ergo coldly snorted, suddenly saying something they never expected. "You want to become my disciple? You're not worthy." Hearing Wang Ergo say this, Yi Fei couldn't help but view him in a new light. Not bad. At least his moral compass is still intact, knowing it's unacceptable to take bandits as disciples. Good. Although this old rascal is quite unethical, at least he hasn't reached the point of accepting just anyone as a disciple. There's still a shred of principle left. Just as Yi Fei was thinking this, Wang Ergo suddenly added, "Your Zhao family was already exterminated. Do you think I don't know? If I took you as a disciple on credit, who would I collect from later? Even I have standards when accepting disciples." Yi Fei. Damn it. So as long as someone has living family members, that meets his criteria for taking disciples. So it turns out he does have principles after all. It's just that his moral boundaries exceeded my imagination. Right. Our Zhao family really has no one left. If you give me credit, there's truly no one who can repay my debts. Zhao Yunlong curled his lips, then lay flat on the ground, closed his eyes, and stopped speaking altogether. From his appearance, he seemed prepared to wait for death right there. "Master, what should we do?" Yi Fei hurriedly turned to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu expressionlessly stretched out his hand toward Yi Fei. "Hand it over." "Hand over what?" Yi Fei pretended not to know. "The spirit stones," Wang Ergu said coldly. Yi Fei chuckled awkwardly as he took out Zhao Yunlong's bag of spirit stones from his robe and passed it to Wang Ergu. "Master, shouldn't all 3 of us disciples share equally this time?" As Yi Fei said this, he immediately glanced at Ding Dashan standing nearby. Right. Ding Dashan wasn't stupid and immediately understood Yi Fei's meaning. "Master, those present get a share. My senior brother and I contributed too." "You?" Wang Ergu snatched the spirit stones from Yi Fei's hand. "What did you contribute?" "I didn't see anything. All I saw was Bailing and Zhang Dao working the hardest. You're not even as good as those 2 animals." Ding Dashan. Yi Fei. Although what Wang Ergo said was technically true, his phrasing was off. It sounded more like an insult no matter how you heard it. "My senior brother and I both spoke up for you." Ding Dashan argued indignantly. "I don't care, both my senior brother and I deserve a share of the spirit stones. Things like this should be divided among all present. How can you hog it all for yourself?" "Exactly." Yi Fei also curled his lip in agreement. Fine, those present get a share. I'll divide it for you. Wang Erge suddenly glanced at Bailing and Zhang Dao not far away. Zhang Dao, Bailing, come here. Those present get a share. Woof woof. Hiss hiss. Zhang Dao and Bailing actually came over. Holy shit, Yifei quickly hid behind Wang Erge in fright. Can you tell Bai Ling not to come over here? Didn't you say everyone present gets a share? How can we divide it if it doesn't come over? Wang Erge said disdainfully. Bai Ling contributed the most. Its single-tail swipe sent over a dozen people flying, and the others were all scared away by it. By rights, it should get an extra portion. Gulp Yifei watched as Bai Ling slithered over and coiled itself up nearby, shrinking his neck and not daring to speak another word. Senior brother, look how scared you are. The other day I was nearly eaten by Bai Ling in one bite, and I'm not as terrified of it as you are. With Master here, it won't eat you. What are you so afraid of? Ding Dashin said scornfully. Hearing this, Yifei thought it made sense and finally gathered enough courage to squat beside Wang Erge. And so, the master with his 2 disciples plus a dog and a snake formed a circle just a few meters away from Zhao Yunlong. Master, they don't even spend spirit stones. Why should we share with them? Yifei glanced weakly at Zhang Dao and Bailing. Woof 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 woof. Zhang Dao seemed to truly understand human speech as it immediately bared its teeth and barked fiercely at Yifei. Master, what is Zhang Dao saying? Ding Dashin casually asked. It says if you don't share with it, it will bite you all. Wang Erge said with a straight face. Ding Dashin shrank his neck and kept silent. At this moment, Wang Erge looked at Yifei again. Zhang Dao has already made its stance clear. It wants its share too. How about you negotiate with Bailing? HSSSS. Just as Wang Erge finished speaking, Bailing suddenly stretched out its neck, bringing its snake head close to Yifei while flicking its tongue menacingly. Yifei quickly hid behind Wang Erge in fright. Fine. Damn it, we'll share then. Damn old bastard. When you can't win with logic, you resort to snakes and dogs to intimidate people. How is this human behavior at all? Immediately after, the master-disciple trio plus a snake and a dog began dividing the spirit stones on the spot. Wang Erge, let's begin the division. 50 for me, 50 for you, 50 for Dashin, 50 for Zhang Dao, 100 for Bailing. Ha! Ding Dashin and Yifei both froze in confusion. Wang Erge glanced at them. Bailing contributed the most effort. Doesn't it deserve an extra share? If you have any objections, take it up with it yourself. HSSSS. Bailing instantly extended its neck threateningly. No objections here. Yifei hastily declared the moment Bailing stretched its neck. I have no objections either. Ding Dashin immediately capitulated as well. Should have said so earlier instead of wasting time. Wang Erge said with visible disdain, then resumed the distribution. 20 for me, 20 for you, 20 for Dashin, 20 for Zhang Dao, 100 for Bailing. Damn it! Bailing still gets 100. Yifei exploded in anger, suddenly standing up and shouting. Fine, when we got 50 while it got 100, I could swallow that. We get 20 while it keeps 100. This is utterly unbearable, beyond all limits of tolerance. Master, your division method is truly unfair. Ding Dashin stood up as well, speaking coldly. HSSSS. Bai Ling extended her neck again. Master, I was just asking. I didn't say I had objections. Yifei instantly backed down, quickly squatting. Divide, let's divide quickly. After dividing, everyone can go about their business. However, right at this moment, Ding Dashin remained standing in place, fuming. Master, I've been tolerating you for quite some time now. Stop threatening us with Bai Ling and Zhang Dao all the time. We weren't raised to be scared easily. Forget it. Yifei urgently tugged at Ding Dashin's pants. Dashin, let's take whatever share we can get. Divide it however he wants. If he really gives us nothing at all, we can't do anything about it. No! Ding Dashin roared, his explosive temper flaring up immediately. This is a matter of principle. You said everyone present gets a share. If you hadn't planned to give us anything from the start, I wouldn't complain. But since you're dividing, it should be fair. Why don't you talk to Bai Ling yourself? Wang Erge asked again. Talk then, let's talk. Swish. Bai Ling suddenly swung her tail, wrapping it around Ding Dashin's body in an instant, then flung him over the wall with a whoosh. Ah! Crash, clatter, thud. From the sound of it, Ding Dashin must have landed in the bamboo grove. The scene instantly fell completely silent. Gulp Yifei swallowed dryly. This stubborn fool. Why won't he ever listen to advice no matter how many times? Yifei lamented inwardly, then immediately said to Wang Erge, Master, hurry up and divide them. As he spoke, he quietly pulled the 70 spirit stones previously allocated to Dashin over to his own side. Master, later I'll say you confiscated his spirit stones, don't give me away. After all, now you can divide one less share, everyone gets to profit, it's good for you, good for me, good for everyone, right? Chapter 50,000 Graves of the Back Mountain. Acceptable. Wang Erge nodded happily and immediately proceeded to distribute the spirit stones. 20 for me, 20 for you, 100 for Bai Ling, 100 for Zhang Dao. Why does Zhang Dao also get 100? Yifei instantly became displeased. Zhang Dao also contributed quite a bit, shouldn't it deserve more? Woof. Fair enough. Faced with such a scene, Jia Yunlong, lying on the ground nearby, stared wide-eyed. Is this how conniving they are? Is their master-disciple relationship really this terrible? One disagreement and they just fling someone over the courtyard wall. And, damn it, can't you guys find somewhere else to divide the spoils? Just robbed me of my spirit stones and now you're dividing them right in front of me. Could you at least consider my feelings a little? Do bandits not have any dignity or what? Do bandits not even get basic human rights? The spirit stones were quickly distributed. Wang Ergo haphazardly divided them in a complete mess, and in the end, including Ding Dashan 70, Yifei only received 285 in total, far less than a quarter. No sooner had the division been completed than Wang Ergo immediately dropped his act. He directly took away the 2 piles of spirit stones in front of Beiling and Zhangdao. I'll help keep yours safe for now. Yifei curled his lips in disdain. He had long known all 3 shares would belong to Wang Ergo, but the latter's greedy manner was simply too disgusting to watch. However, just as Yifei was about to collect his spirit stones, Wang Ergo suddenly pressed down on his hand with his tobacco pipe. You can't take yours either. Why? Yifei looked shocked. Have you forgotten how many spirit stones you still owe me? Wang Ergo said contemptuously. Master, must you be so harsh? I don't even have money for clothes. Couldn't you let me buy some necessities first and pay you back slowly later? Yesterday my senior sister helped me buy clothes and I still owe her 10 or 20 spirit stones. Fine, I'll leave some for you. Wang Ergo waved his hand grandly. Return 250 and keep the change for yourself. That should satisfy you. Return 250. Yifei's face turned green with anger. You old bastard, you look exactly like a 250 yourself. No, you're leaving me too little. If I return it to senior sister, I'll hardly have any left. Yifei desperately pressed down on the pile of spirit stones before him. At this moment, he suddenly missed Ding Dashan a little. If he hadn't been thrown off, with his bargaining skills, they could have kept much more. HSSS. Woof woof woof. Just then, Bai Ling and Zhang Dao gathered around. Yifei. Yifei silently released his hands, allowing Wang Ergo to take away 250 spirit stones, leaving him with only 35. Yifei wanted to cry but had no tears. Fucking wasted all this effort dividing them, ended up with nothing. Yifei pocketed the 35 spirit stones, looking thoroughly displeased. Thinking about how I still owed my senior sister 18 spirit stones for the clothes I bought yesterday and I only had 17 left. But something is better than nothing, at least I still have some pocket money on me. Alright, stop standing around, get to work. Wang Ergo suddenly said. Later, you and Dashan carry the dead ones to the back mountain to bury them and drag the living ones into the house to treat their injuries. There'll be spirit stones to divide later. As soon as he heard there would be money to share later, Yifei regained his energy. After all, he could still get a few stones much better than working for nothing. Life was at least looking a little more hopeful. Next, Wang Ergo first went to the bamboo grove to rescue Ding Dashan, who had been knocked unconscious, and then began treating the 8 bandits from Qingfeng village who had been caught in traps and dragged into the house by Zhangdao. At that moment, the senior sister returned from gathering herbs and helped Wang Ergo apply medicine to them. In the end, every last spirit stone on these bandits was squeezed out. Not a single one remained before they were allowed to leave the mountain. Among them, 2 had surprisingly many spirit stones, each carrying several hundred. At first they were quite arrogant, but after Wang Ergo somehow threw some poison at them, causing them to foam at the mouth, they stopped acting tough. They obediently handed over all their spirit stones, and only then did Wang Ergo let them go. As for Jia Yunlong, since he had no spirit stones left, after Yifei and Ding Dashan carried him into the house, Wang Ergo began discussing with him how to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, Yifei and Ding Dashan started heading to the back mountain to bury the bodies. To Yifei's surprise, as they carried the first corpse around the main entrance towards the back mountain, they passed through a small grove and unexpectedly saw a vast field of grave mounds. This terrified Yifei on the spot. Holy shit, Dashan, why are there so many graves here? Yifei's voice trembled as he spoke. Though he grew up in the countryside and had seen many graves, he had never in his life encountered such a massive burial ground before. Thousands of tombs were neatly arranged across a vast plain on the back mountain. Viewed from afar, this sight was far more shocking than any public cemetery. Cemeteries only display rows of tombstones, but here one could see actual burial mounds. The visual impact was naturally more direct and awe-inspiring with these mounds. I don't know either. Ding Dashan replied. Senior brother, let's go take a look and see who's buried here. Look at what? Dead people aren't worth looking at. Yifei scoffed. Hurry up and dig a grave to bury this body so we can leave. I'll just take a quick look and come right back. Without waiting for a response, Ding Dashan turned and walked toward the expanse of burial mounds. Hurry the hell back. I'm scared. Yifei glanced at the corpse lying beside him, trembling uncontrollably. This was his first time handling a dead body in his entire life. Anyone who said they wouldn't be afraid would be lying. If not for Ding Dashan's presence, he wouldn't have dared touch the corpse at all. Holy mother of... Ding Dashan had just stepped into the graveyard when he suddenly screamed and immediately turned tail to run back. Dashan, what's wrong? Yi Fei shouted upon seeing this. I'm easily scared. Damn it, don't freak me out. Before Yi Fei even finished speaking, and before Ding Dashin could reach him, he had already started sprinting back. As he ran without looking back, he shouted loudly, Dashin, what the hell did you see to get so scared? Swish! At that moment, Dashin flashed past him, overtaking him completely. Holy shit, Yi Fei gasped in fright. Motherfucker, wait for me. Yi Fei hurriedly chased after him with big strides. However, Ding Dashin's speed was simply too fast. Yi Fei couldn't keep up at all, and the distance between them kept growing larger. Realizing he definitely couldn't catch up, Yi Fei couldn't help but glance back to see if anything was chasing them. Fortunately, there were no monsters pursuing him from behind, and he finally felt somewhat relieved. However, since Dashin was scared like that, there must be a reason. Not daring to slow down at all, he ran all the way to the courtyard gate in one breath. Only when he saw Ding Dashin panting heavily at the entrance did he feel slightly relieved. Huff, huff, the two brothers leaned side by side against the gate wall, catching their breath. After quite a while, when his breathing finally stabilized, Yi Fei asked with a contemptuous expression, what the hell did you actually see that scared you shitless? You nearly scared the life out of me too. So many graves. Ding Dashin was still gasping for air. So what if there are many graves? Yi Fei curled his lips. Hearing Ding Dashin's words, he suddenly started acting tough. We're two living men. Are we supposed to be afraid of dead people? But their tombstones, all the tombstones were engraved with. Engraved with what? Yi Fei looked thoroughly impatient. All of them say Disciple of Thousand Immortals sect, so Ding Dashin said tremblingly. What's the big deal? The Thousand Immortals sect is probably an ancient sect that has existed for over 1,000 years. It's perfectly normal for some of its disciples to be buried in the back mountain, Yi Fei said. But Ding Dashin said tremblingly, but do you know whose names are on those tombstones? Whose? Yi Fei asked in confusion. It's our master. Ding Dashin said with a trembling voice. What's wrong with that? Yi Fei curled his lip again. When a disciple of the Thousand Immortals sect dies, what's strange about the master erecting a tombstone? But the inscriptions don't say the master erected them, they say the master killed them. Ding Dashin trembled as he gestured in the air. Every single epitaph says, Disciple so-and-so of the Thousand Immortals sect, killed by Wang Ergu. Holy shit, Yi Fei shuddered in instant terror. Just then, Ding Dashin continued, no wonder there are so few people in the Thousand Immortals sect, our master must have killed them all. Do you think could it be that master is practicing some evil technique that requires the blood of young boys and girls? Virgin boy and girl. Are you fucking kidding me? Yi Fei said with a look of disdain. Although I'm not a virgin boy, I'm still pure. My former master told me that some dark cultivators only require virginity or purity, age doesn't matter. Ding Dashin said with evident fear, senior brother, as the young master of Yi family, you must have lost your purity long ago. You don't need to worry, but I'm in real danger. Yi Fei, fuck. Me too. God damn it. Being single in this world actually carries this kind of risk. Being single on Earth just meant embarrassment and being looked down upon. But here it could literally cost your fucking life. Shit. It's all Yi Lighting's fault. Before coming up the mountain, I asked him to take me to a brothel to gain some experience, but he stubbornly refused. Now look, might never get any experience at all. Just then, Ding Dashin suddenly grabbed Yi Fei's shoulder. Senior brother, I've thought of a way that might save both of us. What way? Yi Fei asked. Senior sister must be a victim too. She probably doesn't know about this yet. If we tell her the truth and get her to cooperate with us, when none of us remain virgins anymore, wouldn't everyone be safe then? Ding Dashin said excitedly. Yi Fei. That makes some sense. Yi Fei said, why don't you go discuss this with senior sister right now? Aha. Ding Dashin nodded vigorously and immediately strode toward the courtyard. Senior sister, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Ah. Bam. Soon, Yi Fei heard Ding Dashin's pain scream as he was sent flying from the entrance directly back into the bamboo grove. Tisk tisk. Yi Fei looked sympathetically at Ding Dashin, who had fainted in the bamboo grove again, and shook his head. Damn it, I already thought your idea was obviously flawed. Even a knee-jerk reaction would tell you, is this something you can discuss with senior sister? Isn't this clearly like looking for a toilet with a lantern fucking asking for trouble? Lucky I'm smart enough to let you test it first, or I'd have been tricked by you again. Swish. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Fei from the doorway. Yi Fei turned his head and saw it was third senior sister, though her expression was clearly extremely unpleasant at this moment. Damn it, it was Ding Dashin who provoked you, not me. Why give me that bitchy face? Who are you putting on airs for? Just then, third senior sister suddenly spoke with murderous intent, saying something Yi Fei never dreamed he'd hear. Junior brother Yi, according to junior brother Ding, you sent him to ask whether I'm a virgin earlier. What, do I not look like one to you? Yi Fei. God damn it. That bastard Ding Dashin, is that how he asked the question?